Yo people, welcome back to the channel. And today is the FIFA World Cup final. After a month's play between 132 countries, it's time for two countries to face off. Two countries that have not impressed very much. Time to face off. Those two countries is Argentina versus France. But before we get into all of the nitty gritty and everything, I'd like to introduce my guest. Nice. First, because he's a United fan and he's showing all the signals behind in the backstage, going to welcome Kenny. How are you?
How dare you meet me? I am. I'm both excited and I'm nervous because this is a very big game in terms of the GOAT debate, and I want Messi to lose. I know
Yeah.
some people say, "Oh yeah, you
Spoiler:
should like Ronaldo."
Kenny is a Ronaldo fanboy. He
I'm
loves
not a
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo fanboy, but I
Uh,
still think he's better than Messi, and I'm a United fan, so my job is basically to think
to
Ronaldo's
do.
better than Messi. And if Messi wins today, then I'm gonna have a very hard time saying that he's better. But
Yeah.
listen,
But next we have
Olivier Giroud.
an Arsenal fan that thinks they will win the league. Money, how are you?
No, I don't think they will win the league. I think they'll struggle because if you watched Arsenal playing Juventus at the Emirates in pre-season, a Juventus team which is effectively their reserve team, and lose 2-0 to two own goals, if you will see that a striker is high on our need of our list of priorities as well as a right back. And if we don't get anyone in January, we deserve to suffer. But anyway, enough of Arsenal. I'm here for the World Cup. I've enjoyed being a part of this service, bringing the World Cup to subscribers of your channel, and I cannot wait to join the build-up and talk tactics and talk Turkey and talk tapas and tequila or whatever have you. I shouldn't talk about alcohol, my bad. It's a dry World Cup, if you will, but it's been good fun. And I will also take exception to what you said about neither team impressing. I think both teams have started slowly but have gotten better as the tournament's gone on. And I think it has to be said that both these two teams are, on merit, the two best performing, the two best teams of the tournament in terms of quality and how they've been able to turn on the style when it matters.
In terms of quality, yeah, I agree. In terms of quality, I agree. In terms of performance, but
50-50.
at the end of the day, they're here, so they are the best too. In terms of quality,
Exactly.
they're here. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
because you don't win games based on performance at the end of the day. So, but
yeah, the only stat
Manu,
that matters is how
what is
many
your
goals.
prediction?
The only stat that matters is how many goals you score. And I don't know if we're going to do any predictions first because obviously we have the small matter of the lineups to discuss. Hannah, do you
Yeah.
have them or do you want me to share them?
Oh yeah.
You can share them so long. I'm fixing the ticket to put them in there, but you can share them so long.
Chicago.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. So, thanks once again to our dear friends at BBC Sport. We have the lineups here for you. Now, Argentina, of course, have opted to play the same 4-4-2 formation, which served them really well in the semi-final against Croatia, because with Julian Alvarez making those runs and Messi running the show, they literally ripped Croatia to shreds and made Dejan Lovren and Josko Gvardiol look like a couple of amateur defenders on a Sunday pub team. And even Josip Juranovic and Borna Sosa didn't really acquit themselves quite well. There is, however, one change from the team, with Leandro Paredes, the number 5, starting in the semi-final and looking a little bit overawed by the occasion. Scaloni has opted to bring experience in the form of Angel Di Maria in. Di Maria also the only member of the squad with over 100 caps, although I believe Nicolas Otamendi should be earning his 100th tonight. I'm not too sure. He slots in on the right wing as a left footer. So the physically more imposing De Paul will move into the center alongside Enzo Fernandez. Brighton's Alexis McAllister occupies the left-sided slot on midfield. And instead of falling to temptation to bring back Marcos Acuna, Scaloni has decided to stick with Nicolas Tagliafico. Otherwise, it's the same back four. It is the same back four which started against Croatia, of course. Messi up front as the second striker in that 4-4-2 formation. And, of course, former Arsenal goalkeeper, current Aston Villa number 1, Emiliano Martinez in goal. And these are the subs. So talking about Argentina first, Kenny, Hanno, I'd like to know what you think of this formation. And do you think that Scaloni's doing the right thing by ditching the 4-3-3 and the 5-3-2 formations in favour of something more classic in this regard?
We can go first.
Just still a round up in it. I think I'm not sure about it because the 4-3-3 I think has worked well for him, and clearly I believe they played Did they play 4-3-3 against Croatia?
No, 4-4-2.
No, it was a 4-4-2.
Oh,
so it's the same formation and the same lineup with only one change.
When was the last time they played a 4-3-3?
I want to say in the quarterfinal it was a 5-3-2, I believe. And that might have been in the second round against Australia when they played the 4-3-3.
Oh well.
I think in the round of 16, yeah.
I do think the 4-4-2 has worked well, but I do worry because no disrespect to Croatia, France are not Croatia in terms of Croatia essentially lost themselves that game as soon as they conceded the penalty. As soon as it was 1-0 Argentina, Croatia had essentially lost the game, I feel. France are not like that. No disrespect to Croatia, but it certainly felt like that while watching the match for me. France are not like that. If Argentina score for France, they certainly haven't lost the game. They'll just go themselves. I do think that the 4-4-2 did work well for France against Argentina. They did work well for Argentina against Croatia. I'm not against it, but I'm just
not feeling it. I'm not feeling
it. To be fair, I don't think the the fact that it's a 4-4-2 will change the fact that Argentina are. I don't know what to say. I'll let you speak now, Adam, because I don't really know what to say about it about work against Croatia. And
for me, if we look at like in terms of versus France in their lineup, of course we'll get into their lineup, but I think with Timori and McAllister are both attackers. McAllister is more attacker midfielder. But essentially, I think they want to push the fullbacks of France back, pin them back, and if they can't do that, try the long ball they did. So yeah, that's what I think.
And obviously, as I said, with Julian Alvarez being able to run to the end of those long balls, it will certainly work a bit of a treat. The midfield will be key, and I think with De Paul coming as the centre, that lends the strength they need. So Di Maria coming on the right will lend the experience and the ability. I think he was dropped for the more recent games because apparently he wasn't that good with the ball at his feet. But I think Scaloni has decided, it's a big match. He needs a big, experienced player. Di Maria should work well with Lionel Messi. Nahuel Molina has been very impressive at right back. Tagliafico is a bit of a surprise. I wonder why he would have been maintained in favour of Marcos Acuna, but it's the coach's decision, and maybe he saw something in Tagliafico that he liked. But expect Acuna to come on in the second half, as will other players. Certainly the number 21, Paulo Dybala, who was only given his first taste of the World Cup in that semi-final, showed what he can do, and he'd be a perfect replacement for either Alvarez or Messi if one of them tire. Now we come to Les Bleus, who have effectively fielded the same team that started against England, which means that Dayot Upamecano and Adrien Rabiot are back into the starting lineup. Apart from that, it's as you were, Hugo Lloris in goal, Jules Koundé, Rafael Varane, Theo Hernandez at left back. Hernandez has been quite outstanding in that position. With the 4-2-3-1, it's Aurelien Tchouameni and Adrien Rabiot as the defensive midfielders. The attacking midfielders will be Antoine Griezmann, Ousmane Dembele and Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe on the right, left, Dembele on the right, and Griezmann probably in the centre. But they will obviously be switching around very frequently. And of course, the big target man, Olivier Giroud up front. Definitely an upgrade on Stéphane Guivarc'h in France 1998. And now occupying pride of place as his country's top scorer. He might almost certainly, establish himself as France's greatest striker ahead of Thierry Henry, maybe. But what do you boys think of this lineup? Too strong?
That's a good lineup, and with all the rumors that was going around uh, in, that it might be done, that they might not have some of the star players playing, it's definitely uh, a good, almost incredible lineup, if I'm going to be honest. And that lineup can cause threats, especially with Rabiot back into that midfield. So yeah, there is the starting lineups for the if you guys want to tune in. If you guys forget to start in everything after we're done with this. So yeah. But Manny, what do you make of this lineup?
Kenny, are you there?
Yeah. I think I think it's a good lineup. Obviously, Griezmann, Mbappe, and Giroud. All three of them are probably strong contenders to be in the team of the season. Obviously the attack and
Team
the
of the
midfield.
World Cup, not season.
They have team of the tournament. Come on about team of the
Yeah.
season. Um, and their midfield and attack has never been questioned for me for the entirety of the
Yeah.
tournament. The one thing I worry about with France is the defense. The one thing I worry about, because even against Morocco with the only clean sheet, Morocco had a lot of chances that was due to some defensive errors, and I think Morocco were much better than France on the day. But guess what? France, it was the attacking talent that won them the game in the end. The thing with France is that even with all these injuries, they still have so much uh, depth on the bench. Can I just see the substitutes?
Yes, you
Um,
can.
Yeah, you got players
Kingsley,
like
Co- Kingsley Coman, Marcus
Camavinga.
Thuram, yes?
Yeah, Thuram, Coleman, both on the bench, both really can change the game. Obviously, was it the Colo guy that
Yep.
scored against Morocco?
Kolo
yeah,
Muani, Randall Kolo
Yeah,
Muani.
they
he,
France have just got so much talent. The fact that they're starting Camavinga, one of the best young midfielders on the bench, he can actually become. I think there's a stat, yeah. Whenever Real Madrid win the Champions League, one of their players wins the World Cup or the Euros. He can continue that trend. So, but yeah, I think France's lineup
even
is good. But I
Tchouaméni is
worry
also
about
a
the
Real
defense.
Madrid player.
It's
Let's
Tchouaméni
not
as well.
forget.
Fuck you know. Yeah, Tchouaméni as well. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think France's lineup is very strong, but I do worry about the defense, especially against the likes of Messi and even Alvarez. So
Yeah, exactly. And I was just about to say that number 18, Dayot Upamecano, was made to look exceptionally ordinary by England in the quarterfinals. He conceded, he actually made a couple of fouls which are not called in England's favour. One of them, which probably would have been a penalty. The other one, of course, on Saka being in the build up to the Chouameni goal. So he certainly can be run ragged and made to look. Quite clumsy. I was very surprised that they didn't retain Ibrahim Konate, who looked a lot more solid in the games that he's played. Of course, as an Arsenal fan, it means that William Saliba will not be considered, but that doesn't really matter to me. I just think it's just a question of basically him being there to pick up a medal, as will be Guendouzi. Giroud, of course, will be starting. Arsenal and Chelsea connection, of course, for Hanno and me, respectively. For Manchester United, Kenny, you will be looking forward to seeing Rafael Varane perform. But
yes,
sadly, of
lovely.
course, it means that Lisandro Martinez will not be in the starting lineup. He only would have played if there had been a back five. But with a back four, he's on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like I'm gonna see the best centre back uh in England win the trophy today.
Yeah,
Who's that?
well,
Thiago Silva ain't playing, so I don't know what to talk about.
Shut up. Shut up.
And Christian Romero isn't the best either, but he could end up winning, mind you. So that's pretty much how it looks. And now, of course, we can get to predictions, but also we might need to discuss the build-up of both teams to the to get to where they are. And obviously, there's a reason why Hanno has made it clear that he doesn't consider both teams to have been convincing throughout the tournament. But again, I always say that it's how you perform on the day that counts. And I will share this page on the FIFA World Cup final because, no, actually, they haven't really. Yes. So this is, of course, the route to the final, which we will share right now. Give me a minute.
Yes, Tyler.
Exactly. So Argentina, of course, were in Group C alongside Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Poland. And they had a 3-year, 30-game-long unbeaten streak, entering the tournament as one of the favorites. But they lost to Saudi Arabia in what was a dreadful start to the tournament. Wouldn't necessarily say that it was a dreadful performance because they had 3 goals disallowed, in addition to Lionel Messi's opener from the penalty spot. And then 2 goals from Al Shehri and Al Dosari, the captain of Saudi Arabia, in that crazy 5-minute span, ended up, completely taking them out of the equation. So they actually did start the tournament with a 4-4-2. Argentina, and it was effectively Paredes and De Paul in the middle instead of Enzo Fernandez. It was Papu Gomez, Alessandro Gomez, Villaverde, and then Taliafico, Otamendi, Romero, and Molina. So the difference here was, of course, Lautaro Martinez was started as the target man up front, and then Saudi Arabia had a 4-1-4-1 formation. I think the key to this particular game and the reason why Argentina lost was because they were trying to force the pace a lot more, and they didn't seem to have much of an answer to that sudden 5-minute burst where Saudi Arabia rocked them on their heels. I think we're going to sort of see a little bit further how they're able to recover from that and go through. But would you say that this result was the kick up the arse they needed?
I think it definitely helped them because another thing in this game is I think a lot of teams go into games just thinking, okay, this is a win. We're going to win this, obviously. And then you can never take any game for granted. And Saudi Arabia showed that. I think Lautaro Martinez's performance wasn't great today. I think he was the player that got a lot of offsides. And obviously we know how poor a tournament he's had, Lautaro Martinez. I do think they need... I do think... I do think they sort of needed this, but at the same time, it is. I still think they might have gone far. So that's my view on it.
So yeah, let's get into some of the comments. We have yourself, Bobby. I think the late coaches gone now. We have yourself for it. We have yourself, Joseph. Mercy. Nah, let's stop
Mercy.
Yeah, do keep hitting it. Good team.
Now,
for
this
France.
was, of course, Argentina. This was, of course, Argentina's second game against
You have
Mexico.
yourself. Oh, you have yourself, Tyler.
Yes, Tyler. Come on, Tyler.
Of course, he's supporting Argentina today. But yeah, for me, it's a win-win. Because I said Argentina.
For me?
For me?
Not nice voice crack, I know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, for me, my head did say France, but now I'm quietly confident about Argentina's chances. And of course, coming back to Argentina's chances, this is of course the second game they had against Mexico, which effectively was the first of 5 consecutive knockout games because they needed to win all of them and make sure they qualify as group winners. Of course, Mexico and Poland drawing 0-0. In their first game actually helped them because it meant that they weren't out of the running yet. But again, going back to Argentina, seeing a second game against Mexico, Argentina did make a change by bringing in Alexis McAllister and Guido Rodriguez alongside DePaul and Di Maria. Nahuel Molina dropped out for Montiel, and Lisandro Martinez came in for Romero. Acuna was in at left back, and again, Martinez and Messi up against Mexico's 5-3-2. It took a moment of Messi magic, of course, in the 64th minute to settle nerves, and then Enzo Fernandez sort of adding some gloves to that strike with a moment of 24-karat magic from that number 24. And Argentina were up and away. And I think it's fair to say that this was the start of Argentina adopting a more patient approach, certainly trying their best to counter the aggressiveness of Mexico, and then hit them when they started to, sort of slack a little bit. And I would say that Argentina were good value for this victory because Mexico, with Alexis Vega and Irving Lozano up front, offered nothing really. And it was a case of Mexico not really doing too well, but Argentina took their chances. I don't know if I remember commentating on this game as well, but Kenny, did you watch this game?
Yeah, I watched it. The other thing with this game is that it was a very sort of nothing game in terms of neither side really was getting the chances, and it was always going to come down to just big moments. And when you got Messi, you're always going to have a big moment or two. And obviously, Messi took his first chance well, which probably changed the game because Mexico were looking comfy defensively until that Messi goal, and I believe it was actually quite a good goal. I believe it was outside the box. I can't exactly remember it, but I believe
it was a terrific goal. He was able to find some space outside the box before shooting it low past Guillermo Ochoa's left hand into the goal. So that was obviously the moment that Argentina needed to kickstart their campaign, his second goal in the tournament. And then the supporting cast coming to the party, Enzo Fernandez with that moment, came on as the 57th minute sub for Guido Rodriguez in the center of midfield and left his mark with that goal. Hanno, if you're there, what did you think of this game?
Of course, Mexico, Argentina. I think Argentina again, they just dominated the game in terms of ball position. Mexico again wasn't really a threat. But I have a new guest to introduce. It was on the one of the cricket streams. Asad, how are you, brother? How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Thanks for having me. It's currently 1:30 a.m. here in Australia, but you cannot refer to time, and it's a World Cup final special of this climax as well. There's a lot riding on this final for a number of reasons. It's pretty sad as well that it's all come to an end. The World Cup party, Messi's last stance, his last shot. He's played in 6 World Cups now, so
five. This is his fifth.
Yeah, 5. Yep, so 5. So this is obviously his last chance, and the world will be glued to that. Whether you're a Ronaldo fan or a Messi fan, whatever, just those are the moments you want to live for. The Earth's been around for like a billion years, and the fact we're living in the era where Messi's doing this stuff is just incredible. So, it should be a great final.
Yeah, it should be, definitely. Good to have you on, mate. And I know it's slightly into the early hours of the morning for you, but glad to have you on. And we were just talking about Argentina's run to the final. Hannah, you wanted to make your cut. I think you said that Argentina had most of the possession, but I think Mexico looked a bit too comfortable in defense.
Yeah, for me, like I said it was complete domination from
Argentina.
Yeah, from Argentina. I forgot them now, but it was complete domination from them. So, well, me personally, I think that game in particular was one that gave them confidence, and that was I know you mentioned it at that time. It was like a final for them, because if they didn't win it, then they would have been in out. So that game they stepped up, they delivered, and yeah, it's been a good game, good good game for them, that one. And I think if they can get some of the inspiration they got that game, it would be perfect.
Hannah,
Um,
yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
no, but that's just
Yeah,
my
Assad, what about you? What did you think of this game if you were able to see it? Just briefly, because I have to go to the others.
Yeah, I just when I joined, I picked up on you guys talking about it. So it was a very tight game. First 20 minutes or so, just toe tames. This was like a Herbling's first type of game. And then I think that Messi goal leading up to wasn't the best of balls from Di Maria, but the player Messi is going to make the most of any opportunity he gets. You can't give him that much space outside the box, even let alone inside the box. And not even Mexico's great infamous keeper could have stopped that on his left side. But it just shows, and from there, Alvarez as well. He's really gelled well with Messi up front there. I think I've been
Yeah.
singing his praises a lot. I have a friend that's actually a Man City fan as well. I think that's a very rare sight for people out there to hear. But he said like Alvarez and Haaland, they're like two key players he's had at City. So he was really looking forward to seeing what he could do with Argentina. He's done so well, and in that Croatia game as well. I didn't actually think Argentina were going to win that easily as well against Croatia. 3-0, wow.
Yeah, of course, it was an interesting game because the Mexican coach, Gerardo Martino, is Argentinian. And after this tournament, he stepped down as manager. Now, the third game obviously was key. It was the third game in the group, and Argentina knew that with having beaten Mexico, with Mexico and Poland drawing, they just needed to beat Poland to top the group. And no Messi goals this time, but he was influential in the midfield. Alexis McAllister, or Mac Allister, as he would have it say, and then Julian Alvarez, of course, announcing his presence there. They pretty much shut down Robert Lewandowski. They never allowed him a shot on target, which is very impressive from the back four of Molina, Romero, Otamendi, and Acuna. Scaloni opted for a 4-3-3 this time around with DePaul, Fernandez, and McAllister in the middle, and Angel Di Maria, Lionel Messi, and Julian Alvarez making his debut in that tournament. And certainly it was a game where, once again, Argentina dominated. Poland looked exceptionally toothless, and it was really maddening for me to see that because it was as if they were just willing to, let Argentina come at them as long as they didn't concede too many goals. And I think in that respect, it was rather gratifying to see Poland get knocked out emphatically by France in the second round. But again, Argentinian domination, supineness, if you will, or supinity, I'm not too sure what the noun form is, but Poland were just supine and spineless. And this was the match which made sure that Argentina would top the group, Poland going through at the expense of Mexico, and the overachieving Saudis following losses to both the Poles and the Mexicans crashing out of the tournament. So you could say that this was the game which ensured that they would go through as group winners, ensuring, in theory, an easier time of it. But Hannah, starting with you, what did you think of this game?
Again, almost like the Mexico game, complete domination. Again, Poland, like Mexico, didn't suffer anything up, and they just took them to the cleaners almost. And it was convincing when, of course, I was more focused on the Saudi Arabia Mexico game. Kenny will know well why. But yeah, that's again just complete domination.
We'll probably talk about that in the break. But Kenny, Assad, what about you boys? Kenny, you want to go first?
I think this was Argentina's best performance of the tournament. I disagree that Mexico was complete domination. Honestly, from what I saw in that game, it was just more of a nothing game, to be honest with you. And then, obviously, Messi just does what he did. In this game, Messi, despite missing the penalty, was very influential in terms of creating the attacks for Argentina, and they just dominated Poland. Now, whether that was because Poland sat back themselves and allowed Argentina to dominate them, listen, it didn't really matter because Argentina ended up winning the game in the end. So Argentina's best performance of the tournament, in my opinion, and it's what got them to top the group and face Australia rather than France.
Yeah, we're coming to Australia in a minute, and that will segue into you, Assad. What did you think of this game?
So I think this was like a pretty dead rubber game. I know that's not really what the matchup says, but I think Poland, Polish fans have more focus on the result of the Mexico Saudi Arabia game because like this, I think like Poland pretty much put to the sword for Alvarez's goal and then McAllister as well. Just those K goals Argentina going into the playoffs. So I think Poland just after that, it was a pretty scrappy game first 50 minutes or so, but after that all the heavens opened up in Argentina, just what they do best. They've eventually went through a change defense. But I think Poland at the end, as the result suggests, it wasn't all doom and gloom for them. They did go through, so.
Yeah. But then now, of course, it was the knockout. And I'm only going to have one of you comment on each of these games. But Assad, this is obviously a bit of a heartbreaker for you because we're coming to the second round, Argentina against Australia. Argentina, obviously, once again, having to do what they had to do to go through. And they took a 2-goal lead with another moment of Messi magic, slotting it past Matthew Ryan, the former Arsenal keeper, once again, in a really poor moment where he was dispossessed by Rodrigo de Paul and Julian Alvarez once again tidying up. An own goal from Enzo Fernandez with Craig Goodwin coming on as a substitute, forcing that own goal, deflecting it past Emiliano Martinez. And bizarrely enough, the youngster Garan Kuol, who came on as a 71st minute substitute, had that chance to tie it at the death, send it to extra time. But Emiliano Martinez coming up clutch with an amazing save, point blank, where he was able to block that and then smother that. And that was pretty much all it was. And I'm sure you probably felt as though, that was your chance to really stretch Australia gone. And I'm sure you'd have been proud of the Socceroos, despite all of the negative publicity coming up to the start of their tournament, especially the issues with Arnold and so forth, and the selections he made. What did you think of the game, Assad? And how did you feel when Emmy made that save at the end? Were you thinking, "Oh, mate, that could have been our moment"?
Absolutely. Like before I get on to all your questions and stuff, I think just as a Socceroos fan, I'm just so proud. Just the way the country has come together, just so resolute and proud. They've not really had a great reputation in football on the world stage. It's just about being in the grip of death. 2014, 2018's been like that. But this year, it's something that, Australia's put themselves on the footballing map in a way. And just the way the whole country's reunited, people, kids just loving football again here. And the way we bet Tunisia, I didn't expect us to bet Denmark because they put up a fight against France, which we didn't do that much. So when we bet Denmark, I definitely think the belief was there. There was a lot of belief we can actually do something. There's a lot of capability in the side. And, it's a whole, it's just a real galvanised group. But in the Argentina game, it's just, I'm not going to lie, that Matt Ryan mistake did piss me off in the moment. I did say a few choice words, which I'm obviously not going to say here. But, looking back on it, something's just, you can't really reverse it. Throwing's not going to really change the result, is it? So I guess Messi's obviously, he's just Messi, really. I'm proud of the way we pushed Argentina all the way. Goodwin got that goal, and then I really love what Goodwin did in this whole tournament and, the team we've had. But, that Martinez save at the end, that just broke me, really. I felt like we could be going to extra time. Like things are still, there's a lot of on the cards, but it wasn't to be. But, it's probably sad because we won't make it this far. Not to be skeptical or anything. I'm just trying to make it as realistic as possible.
Yeah, and the thing about Argentina, of course, is that they had a 4-3-3 in this particular match with Alejandro Gomez Papu coming in, but he was hooked off after 15 minutes. And then Lisandro Martinez came on to sort of convert that back four into a back five. Although I believe, if memory serves me right, it meant that Marcos Acuna was ending up going a lot more forward. So it was almost effectively a back four. So this is what happens, the danger with Argentina going a bit too defensive at times. They could always be prone to some sort of a counterattack. Now, the Netherlands. Hanno, you and I were doing some commentary on this, I believe, and we were sitting through the penalties.
I think Kenny should take this game because
Okay.
he said, can Netherlands be in the final instead of Argentina?
Listen,
Okay, okay. We're going to put you on the spot, son. But this was the one game where Argentina obviously occupied that back five with Lisandro Martinez coming into the team, and um, Angel Di Maria was still suffering from the illness, but he still came on as an extra time substitute in the end. This game arguably was a very dirty sort of game in a way, with many yellow cards being brandished. Dumfries in the end was sent off um, after the game, I believe, after the penalty shootout for being a little bit too aggressive. This was a game, of course, where Argentina actually started a lot better in terms of being able to get in behind the Dutch defence and also build that two-goal lead. But then it just goes to show, after that Hail Mary bringing on Wout Weghorst, Argentina seemed to switch off a little bit, and then they ended up deservedly being pulled back to 2-2. In extra time, they looked the better team, but couldn't quite break the deadlock. Enzo Fernandez with the last kick of the game hitting the post. And then it came to penalties. Martinez again coming up trumps. Kenny, what did you think about this?
listen. At the end of the day, it came down to penalties, and I think if Netherlands had won this game, they would have been in the final. But the thing with this game is what Netherlands did show, I think, Argentina's weaknesses because their tall players, and their long ball style really troubled Argentina. Listen, Wolf, just shush me. Honestly, just shush. I mean, they beat you, mate. They beat. Actually, no. Oh, what am I on about? He's Canadian, not American. Never mind. Um, I think Netherlands. I think they sort of exposed some of the issues with Argentina. I think the thing with Netherlands is they have a lot more tall players than most of the sides in the tournament. So I really doubt that sides like France are going to play a long ball system against Argentina, for example. But I think both sides had their moments. I think Argentina were overall the better side. In extra time, they were all over Netherlands. In the first half, I think Argentina were better than Netherlands. I wouldn't say dominant, but I would say they were better because Netherlands didn't really do much in the first half. Second half, obviously, has been always all Netherlands, and that resulted in the 2-2. And when it goes to penalties, it comes down to who's got the nerve, and Netherlands did not have the nerve. Virgil van Dijk, the captain, could not score, and every single penalty shootout has been decided by the first penalty. Whoever misses the first penalty loses, and Van Dijk obviously. But yeah, I do
Who's Van Dijk?
still think
Who's Van Dijk? It's Van Disney. Van Disney.
exactly
No,
he is
no,
Van
no, no.
Disney. He is Van
I'll be
Disney.
I'll be honest. Like as a Liverpool hater, I would say I'm writing about for a country I can't really bring myself to laugh on it. To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was tragic, but once again, Alvarez coming up trumps, and the Netherlands goalkeeper, Noppert, I mean, he was a left field pick in goal, but I never believed that he would be able to have the agility to get down for the penalties, and he couldn't save any of them, to be frank. And now the semi-final. Argentina ripping Croatia apart, reverting to their 4-4-2 formation. Still no room for Angel Di Maria, so it was Rodrigo de Paul and Leandro Paredes in midfield alongside Enzo Fernandez and Alexis McAllister. And it was the 4-3-3 system that Croatia employed. The midfield of Modric and Brozovic and Kovacic were expected to have more of a say. But in the end, it was a case of Julian Alvarez ripping up the defense, sort of slicing through that defense like a hot knife through butter. Not once, but twice in that first half. First for the penalty and then for that solo goal. And then Lionel Messi making Josko Gvardiol looked like a Sunday pub defender, twisting him and turning him always to Sunday before laying it off for Alvarez to score his fourth goal of the tournament. And Croatia at that point was simply broken, and Argentina were able to bring on some more substitutes, including Paulo Dybala, who should have had an assist for Alexis McAllister, only for the Brighton midfielder to screw that wide. Hanno, quickly, what did you think of this? Hanno?
Yeah. I just think, for me personally, I think tactical masterclass personally, by Scaloni, going with a 4-4-2, letting almost Callister and Paredes, one of the two, almost drop deep, and come into midfield field to help out and playing the long ball, which just the slow Croatian defenders just couldn't deal with it. Not really slow, but of course Lovren and Gravaldio just couldn't deal with. I think the fullbacks of Croatia, Perisic, them, I think they just bumped up forward too much, and I think that's what cost them personally. So
Yeah,
yeah.
Lovren, Juranovic, and Sosa were, of course, culpable for Alvarez's solo goal. And it was just a game where everything that could go wrong for Croatia did go wrong. But as for Argentina, this was probably one of their best performances, alongside the one against Poland, maybe, and that took them to the final. And here they are. Now, France. So, starting with that 4-1 win over Australia, Australia would look very good value for their opening goal from Craig Goodwin, and they were looking forward to a potentially good win, only for France to hit back through Adrien Rabiot, 2 goals from Olivier Giroud, and of course, one from Kylian Mbappe. Assad, this was the start of Australia's campaign, so I'm sure you might have a lot to say about this, but what did you think of this game? It was France's 4-2-3-1 formation against the 4-1-4-1 applied by Graham Arnold. What do you think of this particular game and the performance of the Socceroos?
Yeah, I think just going off the formation is the one we went with. I think it was a lot of midfield dictated games. But, when we went 1-0 up, I do think there's a lot of memes going around, like the World Cup curse, this, that. I didn't really read much into it. I was just focused on the game, hopefully get a draw at best. But, after that, Olivier Giroud just wreaked havoc on us, really. And then Mbappe the same as well. So it's all the same usual suspects. But, I guess, it was like go to 2018 game, it was 2-1. We put on much better fight, and they were the world champions back then as well. So losing 2-1 compared to losing 4-1, it felt like we were going to crash straight out. But, the rest that happened after that wasn't so bad. But I guess in that second half, we really just switched off. I think Graham Arnold, just the substitutions he made, I feel like he should have brought on, I think just McLaren as well, probably could have been used better. Just the squad we had, I think we could have done better against France because it's definitely telling Riley McGree as well. If you guys follow the A-League, he's done a lot of good work there. He's played with a lot of antique and a lot of authority, but I just felt like Arnold in that first game, he just panicked a bit, overreacted, just felt like too worried about Giroud. But, just not parking the bus. I think in that Tunisia game, it's very rare he really wake up and just put things into perspective, just play your game. But in that France game, it was a disaster, really.
Yeah, but again, it was a case of just like Argentina having a poor start, but then winning your next 2 games. The first of which was, of course, that win against Christian Eriksen's Denmark. Denmark probably might go down as one of the disappointments of this tournament, not offering too much. The same formation, of course. No real changes to the lineup, really, except for Rafael Varane coming back into the team, replacing Ibrahim Konate. And again, or as you were so quickly, it was probably a tighter game, and maybe Denmark were unlucky to lose that late Mbappe winner. But Kenny, what did you think of this?
I only really saw the second half, but from what I did see and from what people said, it was all France, and then Denmark scored from a corner. Obviously, Denmark almost held on, but then France scored again. Denmark obviously very poor throughout the group stage. Obviously, we're going out bottom of the group. France, though, I think this might have been their best performance at the group stage. I'd say it was a tight game, but I'd say in terms of performance, France were much better because they were piling on the pressure and they were dominated Denmark, really. From what I saw and from what people have said.
Yeah, well, you were lucky to see only the second half because all the goals did, in fact, come in the second half. I'm assuming that the first half might have been a bit cagier, and that was, of course, part of the trend that the first half of games would be a little bit cagier, but the second half is when the action would explode. Now, not really much to report about in this Tunisia game because, Deschamps made several changes, the likes of Camavinga, Disasi, Virtu, Ganduzi, Kolomwani, and Kingsley Coman coming on. It was a much changed team, of course, Mandanda in goal. And I think they just I think it sort of underlined the fact that there is, of course, that divide between the first teamers and the fringe players when the fringe players all play together. But the fringe players are fringe players for a reason. And there was the 4-4-2 which Deschamps used. And this was one rare occasion when the 4-4-2 was, I wouldn't say picked apart, but definitely didn't perform to their expectations. Hannah, I don't know if you watched this game, but if you did, what did you think of it?
Uh, this is Tunisia game. I didn't really see much of it, but what I heard, of course, Tunisia they look good and controlled some of the game. It's quite a 50-50 game because France did, of course, start some of the um, French players in that squad. Uh, so again, I just think they
Yeah.
were out almost. They went at their best France, and that led Tunisia, of course, getting the goal. Tunisia they did defend really well, and France again same to them. They brought on the subs, but just couldn't get that final goal. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and of course, with Australia beating Denmark, that ensured that France would still qualify as group winners because of
but
their goal difference
yeah.
and head-to-head record against Australia. Now we, of
But
course,
Manny,
have come.
before we
Yeah,
get into that Poland game, I just want to go through some comments. Um, be up, be up yourself, Hashim. Messi to win. Well, we will see. He's given his prediction already. 3-1 Messi to go to actually, and Mbappe goal. You guys just be up yourself. Be up yourself. Wolf says, Hanu. South Africa man in vehicle. South Africa right he makes. I can't. I
yeah,
don't know. I just said today.
yeah,
Can you do a
Uh,
bit?
I'm not
yeah.
100%, but I'm I'm uh, I'm not as bad as I was yesterday, but I'm still not 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep smashing the
Right.
light.
Yeah,
That's
so this is, of course, the France-Poland game.
yeah.
I predicted that it would be a 3-1 game. And this was a game also where France started to turn on the style with Wojciech Szczesny, another former Arsenal goalkeeper in the Polish goal, pulling off some fine saves. But once again, it was a case of, France huffing and puffing and eventually chipping away and finally breaking their resistance. Giroud with the first half goal, Mbappe with two in the second half, including one just at the start of stoppage time. And then Lewandowski in a bizarre sequence getting his World Cup goal with a penalty again at the very end of the game past Hugo Lloris. Back to the 4-2-3-1, back to life, back to reality, back to their best 11. And we see the players in the tunnel. But we're going to go through this as quickly as we can. Any of you, just one of you who saw this game, what did you think of it?
I think I didn't see it, but what I heard of the game, total domination by France. Poland should have probably scored in the first half. But other than that, France dominated.
And
So
Poland once again looking extremely toothless in a way, not really offering very much in terms of attacking threat. I can't recall Lloris having to make a save. And
But there
again,
was the
Poland,
one,
yeah.
was the Varane block, the first half. That was
Oh,
the only one I can recall.
yeah. So effectively, France's juggernaut started. Of course, the crunch game against England, where a lot of people were saying that England deserved to win. I disagree. I think for most of the big moments in the game, France looked quite a bit better. They certainly were able to take advantage of some slackness in the defence to score through that brilliant goal from
yeah,
Chouameni. Yes, Kane did force his club colleague Hugo Lloris into making a few good saves, but I guess it was a case of France soaking up the pressure from England and then hitting them on the counter and just doing what they needed to go through. So, any of you who saw this game, what did you think of this game?
Well, I do agree that I thought France were better in terms of the big moments. Obviously, England, a lot of people say, okay, we had more XG. We had two penalties. But without those two penalties, it's much closer in terms of like XG and stuff like that. I didn't think that France were at their complete best throughout this game, but neither were England. And really, to be honest with you, France just improved themselves in this game. The talent shone through. And for England, it's another 4 years to the next World Cup, to the next chance. Gareth Southgate, I don't know why he's staying. He should go. And I think personally that Harry Kane, with that second penalty, with even more on the line for the first one because he could break the record, I think that penalty sort of sums up his career in a way. His first penalty was superb. Second penalty, though, with more on the line, was for me essentially just summed up his career. Really, I think this match summed up Kane's career, where
No, I wouldn't
scores a
necessarily
goal,
say.
really
Yeah,
good, but where he
I wouldn't
scores a
necessarily.
goal, really good, but
If he
just
doesn't,
final hurdle can't score the goal that could. That, to be honest with you, it could have meant England were in the final because, no disrespect for Morocco, we should be beating Morocco. I'll
yeah,
let you go to this game.
we yeah, we could have come to that. But anyway, at least Harry Kane can do another advertisement for Pizza Hut. Now there's a semi-final here where a lot of people said that Morocco did look better in terms of possession. My analysis, being brutal as it is a case of the fact that their lack of fitness and stamina and lack of experience sort of cost them. Poor man marking for both goals from Hernandez and the substitute Kolo Muani. It was a question of the stage being a little bit too big for them, really, and we're just coming to the France national team's anthem. So after this quick analysis, we will get to predictions and then start. But again, it was a case of the same formation against the 5-4-1 formation. That was when the Moroccan manager, Regragui, choked, I think. And it was only after Amala came on that they reverted to a back four and started to look a bit more positive in attack. Anyone who saw this quickly, what do you think of it?
Quickly, I think Morocco, they go with the back four starting this, they win the game, and they don't concede that first goal. And yeah, like I said, fitness catching them. I don't know, Kenny.
I think Morocco were dominant. I just think they weren't clinical, and the fans just showed the ruthlessness that at the top level. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, with that, we come to the end of the recap of the things, and now we're just confirming the lineups, same 4-4-2 for Argentina, and I will put the lineups back in case you want me to. But quick predictions. Hanno, what's your prediction? Score.
2-1 France. 2-1 France. I'm gonna change it from 3-2 Argentina to 2-1 France. Up the France.
Okay. Asad, what about you, mate?
Assad is had to go. His phone died. So yeah.
Okay, so Kenny, what about you, son?
I think Messi's got a hat trick, and I think it will be a 3-2 Argentina rather than 3-1.
Yeah, well, I'm actually going for a France 2, Argentina 1 win because I just think that France's team looks. No, you know what? I'm going to change my prediction. It'll be France 1, Argentina 2. I think with the Pamecano starting in the back four, they look a little bit weak. I think Argentina will fancy their chances, and they're going through the French lineup right now. The usual fourth. Well, I think they're starting now with what looks like Chouameni as that defensive midfield pivot with Rabiot to his left and Griezmann to his right. That's what it says on my TV.
Yeah.
And Giroud, Mbappe, and Dembele up front. I think that might actually, sort of transition into that formation later on. But we're only a few seconds away from starting. Gentlemen,
Right, lads,
are
I'm
you
gonna
ready?
dip now. I'm gonna dip now, and I'll see you lot at full time.
All right,
I
mate.
was here for the build up, so I just want to be there for the TV, so it's fully in sync. So I'll see you lot at full time.
All right, so it's time to lock and load. History in the making potentially, and we will be underway very soon. Lionel Messi, of course, making his 26th World Cup appearance, breaking the record of the legendary World Cup winning captain Lothar Matthäus. And Argentina, of course, in their iconic blue and white striped shirts with white shorts. France, all blue, as their name would say. It will be Antoine Griezmann who will be in the center circle to start off proceedings. Kickoff about to start. And it's a Polish referee today. Poland, of course, having played both France and Argentina in this
Just get
tournament.
into some of the other comments. Just when we will discuss that points during the match. Be up yourself, Cruz, Josh. We don't talk about too many Canadians supporting France over there. Well, you do have French stuff there, French history. They score predictions. They done that 4-2 says Maywolf, 3-2 Argentina. But yeah,
Okay, so they've just kicked off. In fact, it's 43 seconds into the game, and a long ball, of course, from France going out of play. So Argentina have the ball, and the Polish referee, Marciniak, awarding a free kick immediately. It is, yes, Marciniak is the referee from Poland with two Polish linesmen. And we just started proceedings now with the first minute already down. Argentina obviously looking to try and press. It is back with...
Manny, who do you think will have the most shots on target? France or Argentina?
It could very well be France that might get in behind the defence and have more shots on target, but I think in Emi Martinez they have one of the top keepers in the tournament. He'll be fine. There's some interplay between Romero and Otamendi. Pass back to Martinez, and he was under pressure there from Griezmann, but was able to somehow clear that. But that finds its way to Theo Hernandez, who replaced Lucas Hernandez, of course, in that first game against France. One brother defending the other brother's honour, and meaty tackle there from Rodrigo de Paul on Rabiot. Marciniak telling him, calm down, son. Actually, a blatant push over there. You can't get away with that. No chance. So Rodrigo's coming into the centre of the midfield, obviously to try to deal with the threat from Rabiot and Tchouaméni. And then, of course, it'll be up to the defence and maybe the wide players to try and tackle the attacking midfielders. And Dembele putting that out of play. Dembele has also had a good tournament, more of the workhorse in comparison to...
I also left the lineups on here for bets.
No, I can share the lineups again. There's Angel Di Maria with a cross into the penalty area, but that is headed away. Rodrigo de Paul, and we see Lionel Messi coming into the game right now. Messi, de Paul chipping that into the penalty area, but Alvarez not quite able to get his boot onto that really well in the first save of the match from Hugo Lloris.
Yeah.
But was he offside? It looks as though he might have been marginally offside anyway.
Offside.
But this is a good start for Argentina. Messi coming into the tournament. And again, if any of you want to see the lineups, I will share the lineups right now for all of you. So confirmation of the lineups here, 4-4-2 for Argentina. One change, Angel Di Maria coming in for Leandro Paredes from the semi-final against Croatia. Obviously to let Rodrigo de Paul come into the centre of midfield and use his strength to an advantage. And foul there on Lionel Messi, and that will be a free kick for Argentina. And of course, France, the same 4-4-2 formation, the same team that started against England. Upamecano and Rabiot coming back into the side ahead of Konate and Youssouf Fofana. So, it's with Enzo Fernandez now. Christian Romero passes it to Nahuel Molina, who's had a good tournament at right back. And Argentina do get the ball back. Messi passing that back to Romero. Sending that up front, far big to find Angel Di Maria, who's on the left right now, and certainly using his skill to good effect. Alexis McAllister sending it to Di Maria. Some good interplay between the two of them. And Di Maria wins a throw-in, rather, off Jules Koundé. So some early Argentinian pressure, which is looking quite good. McAllister now, trying to send it across field, but Mbappe should intercept that. And it is with Rabiot now, who gets it to Hernandez. But that's a poor giveaway there from Hernandez. Messi wins it back. Rodrigo de Paul now with the ball. Sends it across onto the left, hoping to find Di Maria, but Koundé heads that away safely. And but Argentina do win it back through Alvarez. It is now with Messi, who tries a shot from his... actually, that was McAllister, who sort of opted to shoot with his right foot there. And definitely a shot on target, but not troubling Hugo Lloris in goal. And some more cagey stuff in the midfield. Argentina trying their best to dictate the play, but France, for the most part, countering them. Mbappe, Hernandez. It is back with Tchouaméni, who sends it forward, hoping to find Dembele, but that is intercepted by Tagliafico. But that will go straight back to Hugo Lloris. Varane. Upamecano, who didn't have the best of games against England, it must be said. Theo Hernandez. And I'm sure France will be eager to just shake away the Benzema controversy and just focus on the game. And definitely the Ballon d'Or winner will probably never play for France again. Definitely, probably. My bad. And a foul there from Lionel Messi. Certainly not a dirty foul in that sense of the word. A replay of that shot from McAllister and easy pickings, really, for Hugo Lloris. Upamecano from Bayern Munich. Over to Raphael Varane from Manchester United. The talent in this French squad is certainly, amazing. But as we were discussing in the build-up, there's a reason why the fringe players in this squad are fringe players. You played them together. They didn't really do too well against Tunisia, but they will come on as subs later on in the game. Upamecano once again with the ball, hoping to find Dembele, and that is now with Griezmann, who can certainly work his magic. Bypassing Fernandez to Tchouaméni. Rabiot now, and Alvarez not really covering himself with glory over there. And so this is going to be a worrying period for Argentina, because if the French midfield do start to find their bearings and start to play really well, and if Griezmann is able to get a lot more space and look really dangerous, then it could be trouble. A pass there from Varane, hoping to find Theo Hernandez, but an excellent covering header there from, I believe that was Molina. Actually, that was DePaul who came back to defend. And now some great footwork from McAllister, who finds Maria down the left wing. It's the number 11 against the number 11. Maria against Dembele. Pass back to McAllister. Enzo Fernandez. And intercepted by Griezmann, but won back brilliantly. Alvarez to Di Maria. Into the penalty area. And finds his way out to Rodrigo DePaul. Molina's running up on the right, but that is blocked by Varane. And we have the first corner of the game in the 8th minute. So some great work from Angel Di Maria, who I think it's fair to say that it's transitioned into DePaul playing on the right and Maria now on the left, with McAllister coming into the middle alongside Fernandez. So certainly a very fluid formation and a fluid lineup that Scaloni has selected. So good tactical sense here from the Argentina coach. And it will be a left-footed in-swing. It will be a left-footed in-swinging corner by Lionel Messi from the right wing, hoping to possibly work his magic early on. Will we see a perfect 10 from the number 10?
Argentina have switched off all referee. That's a big thing.
Well, certainly that corner was short and low and blocked by Griezmann, but it is back with Messi, who gets it back to DePaul, sending it into the penalty area, and it's high in the air. And Lloris belatedly coming to get that, but a foul on the goalkeeper. And that will be a France free kick. And Lloris taking the brunt of that, really, on the floor. And it looks as though young Julian Alvarez is... I want to see who committed that foul, because Romero was in the penalty area too. And that was actually Romero sort of bumping into his club teammate there, really. And the France captain is winded. He should be able to recover, hopefully, but that was a pretty poor challenge there from Christian Romero. So, still quite cagey.
Yeah.
Quite cagey. Lloris having to make a couple of saves, but nothing too really untoward. And Lloris is, of course, now down and winded. And sort of...
elbow.
Yeah, that elbow really, just caught him in the worst possible place, almost where the diaphragm would be in a way. And the France captain is still on the floor, but this certainly will be addressed in the first half in terms of stoppages. And we see DePaul Yeah, it shouldn't be serious enough to warrant Steve Mandanda coming into the team, but, you know, the loss of their captain at this stage early, playing his 145th international record for his country, would be a huge blow. Alongside Martinez and Yassine Bono and Dominik Livakovic, he's been one of the keepers of the tournament. Special mention, of course, goes to Wojciech Szczesny for his exploits with the Polish team. And the Tottenham and France captain is up, and he will be ready to take the free kick. So clearly the Reese is not happy after that. And certainly he didn't appreciate being bumped into by his one-time or current teammate.
Yeah, but if we look at the players that started in that 2018 clash that ended 4-3 to France, if we look at that for Argentina, I think it's about 3 players that started. I said, yeah, Tagliafico started in that match, Otamendi started in that match. Sorry, Paul, and Di Maria and Messi, who started in that 4-3.
Yeah. But
match,
certainly this Argentina team is a lot better than that team, and under the coach then, Argentina
definitely
were quite frankly a shambles. But France also shown that they can concede a few goals if they're not careful. And it is back with Rodrigo de Paul. Lionel Messi now trying to dictate play. He hasn't been stifled as France would have hoped, and it is with Di Maria. Pass into the penalty area, but that is intercepted away. Over to de Paul. Messi couldn't get a foot on that, and that's blocked by Alvarez illegally as determined, and that will be a free kick. So Alvarez getting into the swing of it, and it sort of bashed into his hand. So certainly not a deliberate handball, but one which does warrant a free kick. Unnatural position, as it were.
Yeah.
So, Hannah, do you have the lineups ready? Because I would like to stop sharing this page.
Sorry, what was that?
Do you have the lineups ready now? And we're still in action right now with Griezmann passing that to Dembele. That was actually Koundé who received that, and it is with Dembele now. And this is going to be dangerous now for France because it is with Hernandez, who looks impressive. Hernandez and Mbappe down the left have been quite dangerous all tournament. This is going to be France's first foray into the penalty area. Rabiot, but Emi Martinez now comes out to smother, and that will be the end of that. So Emi Martinez, who's also had a magnificent tournament, will certainly need to be at his best today. Almost defense-splitting pass, but some great work as well from Nahuel Molina, shepherding that ball away from Mbappe, and Emiliano Martinez mopping up at the end. Romero.
Yeah.
Playing that forward. Some head tennis between what looks like Alvarez and Messi, and it ends with McAllister getting that out to Di Maria on the left. So Di Maria could very well prove to be an inspired selection for the final. It is with Messi now. I don't know if he has the space to shoot. Obviously trying that through ball and claiming for an offside, but still, well, it is an offside eventually against Angel Di Maria. But some good play now because the veteran Di Maria has certainly looked very lively in this game and has gotten into positions and has made some good runs. And Messi, for once, not quite able to find the man with that pass. So some good runs, but some still cagey defending. And if it's okay with you, I'll stop sharing this page now, yeah?
Yeah, we can stop sharing.
Right.
Come on.
So it is with Dembele now in the France half, passing it back to Giroud. Griezmann, it's one off Griezmann, and De Paul now has it, trying to dictate play in the centre of midfield. McAllister, Di Maria, Koundé snapping at his heels there. Tagliafico, McAllister, Enzo Fernandez, Nahuel Molina, passing it back to Christian Romero. And of course, Romero and Lloris are current teammates at Tottenham Hotspur. So Lloris definitely did not appreciate that elbow. And I think they will have words when they get back to club duty. Enzo Fernandez. Passing it back to Otamendi. And Argentina have had more of the possession, certainly had a lot more of the attack, but the worst thing they can do is go to sleep, because this France midfield, when they get on top of you, they will come at you. It is with Di Maria now. Not necessarily an unfamiliar role on the left wing, but certainly one where his left foot has been put to good use. And trying to send that across the field, but Molina can't get that. That will be a France throw. And the game is continuing to go on right now. France haven't really had much of a sniff into the game, really.
No.
And
Mane, a question I was asked earlier is, of course, Southgate staying. Are you happy about that?
Absolutely not, and I don't want to get into specifics. I've made my feelings clear about Southgate, and I'm not going to waste time on him. It's not worth it. I'm glad I'm not going to, because De Paul has taken it off. Hernandez passing it to Messi. Messi in the penalty area. He doesn't get it, and Di Maria proving why his right foot is his wrong foot. High and not at all handsome, but great work from Rodrigo De Paul there. Obviously, he had to start today, and he's done really well on the right. Messi not able to get to that. Could Di Maria get into it? Sadly, he couldn't. I think Messi probably overran himself, and it was a question of Di Maria trying to get onto that and clearly not having the ability to even steer that. So Messi's getting into the game, but not really into the best positions, which is a bit of a surprise. Maybe it's a case of him warming up. And Otamendi has actually earned his 100th cap in the semi-final against Croatia. So this is his 101st cap. He now joins... No, this will be his 100th cap, and what a stage to earn it. His 99th cap was in the semi-final against Croatia, and this is his 100th now. Theo Hernandez on the left. With Mbappe, who's been shepherded well by Nahuel Molina. Upamecano. Rafael Varane. And obviously, if I don't get to read some of your comments, I'm sure Hannah will be able to make sure that they will be displayed. I will possibly try and look to come back at them at halftime. And some good work from Alexis McAllister means that it will be a France throw. And so France coming into it, certainly looking dangerous on the counter and looking really good. Throw in taken there all the way to Varane, passing it to Upamecano. Hernandez once again on the left, who's been given time and space, but obviously Argentina have been able to shut down Mbappe quite well. However, it is Hernandez running down the left and fouled rather poorly there, and that will be the first booking. Oh, is that a booking? It's definitely a free kick, but we're going to see if that will be a booking. Hernandez, of course, taking it past De Paul, and Christian Romero there, not exactly... earning the good graces of the Polish referee, Marciniak. Simon Marciniak. So it's a free kick from a potentially dangerous position in the 19th minute. And this could be very dangerous indeed for Argentina. Close to the goal, from the left, outside the penalty area. It will be Antoine Griezmann to take it. Left-footed, swinging away, hoping to find one of his teammates. Chipped into the penalty area and headed over the bar by France's all-time top goal scorer, Olivier Giroud. But we're going to take a look at this free kick. Chipped in beautifully, but Giroud just heading that over. I think there might have been a claim that he was possibly impeded, but the referee has waved that away. And so Argentina can continue to try and build. Fernandez passing it to Otamendi, earning his 100th cap tonight, of course. Tagliafico, who's kept his spot ahead of Marcos Acuna. To Otamendi, to Romero. De Paul, back to Romero. Molina. De Paul now. Across the field to Otamendi, who will try and start something on the left. He's come a little bit forward. And it is with Di Maria, with Tagliafico having come forward. Back to Otamendi now, though. Romero. And De Paul once again. doing some good work in the centre of midfield alongside Enzo Fernandez. Otamendi. Fernandez. Across the field to Lionel Messi, who can set Nahuel Molina off on the right if he wants to, and he does just that. Molina up against Hernandez, and Molina passes it back to De Paul. Nicolas Otamendi. Enzo Fernandez, back to Otamendi, back to Fernandez, who can try and take it forward. Instead, passes it back to Romero. De Paul, who does send it forward to Fernandez. He has Giroud snapping at his heels, but sent out wide now to Angel Di Maria, who does keep it in play and can try and chip it in. Twists past Dembele, gets into the penalty area, and the referee has awarded a penalty! 21st minute, it had to happen. And Ousmane Dembele, the other number 11, getting into a bit of a tangle. And who else would you expect to take this penalty other than the number 10? Well, some terrific work by Angel Di Maria, who's justified his selection tonight. Tripped up a little bit by Dembele. Maybe a harsh call from the looks of it, but yeah, you could see there that the action probably, that the trip probably sort of came up slightly after Di Maria had released the ball. But, you know, those penalties have been given, definitely, and I think on the balance of play, it's the right call. So, first blood. Messi's already had one penalty saved in this tournament by Marciniak's compatriot, Wojciech Szczesny, in the group stage.
Now,
it's Messi
Mani,
up against...
I think this will be safe. This will be safe, trust me.
We'll take a look and see. It's Messi up against Hugo Lloris, the two captains up against one another. Lloris hasn't had a good time of it with the penalties in terms of saving them. In fact, his one penalty save was deemed illegal from Marciniak's compatriot Lewandowski in the second round. And it had to be retaken, and Lewandowski converted. So, Messi against Lloris. Who comes up trumps here? Here we go! And it's 1-0 to Argentina, 1-0 to Lionel Messi, his 6th goal of the tournament. And Argentina are up and away at the midpoint of the first half.
Pessi.
It just goes to show.
Yeah. No. 5 out of his penalties, goals were saved. Were penalties, so.
Yeah, but a short run up, forcing the goalkeeper to commit to his right, rolling it to the goalkeeper's left, and Bob's your uncle. Well, I mean, it might not be your uncle. I don't think you have an uncle named Bob or Robert. I definitely don't. Sure, Messi doesn't, but it is what it is. And so, in the 23rd minute, Argentina 1, France 0, and Emi Martinez, who simply couldn't bear to look at that penalty, I'm sure he wouldn't have doubted his great friend. And Argentina are 1-0 up, and this could be the start of France coming back furiously. 97 goals for Argentina. His 12th World Cup goal, 6th in the tournament. Is this the beginning of this final glorious chapter in this World Cup story? Well, France certainly have a lot to do. Varane to Hernandez, and they've got to start coming back very soon. But once again, what an inspired tactical change by Scaloni to bring on Di Maria for the final. What did you think of that change?
For me, it was good. I don't know why he was left out. So, yeah.
He was left out because he was...
attack even more. That's the big thing.
Yeah, well, certainly Argentina have had to defend a little bit. That ball into the penalty area was blocked fairly well. Some great work from Tagliafico earning a throw-in. And Di Maria actually missed a few of Argentina's games because he was sick, and there was some talk about how he wouldn't really get back into the picture because he wasn't really as good off the ball as he was on the ball. But I think it's fair to say that in that four-man midfield against Croatia, Paredes looked perhaps a little bit overawed by the occasion, a little bit leggy in a way. So Scaloni decided, you know what, if Di Maria is fit, I want his experience in my team. And the Juventus midfielder has obliged brilliantly. Started on the right, but went out onto the left, which means that Alexis McAllister and Enzo Fernandez are in the center of midfield, and Rodrigo de Paul is on the right wing. So, as I've said, wonderfully fluid formation. But France will come back and come back hard. However, France have been uncharacteristically sloppy in their ball play, and this is no different. Tagliafico, Di Maria, Dembele snapping at his heels. A titanic battle between the two number 11s. And France win that now. Their turn to be sloppy, and that is a foul on Olivier Giroud, and that will be a free kick. And will we see the first booking of this World Cup final? No, not yet. I think Marciniak wants the game to flow. Romero once again getting into the thick of the action in the worst possible way, and I could see him being hooked up for Lisandro Martinez later on in the game, because if there's one thing Argentina do not want, it's a sending off. And of course, the last time, in Italia 90, of course, when they played that final, they were absolutely disgraceful, of course, with 2 players getting sent off. Of course, the Germans did contribute to that final by diving all everywhere. Free kick by Griezmann. And
wait, they did nothing. Come on, ref.
Yeah. Well, obviously that free kick will have to be retaken, but we're going to take a look and see what happened. And Griezmann, of course, with his left foot on that free kick. Set-piece routines will potentially be Argentina's Achilles heel. And Enzo Fernandez claiming that he was whacked in the eye, but clearly no contact at all. This is the worst side of football. You don't want to see this. Griezmann chipping the free kick into the penalty area, hoping to find a teammate, but doesn't do so. More head tennis. Hernandez heading it back in, and Alvarez clearing that away. And there's a clash of heads there, as I've mentioned, and Marciniak bringing on the stretcher. Messi's on the floor. The little man rising up, trying to rise up, but bearing the full force of that right arm of Theo Hernandez. I'm not too sure why Theo's on the floor, but clearly the Argentinians are furious at what happened with Messi, but he is up and running. And so this Argentinian team is certainly a lot better than the 2014 vintage and the 1990 team, which was a pale shadow itself of the 1986 team that won with Diego Maradona in Mexico. Maradona, of course, a part of that 90s team, which,
and
basically...
If we look head to head, 12 games have been played, and Argentina have won 6, France won 3, and the other 3 have been draws. Was this game can't end in a draw. And in 1930, Argentina, the first time they faced off at the World Cup, they beat them 1-0, then a 0-0 draw, then a 4-3, 1971 to France again, then 2-0 to Argentina, then a 0-0, then a 1-0 to, sorry, this is not just World Cup, this is overall. And 1-0 Argentina, then 0-0 again, then 2-1 Argentina, then 2-0 France, and 1-0 Argentina, 2-0 Argentina, then 2018 World Cup 4-3 France.
Yeah, but as I've said, this Argentina is certainly a lot better than the one 4 years ago. And we don't see that much difference in the French team. Of course, there's no Benjamin Pavard, but Jules Koundé. And it is a corner for Argentina. Messi winning that off Theo Hernandez. Not quite able to do what he did to Josko Gvardiol in that semi-final, but it's another Messi corner, this time flighted better, and that's headed out. But it is back with Lionel Messi, who will again try to... that was adjudged to have gone out of play, really. Let's take a look at that and see. Or was there an offside?
But I think if France want to come back, they need to start asserting dominance in that midfield, because they have not asserted dominance. At the 4-3-3 of Argentina, they have has been dominant, pushing Dembele back, like I said, using when they do switch to a 4-3-3, pushing Dembele backwards, pushing Mbappe inwards. We see it's not been really on the wing. It's been more as a cam, drop or center forward, dropping in almost to help out defensively.
Yeah, Messi once
They
again
really
starting
need
to
to
weave
have-
his magic. McAllister, Di Maria, and a sort of a cross-come shot, probably a bit too heavy-footed there from the Juventus veteran. No one on the end of that. And I'm not too sure that Argentina can afford to transition into a 4-3-3 because it leaves their midfield drastically weakened. I think the way De Paul, Fernandez, McAllister, and Di Maria have worked so far has been really good. As you've said, Di Maria has been used brilliantly to neuter Dembele, if you will. And so they cannot afford to shift to 3 in attack. And I think with Alvarez making those brilliant runs, Messi dictating the play and waving his wand, this is the best formation that Argentina can have. And they started with this formation in the tournament. I think they will stay the way they are. And the only problem is, will Romero be able to keep his cool, or will he make a stupid mistake that could potentially cost his team? At the moment, he has the ball, but he has committed a few fouls. And that was a potentially poor pass, but De Paul was able to, counter that quite well. Trying to chip it over Fernandez, eventually does so. It is with Lionel Messi, who finds Alexis McAllister. Back to Messi. Messi once again drinking his way inside, chipping it to Angel Di Maria. Does he keep it in play? Well,
they might
just about does.
To, but they need to maybe sacrifice another attacker, France, just to shore up that midfield.
It could very well be that Dembele is the one
who goes.
Maybe take Rabiot
out because they have not looked good. And I don't know if it is Rabiot because it's not looked too good to me. I think it's been but
some terrific skill there from Angel Di Maria, working down the wing, using his left foot to keep that just in play, and then working his magic. I think he's looked terrific on the ball, but maybe his crossing hasn't been the best. But, with his selection, proving crucial in winning the penalty, I'm not going to fault Lionel Scaloni at all. And it is Messi now, who's drawing the defenders away. Good work there from Upamecano, but it is back with McAllister. Fernandez, what can he do? Well, he passes it to Alvarez, who passes it back to him. It is with De Paul on the right, trying to chip it forward, but Koundé will head that away, and that will be cleared. But France still don't clear their lines. It's back with Romero from Otamendi. De Paul, Fernandez, Christian Romero finds Tagliafico, who sends it to Di Maria, releases McAllister quite brilliantly, but McAllister can't keep that in play. So I'm not too sure that Rabiot would be taken off because alongside him and alongside Tchouaméni would be crucial. If you were to take Rabiot off, you would eventually have to replace him with Guendouzi. I would sooner see one of the attacking midfielders brought off.
No, I don't have to replace him with Guendouzi. You got Fofana, I think it's on the bench. Of course, what is his other name? Guy that also plays at Real Madrid of Germany.
Camavinga.
Camavinga,
Camavinga is more of a defender, though. I think he's been used as a defender in this tournament.
No. He's been used as left back versus Tunisia. He's a midfielder. He's a proper midfielder.
Yeah. So it is with Molina, who passes it back to Rodrigo De Paul. Christian Romero. Otamendi. A good servant to the Argentinian cause over the years. 100 caps old tonight. On the biggest stage of all. And so France haven't even had a single attempted goal or an attempt on target. That header, of course, from Giroud was over the bar. De Paul now. And Argentina looking really, really good, and they've made France look very sluggish today. So could we see a fairy tale? Di Maria, down the left. Passes it back to Messi, but Messi's unable to go through. I will give France credit for being able to, stifle Lionel Messi for the most part, not really allowing to get him in too much. But obviously they haven't really had any answer for Angel Di Maria down the left wing, and he was supposed to be starting on the right wing today. So Scaloni has definitely shown that he's got his finger on the button tactically. His substitutions will be key. We could very well see Paulo Dybala coming on to replace Julian Alvarez if he's not quite able to get into the game. Dybala, of course, looked absolutely beautiful in the short 15-minute cameo he had against Croatia. Pretty poor sequence of play there between Romero and Molina, a France throw, and Mbappe gets through the penalty area, but Molina redeems himself with a brilliant last-ditch intervention. And does Upamecano keep that in play? Yes, he does, but he ends up losing the ball. And some great play there from McAllister. Alvarez sets McAllister through on his way. Di Maria, 2-0! And the Juventus veteran justifies his selection once again. He scored the winner in the Copa America when Argentina beat Brazil at the Maracana.
Game done. Game's done. Goodbye, France. Goodbye, France. Argentina
are on their way
of the 2022 World Cup.
No, they're not winners yet, son. There's still a good amount of football to be played. But boy, oh boy, what a sequence of play that is. Upamecano keeping the ball in play, but at a cost of giving that away. And some terrific footwork there. It was Messi, in fact, who got that to Alvarez, setting McAllister on his way, finding Di Maria in the box, and making no mistake. That beautiful left-footed chip pass.
In what minute was that, Manny? In what minute was that?
I'd like to think it was in the 35th minute, but a terrific finish there. He saw Lloris diving to his right, but chipped it over his left side. He's a big match player, is Angel Di Maria, and he's come up trumps magnificently. And you can see the tears of joy already rolling down the Argentinian fans' faces. But listen, Argentina have been in this position before. They were 2-0 up against Australia, conceded an own goal, and very nearly got sent to extra time. They were sent to extra time by the Netherlands with those two late and breathlessly late goals from Wout Weghorst. They've got to improve their game management. 8 minutes to go until halftime plus subs. And knowing Didier Deschamps, he will give his team an absolute rollicking at halftime, whereas Scaloni will just tell his men to control the tempo. And a foul conceded there by Alvarez, who's also let his hot bloodedness come to the fore, but he's certainly been a terrific talent this tournament. And Mbappe's been kept quiet, so will it be Messi's name on the Golden Boot and Golden Ball trophies? Christian Romero. Enzo Fernandez. Otamendi. Tagliafico. Back to Otamendi, who's looked a lot more solid today. McAllister. And that will be a foul on the Brighton midfielder by Jules Koundé, and that will be a free kick to Argentina. And I think once again, Messi proving himself to be vital in the Argentina attack. I mean, I think they're going to replay that beautiful visionary pass with the outside of his left foot again and again and again. And if Argentina are going to win the World Cup, I think he will have his left foot embalmed. But that was a poor giveaway there from Enzo Fernandez, and France can attack. Mbappe on his own on the left, but I will give Argentina credit. Whenever they've looked sloppy with the ball, they've certainly looked a lot better in defense. Messi now down the right, but Upamecano muscles it off him and passes it back to Hugo Lloris. And of course, speaking of the goalkeepers, if Martinez were to keep a clean sheet today, then statistically he will end up being the best performing keeper of the tournament, although I'm sure Yassine Bouno of Morocco might have something to say about that. But Tchouaméni passing it back to Varane. 6 minutes to go until halftime, and there will be some substantial stoppage minutes following the awarding of the penalty, and of course that injury to Hugo Lloris. Messi. Griezmann has been quiet by his standards. Tagliafico. Back to Otamendi. Christian Romero. Otamendi. Getting it to Fernandez, who sends it across the field to Molina. And trying to play that through, but France eventually win that back through Tchouaméni. And does Upamecano send that forward? Yes, he does. But will someone get on the end of that? No, that was Christian Romero rising above Giroud to head that away. De Paul, Acuna. And that should be, well, that's kept in play miraculously. But Christian Romero will clear that away. A pass which eventually finds for Fernandez, of course, and Molina doing his work defensively there. Di Maria now. He's given that right wing an absolutely torrid time. And of course, he has a
Yes.
World Cup final goal to go
Unless
with his Copa
Mbappe can
America.
score, he will get a golden boot.
Now, even
Good.
again with the golden boot, it will also come down to assists and goal contributions.
No,
And
no,
it
no.
looks as
The golden boot
yeah,
is just goals.
okay,
And
but the
Giroud
golden ball.
and Dembele off. I told you.
Yep, yep,
They
it
need to
is.
get more bodies in midfield.
Yeah,
Big,
and
big changes here.
yeah.
Giroud off.
So, and they brought on
So-
Marcus Thuram, the number 26, and Randall Kolo Muani, who of course
Now,
scored
what position
less
does
than
he
a minute
play? Does he
after.
play attacker?
Well, it looks as though Thuram and Kolo Muani will be the two strikers up front, and it will
Yeah,
probably
he's a
sort
left
of
winger. He's a left winger.
yeah. And so a proud moment for Lilian Thuram, seeing his son come on as early as the 41st minute in the World Cup final. Obviously, Deschamps is not happy with the way France have played. And that means that Olivier Giroud's race for the golden boot is now run. He will be stuck on 4 goals. Angel Di Maria. A pass back to Nahuel Molina. Otamendi. Taliafico, who has pretty much been, he was certainly not quite magnifico in the
Yeah, definitely. Oh. Seems like Mane is frozen. Mane, you there? Okay, no, I think Mane has frozen. That could be me. Just check. Yeah, no. Mane has frozen, so I will just put him backstage. Page for now. But Di Maria on the attack, down the left. Go on. Oh, good work there by Jules Koundé. And now Kulu. And but this has been, again, a Scaloni masterclass. Tactically, masterclass. But, of course, he has now taken off Giroud with Mbappe playing now as a striker. And Thuram and other guy playing as the wingers. So yeah, for me, I don't know if it's the right decision personally. So I think you probably should have let it be put in another midfielder in, because all Argentina are now they're going to sit back, and I think it would be perfect for Dembele. But seems like they're going to try and the long ball technique, float the ball up behind the defense and let Mbappe run. Have they on Fernandez? Approaching the 45th minute, I will do my prediction for added time. I'm gonna say 5 minutes. 5 minutes will be added on. Feel free to get your predictions in the chat. How many minutes of injury time do you guys be added on? Oh, chance there, but well intercepted there by Argentina. Consolavit. Now they give it to Thuram, I think, or Kulu. Don't know which one. And when they forward, they can't find Mbappe. And now Messi, Molina, Molina tries to keep it in play, but France gets it. Then Rabiot, he can't do really anything and kicks the ball out. 7 minutes added on in the first half. Dangerous, dangerous. But France, with Argentina sitting back, seems like they have gotten, they're starting to get more into this. But with Giroud out, it could be attacking wise dangerous. And for France, because there's not so many attackers. Foul there on Di Maria. No, says the ref. That's definitely a foul. Ball over the top played, and I think he was pushed. Not sure. I just think he was pushed. Um. So yeah, Fernandez now. He lays off the ball to them. Interesting to see they have now left Mbappe alone up top. Up. Um, the wingers that they have put on are dropping a bit deep, but Enzo Fernandez, Rodrigo de Paul have done exceptional in midfield. Every ball that's gone into midfield or every man they are on, they have kept them quiet. But now, can we set cross into the box? No, we can't. Block now, Mbappe, he still has it. And then the ref falls for, I think, a foul there. That's not a foul. That's really not a foul. Foul. It gets the ball. That's not a foul. See, that's a thing in football. If it just acts, then it could get up. Then it could get something to you. Maybe it's got that the decision he made um on of course on Di Maria Rock. Drinking chips? Nah. Popcorn. I had a drink. Popcorn. Popcorn. No popcorn. Not drinking chips. Nah. What I am gonna do? I'm gonna do a poll. Um, um, what do you guys think? If Messi wins, if Messi wins the World Cup, does he surpass Maradona's legacy? Yes or no? So yeah, get voting on the poll I've put enough up. Will he pass Maradona's legacy if he does win? It's a tough call. It's a tough call. Of course, Maradona. Most people know him. Um, so yeah. Um, but 4 minutes of the 7 minutes have been played. I'm gonna be honest. It seems like I. Oh, sorry, not that's up to McConnell. No. Message better than my. Ooh, you could say that. I don't know. So far, not many cards given. Actually, none. But yeah, get voting on the poll. Interesting poll. Question I thought about while I'm preparing for the stream. So yeah, for the again. Oh, go on. What's the question? Three votes. Three votes in. Watchalong. No, please watching. But important. Do smash the likes. I think we're closing in on 15 likes. So please do get it there.
Sorry about that, everyone. Power issues, but I mean, fortunately, during the time I was off the stream, I didn't miss too much. And one thing which I'm going to say quite briefly, and I'll let you take control of the rest of the half, is that even though Argentina might have been able to lose the ball in the midfield, their defending has been spot on in this game. And I think once again, Scaloni has to be complimented for his selections. What do you think?
Yeah, for me again, tactical masterclass by Scaloni. This is why he is the the manager for them. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna just off out there for and maybe a chance. Yeah, maybe a chance. And see a for France. Rodrigo de Paul, and the first guy to be booked is Enzo Fernandez, I believe. Or it's the France guy. No. But yeah, first play to be booked is Enzo Fernandez of Argentina.
Why is he being booked? He's the one who's on the floor. Oh, I'll see that tackle now. Well, clearly Fernandez is wondering, why me, ref? But is there a booking for anyone else? I'm going to have to see that because I missed that while I was off the phone, but that should be the last act of the half. And Scaloni obviously not really liking that decision, but it is a free kick right now on the right with Antoine Griezmann on the end of it. And Argentina can't afford to lose their cool. It is, well, it certainly was sent into the penalty area, but nobody on the end of that. And yeah, nobody on the end of that, really. I think Varane was probably the one who was, I think they were looking for Marcus Thuram or Kolo Muani, and neither of them were able to get it. And that's half time. So the story of the half. Argentina 2-0 up. Messi starting to weave his magic, but Di Maria also playing a big role in this first half so far. Magnificent down the left wing, and the Argentinian players are still remonstrating with Marciniak. I'm not too sure why, because obviously they have the upper hand, and they forced Deschamps into making a couple of substitutions early on. So obviously, thank you very much indeed, mate. Good to be back. So Hanno, what do you think? You were predicting France to win. I changed my prediction at the end, and it looks as though I've been proven right so far.
Yeah, no. Argentina been dominant, and that in midfield of Rodrigo de Paul, Enzo Fernandez, showing you why. They are where they are. Why they are 2-0 up. Messi, incredible. Been incredible. Him and Di Maria. 2014 Di Maria, people say.
What a change that was by Scaloni. Bringing Di Maria back for his experience, adding more strength by shifting De Paul into the middle alongside Fernandez. He didn't, and obviously the best part about the 4-4-2 is that seems to be the better formation in terms of dealing with the midfield of the 4-2-3-1. But now it looks as though with Giroud being up top and on his own up front, rather, I wouldn't necessarily say that he's been isolated, or maybe he has, but Mbappe hasn't been allowed to come into the game too much. Neither, for that matter, has Griezmann. Dembele has been neutralized instead of being neutered by Di Maria. And their defending has been outstanding. Martinez hasn't had a save to make except to come out and smother a shot which could potentially have... I mean, obviously, it was Molina who shepherded Mbappe, and then Martinez came out and tied it up. And so it's been a very professional, certainly not a messy performance, but very tidy indeed. And I definitely will believe that they are good value for being 2-0 up. 45 minutes away from destiny.
Yeah, but I'm gonna bring out the tactical board so me and Manu can discuss some tactics.
You've come prepared, haven't you, son?
Here, I come prepared. This is what we're going to do at off time and before the game. Now, of course, we go. I'm just gonna take. Okay. So on the left it's Argentina and on the right it's France. So um, no, wait, that's the so it was first confirmed a 4-4-2, but mid game they switched to a 4-3-3. We saw McAllister also. I'm gonna put McAllister there. They are not there. I'm gonna put them a bit deeper. This isn't now McAllister. I'm dropping a bit deeper. So this made Griezmann is in between them. For Rabiot, he is almost here in this area. With let's just put Mbappe now, and then I wouldn't say the new wingers they brought on is on the wing. I would say more almost there. Yeah, I'm gonna. So Mbappe is alone up top there, with the wingers for France there, and then Griezmann in this almost this area, pushing. Sometimes he's going outside, right? And Rabiot is there, and then Tchouaméni he stays up here, and then Fernandes push up forward, and Koundé doesn't really push up forward. He's more pinned back. Messi is is in this gap, up with Molina there, and then
I'm not too sure that's Messi. I think that might be De Paul instead of Messi, that blue number 1.
Nah, Messi. Onto
Okay.
the Paul. I have put the Paul here. Almost the Paul. No, wait, no.
Oh yeah. So the purple ones are the midfielders, yes.
The purple for Argentina is Argentina. So the back four for Argentina is yellow, and this light blue is the light blue is. I've now confused myself. Oh no, sorry. The light blue is that other winger. Sorry, this is Messi. Messi is in this area, operating here, with Molina pushing up forward.
Yes.
Forward, meaning Fernandes can't go forward as much. Now we will put. This is when they are attacking and defending.
Right.
Julian Alvarez is here. Tchouaméni is here. Now he's pushing forward. He wants to close down McAllister. He can't go too forward. So let's move the ball. Let's just put a ball at Sammy Martinez. And then you got the back four here. That's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I mean, obviously you've got those two midfielders, Tchouaméni and Rabiot, who were two defensive midfielders in that 4-3-1 formation. I'm not too sure that Rabiot has been able to get into the game that much. And I think Deschamps might have missed a bit of a trick by not really having Tchouaméni come in, because Tchouaméni was outstanding, in my opinion, in the quarterfinal against England, not just because of the goal he scored, but how he was able to, come in under the radar and start to dictate play a bit. So I'd switch Rabiot and Tchouaméni and have Rabiot protecting the defense, maybe, because that type of that strength that Rabiot provides with his body shape as well should be able to,
But for me, Rabiot is pushing up forward more than Tchouaméni.
Exactly, and that's the problem. I think Deschamps will have to tell Rabiot to.
You should maybe put it like this.
Yeah, Tchouaméni can certainly.
Tchouaméni not going as forward as Rabiot, but just there.
Yeah, doing enough to sort of come into that sort of pocket just beyond the halfway line and, being able to dictate play. And I think, it's interesting how you believe that Argentina transitioned into a 4-3-3. So you're saying that Di Maria is effectively playing as the left centre forward. An interesting development,
Yeah.
really. I think maybe that's been brought about by the fact that Alvarez has also been silenced in a way. But obviously, Di Maria coming into the team, he started on the right, but then moved to the left, and I was really impressed with that because, as I said, it enabled De Paul to sort of come into the midfield and provide a little bit of into the center of midfield. I think it provided a little bit of strength. I mean, actually, De Paul was out on the right wing, so it was effectively Fernandez and McAllister back in the center. I think McAllister might have looked a little bit slightly overawed being on the left wing, but center midfield has been his best position in the tournament. As for Argentina, I think they tactically, I think they defensively they look amazing. I think that the midfield, what seems to be terrific about this formation right now, the 4-3-3, as you've said, is that with Di Maria possibly providing that link between the midfield and the attack, it means that the midfield is a lot more cohesive. Messi's obviously been able to come back and play, and so yeah, that works. I think France, by bringing on Marcus Thuram and Randall Kolo Muani, they're going to have to sort of go into a 4-4-2 now. But that means that Chouameni and Rabiot will have to work together. And again, Griezmann on the left, Griezmann on the right, Mbappe on the left. And so Chouameni and Rabiot will be key because I think their best hope will be to try and play a 4-4-2 themselves. Because if Argentina have three in the midfield, France will have to pack the midfield a bit more to try and win that battle. No more 4-2-3-1. I think the lone striker has been a failure.
I'm going to show it's how I think it is when Argentina had that spell of attack. So it was Mbappe is here, and then I'm gonna say the two new wingers I brought on is almost here, and then Griezmann is a bit more forward, and then Rabiot's almost there, and then Messi is in this area, like I said, operating in this area, cutting in there.
Yep, floating in and cutting in. That's nice.
And then is then the midfield of them got Rodrigo De Paul. It is on the side. Again, no, yes. No, they have yes. Sorry, McAllister is operating in this area.
Right.
So he is almost and then of course you got Enzo Fernandez, always basically there.
Yeah.
So
I think Fernandez has looked okay this match. Probably not dominated, but he's played his role. Griezmann, you were saying?
Yeah, definitely.
So what were you saying about Griezmann? Come on.
So Griezmann is wanting to go into this area. He's pressing this way. McAllister is causing damage because now they have him and Di Maria. He's forcing Varane Varane to close down him, restricting space here. So Di Maria he gets the pace, crosses it in, and then clears away. But then smartly, so he crosses in and smartly. So then he drops off Varane. Varane goes back, but then he's here. Him, Rodrigo De Paul. As soon as that ball goes forward, as soon as they go forward, he goes forward, pushing the France midfielders back, which means he can now attack and be him pushing. Alvarez, he just goes forward. He's ready for that box. I'm say pushing the French back, leaving, and then these two are also going back, helping to close down. Molina is almost pushing up, but not far. And then Griezmann is going almost here in this
Yeah.
area for the
Right.
counter attack. So they drop him
Yeah.
deep, trying to help out. Then Tagliafico is almost there where that other where Molina is. Just right there, not going forward too much, but just being there. And and Mbappe is needing to drop more deep to receive the ball, which gives Enzo Fernandez. He does go forward sometimes, but not too much. So he's now on there. So Mbappe is there. Enzo Fernandez is patrolling this area. Yeah, giving support to the attack, but also not going too forward much because he knows if that ball is the player up there, then he needs to fall back. He's
Yeah.
almost there, forming this. So it's and then Alvarez, Messi again. Messi is running in this channel. Now, one thing we saw is that with Messi patrolling this area, it's forcing um, them to what's his name, Fernandez to almost go into this area. With Molina also coming forward a bit to try and help out offensively, and that's really created the the stuff for them. So yeah, that's a bit of tactical analysis on my side.
Yeah, well done to you. Well done to you. And obviously, it is going to be key how those two substitutes for France will, slot in. I'm thinking they're not going to have one man up top. It could very well be a 4-4-2 or even a 4-4-3, as you've said.
Yeah.
But if Kolo Muani and Thuram are to work with Mbappe, then that will just increase the pressure on Griezmann, Rabiot, and Chouameni to get their stuff right. We are just about to kick off right now. It's Lionel Messi standing in the center circle, 45 minutes
yes,
away.
Come on, Messi.
45 minutes away from destiny.
Wow, I saw the first time of the Sydney Thunder, but
yeah. Marciniak, of course, about to start proceedings.
Into the season.
Yeah, no substitutions made at half time, but there were two made 5 minutes before the half. Dembele was literally run ragged by Di Maria, and Messi kicks off with a pass back to Enzo Fernandez. And that will be played back to Otamendi in the defense, to Tagliafico,
and
sending that to Di Maria, who's had a terrific first half.
It's actually a 4-2-3-1. Going almost man for man.
I'm not too sure that they would have needed to switch to a 4-2-3-1, but we're going to see the lineups and see their formations now. Argentina, obviously, well, of course, now it is Messi who's on his.
Messi,
lays it off to Alvarez. Beautiful work from Julian Alvarez, getting that to Paul on the right. To Paul on the right, but it is back with Alvarez in the penalty area. Passes out to Fernandez, chipping it into the penalty area, but Lloris comes out and smothers that, and McAllister once again, as in the semi-final against Croatia, with an opportunity to make a name for himself again. Just not able to get in front of that.
Okay.
But I said, I'm not too sure why they would want to transition into a 4-2-3-1 man for man, because obviously, if they decide to, if France decide to still keep that formation, who would be their man up front? In fact, you can see right now that they've actually gone into a 4-3-3 with Mbappe on the left, Thuram in the middle, and Kolo Muani on the right. So the lone striker experiment has not worked. It is a 4-3-3, and they are going all out on the attack. But again, it will remain to be seen how well Argentina will defend. Defensively, in this match, they've been magnificent. Romero's conceded 1 or 2 fouls. There's always a risk with Argentina that because they're a little bit too aggressive with their tackling, they could concede a foul or two. At the moment, though, starting this half, Alvarez and Di Maria have been pressing well. Messi's been at the heart of that. It is with Dayot Upamecano who gets it to Aurelien Chouameni. And that is Hernandez at left back, sending that forward and receives it back. Yeah.
I put up a poll asking if Messi wants the World Cup, does he surpass Maradona's legacy? And
I think he does.
4 people
I will vote.
have voted.
I will vote in that poll.
100% yes.
I will vote in that poll. Sent off down the left, but Romero is able to head that away, and Martinez claims that eventually and calms down the defense. So, funny thing about Martinez, and of course it is wonderful to see him have a very short sides. Very short sides and have the Argentinian colours dyed into the side of his head. Certainly made a name for himself in the tournament with those penalty saves against the Netherlands, and of course that clutch save against Garankuol against Australia. And it could be that Argentina finally have their first great goalkeeper since possibly, maybe not so much Neri Pumpido, but definitely since Ubaldo Filol.
Yeah, definitely.
Sergio Romero looked to be the one who would assume that mantle, but got injured before the 2018 World Cup. Agonizingly stuck on 96 caps for the Albiceleste. Maybe he'll get a few friendly games to reach that landmark. And it is back with France now, and they defend through Varane. Passes it back to Lloris, who sends that as far as he can. Tagliafico making a nuisance of himself against Kolo Muani, certainly proving Scaloni's decision to start him ahead of Acuna right. And it was Tagliafico who was the first choice left back in the tournament before Acuna came in. But Koundé tries to set Griezmann on his way, but terrific work from Cristian Romero. And it is Di Maria on his left in the penalty area, sends it out right to De Paul, who tries sort of a shot into the ground, but that goes straight into Hugo Lloris's arms. And Hernandez now spinning De Paul around and trying to send that forward. It is now with Mbappe, who's trying to make himself, trying to get a foothold on his final, rather. Griezmann trying to send that forward, but a terrific piece of work there defensively. And it goes back to Emiliano Martinez in goal, who rolls it out. It is Nahuel Molina, who's had an outstanding tournament at right back, trying to send Lionel Messi forward, but that will be mopped up fairly comprehensively. And once again, coming up to the 50-minute mark, France haven't been able to attack Argentina at all. They've almost looked toothless in a way. But a replay, of course, of that shot with De Paul not quite connecting on the volley. I'm sure he probably wanted to emulate Benjamin Pavard's magnificent goal against them 4 years ago. Pavard, of course, not in the starting lineup tonight. Not really connecting it, booting it into the ground, which took the pace off it, and Lloris was able to collect that. But Argentina are still rampant. 50 minutes gone. 40 minutes separates Lionel Messi and his date with history and destiny. 40 minutes separates Argentina from their third World Cup triumph and their first since 1986. So it's been 36 years of hurt for them. 36 matches unbeaten going into the tournament.
And it's
but
almost 60
some danger now with Mbappe down the right. But,
go on. Cross it.
And that's a corner.
Just gets one goal.
Fernandez obviously trying to shepherd that out of play, but not really succeeding. And some more niggly stuff there between Mbappe and the Argentinian defenders. So we now see the left foot of Antoine.
In the next 5 to 10 minutes, it's game on.
They could be back in. Yep. 51 minutes now gone. We're going to see if they'll be able to score. So it is Griezmann now with his left foot, flighting it into the penalty area, but confidently claimed by Emi Martinez. I mean, with his bucket hands and with his height, you never want to bet against him when it comes to dealing with crosses. And it is Angel Di Maria, who's now gone back on the right, but he will definitely switch back to the left again very soon. Finds Lionel Messi on the right. And excellent defending there from Theo Hernandez, who has otherwise... Yeah. I mean, obviously, he couldn't control that. There was a brilliant tackle from him to win the ball off De Paul, but sadly, he couldn't keep that in play.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the referee has brought the ball into the field for a free kick. I'm not too sure why. I mean, that looked a really good tackle to me. No, it's a throw-in. It's a throw-in. It's a throw-in. It's a throw-in.
Yeah. Keep hitting it. Do keep hitting it. It's on
Molina to De Paul, back to Molina. And Molina wins a corner off Hernandez.
Smash a like and do subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah.
Yeah, so Argentina once again coming all out in attack. But again, as I've said, Argentina have been in this situation before. They were 2-0 up against Australia, conceded an own goal, and needed Emi Martinez to send them into the quarterfinals with that clutch save. They conceded 2 against the Netherlands, taken to extra time, and Emi Martinez was once again the hero. I'm sure that Emi will want to keep a clean sheet. He won't care if he doesn't have to make a save tonight. Or today,
Yeah,
rather.
you won't care.
It looks as though it will be Messi again with the corner. Flighted
Messi,
in, but headed away
Messi,
by Griezmann.
not the best corner. I don't think he's good at like crossing it in for corners.
No,
Um,
he doesn't have the flight that Griezmann does. That's the problem. Both Griezmann and Ziyech, with their left feet, are able to get the flight they want. When it comes to providing chip passes into the penalty area and trying to pierce the midfield, he's magnificent. I think. Well, but look, I mean, he's almost on the wrong side of his 30s now, and this could very well be his last tournament for Argentina. I just hope it won't be his last match because he has the small matter of 100 international goals to try to get. He's on
yeah,
97 right now with that penalty. De Paul.
yeah,
And now a risky pass there from De Paul, but Martinez was able to clear that. Not quite, though, because that was also shagged by Martinez. And some dangerous play from the Argentinians, but they survive. And, well, Rodrigo De Paul selling Martinez a horse and delivering a donkey, really. Rabiot now. And could this be the point where France come back into it? Because they're starting to make themselves seen in the midfield. Kylian Mbappe now down the left. Blocked by Lionel Messi. But it is with Tchouaméni who sends it to Hernandez. Back to Tchouaméni. And this is where we see Tchouaméni now, hopefully at his best, but Rodrigo De Paul, with his defensive work, once again outstanding. And a foul there, surely, from Adrien Rabiot, and De Paul is down on D field. And that's another booking, and this time it will be for the French number 14, who's looked good all tournament, but hasn't really been able to perform as well as he has. Yeah, clearly enveloping De Paul's left leg there. Dreadful tackle, worthy of a booking.
yeah, definitely.
And then on the other end of the field there, Kolo Muani barging into Tagliafico in that sequence of play. It's all happening. It's all happening. It's starting to become a little bit more cagey. I think the French have been knocked back on their heels. Argentina obviously are quite angry. And we see the likes of Acuna and Lisandro Martinez and others warming up. They could be brought on in the second half. Tagliafico certainly had a good game, but he might look to be a little bit off the pace right now. I see him coming off for Acuna. But so far, so good for the Argentinians. And they've obviously been playing a lot more fluidly, and they haven't had to make a substitution. This is worrying, though, potentially, because I think De Paul has been crucial to their performance so far. If he were to be hooked off, it would probably be Paredes who will come on in his place, but that would be a more defensive substitution. But De Paul looks to be okay. The Argentinians are still jubilant. 34 minutes away from destiny, plus stoppages, of course. And back pass from that free kick to Romero, who sends it forward to, I think that was McAllister who had that flick. And Marciniak there blowing the whistle for a foul on Kolo Muani. Yeah, Tagliafico returning the favor, if you will. The one thing I have to say about these Argentinians is that they hold grudges. Hernandez to Rabiot now. Hernandez back to Upamecano. Rafael Varane had his heel snapped at there by Di Maria. Releases Koundé down the right. Di Maria coming after him. And slipping, allowing Koundé to go forward. But Alexis McAllister coming up with a fine recovery tackle. But Di Maria now giving the ball away. It is with Kolo Muani. But a brilliant piece of defending there. And that will be a France throw. I believe it was Enzo Fernandez who got the final tackle in. And some more niggly play. It is back with Rafael Varane. who passes it all the way back to Hugo Lloris. We will soon be at the hour mark, and this will be the time when substitutions will be made. Mbappe, blocked by a combination of Hernandez, De Paul, and Messi has the ball now, but Griezmann wins it off him. However, that will be in vain for a foul there on De Paul. And Rodrigo De Paul has certainly been Argentina's key in the midfield, providing that strength. I think the French have resorted to kicking lumps out of him, which is really a shame. And he was prominent 4 years ago in Russia, but Kylian Mbappe has been well and truly kept quiet. It is Messi who has the ball. Does he send it forward or pass it back? A short back pass, but then sent across the field, hoping to find Angel Di Maria, but Koundé says no, thank you. But Di Maria does get it back. He's in the center now, trying to find Alvarez, which he does. Alvarez has a shot from a tight angle, but Lloris is able to get down and smother that. I think Alvarez was never really going to score from that angle, but once again, terrific vision from Di Maria. And Alvarez obviously had Upamecano covering him, and Lloris probably might have been going out, but he still had to make the save. I think he wanted to continue play and not waste time. Credit to him. Rafael Varane. And yesterday, Hanno, I did provide details of the medal ceremony. Are we going to show the presentation ceremony here too? Foul on Mbappe. A free kick for France outside the area. Oh, and actually play's been brought back as a free kick to Argentina because Mbappe might have been offside. And so Emiliano Martinez in his fluorescent green kit with fluorescent green socks and the Argentinian colors dyed into his hair. He will take this free kick and hope to send it long. Well, he sends it all the way to the left, hoping to find Di Maria, but that is intercepted again by Koundé. And, well, Marciniak has allowed play to go, and Di Maria can now continue down the left. Di Maria against Koundé now. He's had the better of Dembele. Does he get the better of Koundé into the penalty area? It is with Messi, but just once again, the master fluffing his lines. But great work once again from the veteran. Form may be temporary, but class is absolutely permanent, and Angel Di Maria has shown that tonight. Definitely. Getting the ball onto Messi's weaker side. I believe he did score a goal with his right foot against Nigeria, which ended up saving Argentina's bacon and taking them through to the next stage. But he is left-footed for a reason. His right foot is pretty much his wrong foot. An hour gone, 30 minutes left. Hanno, who do you see Deschamps bringing on now?
I think he needs to take off Mbappe. I think he did wrong taking off Dembele and Giroud, personally.
No, Dembele had to be taken off because Di Maria was giving him the runaround. Giroud, maybe he wanted to be a little bit more attacking, but Mbappe hasn't really been in the game. If he gets yanked off, that's his golden boot and potentially golden ball race done and dusted. As for Argentina, yeah, go ahead.
France have not yet had a shot on target, or even a shot.
Well, they did have a header which went over the bar. Martinez hasn't had a save to make, really. I mean, he certainly claimed a cross. He was on hand to smother a ball, but Molina did shepherd Mbappe away from that. So I remember making a team of the tournament and including both Emi Martinez and Nahuel Molina in. A lot of people were saying that Ashraf Hakimi from Morocco had to find his way in, but I just think Molina, with his runs up and the goal he scored against the Netherlands, has certainly proven his worth in the tournament. Denzel Dumfries could have been considered, but I think, his temperament was his worst enemy. What do you think of Molina tonight and this tournament?
Molina has been class. It's been really class.
Yeah, well, he's going to be needed now to try and block Theo Hernandez. Hernandez sent that over Molina, but it was Romero who headed that away. And so, as an Arsenal fan, it might not really enamor me It might not enamor me to see a Tottenham player lifting the trophy. We would have had that with either Lloris or Romero. And some brilliant work from Alexis McAllister. Sends that to Messi. McAllister has been a revelation this tournament. Alvarez sending that through to McAllister. But once again, the Brighton midfielder fluffing his lines after taking centre stage. Not really. I mean, we're going to take a look at that and we'll see if that's a penalty.
That's a push in the back. He's the last man. That's a pen.
Yeah, Tagliafico winning the sort of conceding the foul there, but McAllister was the one who made that happen by winning the ball magnificently. Sent Alvarez on his way. Beautiful through ball, and
that's a push. He's the last man.
It looks as though it could have been a penalty, but VAR thought otherwise, and I think maybe it's because they wanted to see France finally get a mark in this contest. But once again, Nahuel Molina with an important block, and so. If Argentina were to make a substitution, they will almost certainly bring on Marcos Acuna for Tagliafico, who probably looks as though he's done his dash. And that will be a free kick to Argentina.
Imagine.
Upamecano again. Well, Upamecano... it certainly looks to be, an impediment. And... Oh, no. Surely Argentina cannot bring Angel Di Maria off. I think he's probably wanted to give Di Maria a rest, but he certainly played his role.
Now, 4-4-2.
It is I'm not sure it will necessarily be defensive because Acuna in the games he's played has also shown the ability to come forward. But a terrific return to the team for Angel Di Maria. Could this be his final match for the Argentinian team? We will see. Earning the plaudits and he's certainly into his 30s. Definitely older than Lionel Messi.
No, he's younger, isn't he? Younger than Messi.
Angel Di Maria.
It's either 33 or 35.
Yeah, Alvarez. Messi again. And Acuna gets his first taste of the action in the World Cup final. Acuna will probably stay as a... It is McAllister right now.
Bring on another midfielder.
Yeah, Acuna was, of course, playing at left back, but he is, of course, a midfielder by trade, and Messi unable to get that. But Tagliafico heading back. Claim of a handball there from. Obviously, they're claiming a handball against Jules Koundé, but certainly had a case there. Once again, Messi proving just. How amazing a player he is, twisting people around, finding through balls. They've not been able to keep him quiet all game. And you are right about Di Maria. He is younger than Messi, but it looks as though he could very well be phased out in favor of some more youthful players. If Messi and Di Maria might have played, I don't know, they've certainly played their roles in this game. I don't think they can afford to retire at the same time. But if Messi does retire, I'm not sure Di Maria can afford to quit just yet. We'll have to see. France sending that forward through Upamecano, hoping to find Mbappe, but once again, the defending this time has been a little bit sort of slightly sloppy there from Molina. France throw in. And it's all hands to the pump now with 24 minutes to go plus stoppages. Griezmann into the penalty area. And that goes far beyond the defenders. No one on the end of that. But Kolo Muani keeps that in play.
Come on.
Jules Koundé.
Are they going to bottle this Argentina? Are they going to let France back into it?
Well,
if France wants to come back into this, they need to go before a certain minute mark.
Yeah, they do. And they only have about 3.5 minutes to get that. So far, again, it's been a little bit toothless stuff. And the big players, Mbappe and Griezmann, I mean, Griezmann certainly had his set pieces, but Mbappe has been kept quiet. Griezmann hasn't had much of an effect either. So a good decision to bring off Di Maria and replace him with Acuna. Acuna is, of course, a midfielder by trade, but he has been playing at left back. And Acuna can now just do the role that, just perform the role that Di Maria has been trying to do. That is sent to the penalty area, but desperately defended there by Otamendi on the occasion of his 100th cap. Whipping it in past Molina, but... the Argentina veteran, on the occasion of his 100th appearance, conceding a corner, but certainly saving his team a possible concession of a goal. And more niggly play. It is Griezmann with the corner. And that will be headed out by Kolo Muani, and that will be a goal kick. And some lip being given there by Christian Romero. It's a France-Argentina game. Whether it's football or rugby union, you will expect fireworks in between these two teams. And we are at the midway point of the second half, and Deschamps is now having to make a double substitution. It looks as though he's bringing on the number 20, Kingsley Coman, and the number 25, Eduardo Camavinga. So, some star power, another Real Madrid player coming in. Kingsley Coman, of course, coming into the picture as well. It looks as though it could very well be all-out attack. The only question is, who will they replace? And Chouameni there getting more into the game. He was quiet in the first half, but he's now come more into the game, and France definitely needed him to be more into the game. De Paul now back on defensive duty. Enzo Fernandez gets that ball. Alexis McAllister back to Enzo Fernandez. Sends it to Lionel Messi, who gets it back to Fernandez. Otamendi. Tagliafico. Trying to find Acuna, but Koundé's there to intercept. But Argentina will win it back. No, they won't. It is France who win it back through Kolo Muani. And a needless foul there by Fernandez, and that will be a free kick. And Fernandez has already been booked, so he will have to be careful. Mbappe. Sending it forward to Hernandez. Gets it into the penalty area, but Romero is there to clear. And it's certainly been a pretty poor piece of play there from Upamecano, but Rabiot is able to mop that up. Sends it to Chouameni, who has Messi snapping at his heels, goes past Messi, and is now on the left, is Chouameni, up against Fernandez. De Paul wins that well, and does brilliantly there to escape the attentions of Hernandez. And Messi tries to send De Paul on his way, but I think it's tiredness that gets the better of him. So, we are coming up to the 70th minute mark, and it looks as though Coman and Camavinga are itching to come on, and we will see who these two will replace. Chouameni. Hernandez. Hoping to find Griezmann, but that is headed away. Romero giving it back to Chouameni in a rather thoughtless piece of play. It is with Rabiot now. And France are starting to try and turn the tide. 70 minutes gone. They need a goal, and this could be the perfect time, as Hanno said, to try and score. But Mbappe sends that high and not at all handsome. And could that potentially be his last act in this final? Certainly not going to trouble Emi Martinez there. I mean, that would have been a perfect rugby goal. And it is Antoine Griezmann who will be coming off along with Theo Hernandez. So two pivotal players have now played their last minutes. Mbappe will still be on the field. And it looks as though Camavinga will be slotting into the left-back position, while Coman will be taking Griezmann's place on the wing. So, Saliba still on the bench. Sorry, Arsenal fans. And we have an ex-Arsenal goalkeeper in Emi Martinez, who could very well end up collecting a World Cup winners' medal for himself. 19 minutes to go, plus stoppages, and there will be plenty. Alvarez, McAllister. Brilliant work by McAllister to skip ahead of Coman and Acuna. McAllister again, and this time Chouameni, and now Coman is on his heels. Passing it back to Lionel Messi on the left. I'm sure Argentina will hope that Di Maria, wish that they hadn't taken Di Maria off, but here's Messi in the penalty area. To Fernandez. Well, no 24-karat magic from the number 24 this time, but it's a reminder that as long as Messi's on the field, you go to sleep at your peril. And probably needed to have a little bit more curl on that. Aim for the top corner. Lloris had that covered perfectly. Rabiot. Camavinga coming into the action. Upamecano. Rafael Varane. 72 minutes gone, 18 plus stoppages remaining. Jules Koundé. Aurelien Chouameni. Rabiot. Varane. Upamecano. All the way to Coman on the left. I mean, that's actually Kolo Muani on the left right now. Tchouaméni, hoping to find someone, but Tagliafico should be able to clear that well. I want to take a look at where Kingsley Coman is. I think he's actually gone down to the right and not on the left. So it is Kolo Muani who will be on the left. Upamecano. Varane. Jules Koundé up against Acuna. Finds Coman, and Coman takes the throw to Rabiot, gets it back from Rabiot. Varane. Upamecano. And that is well intercepted. And can Argentina break free? Well, they will get to break free because that will be a free kick for a foul by Tchouaméni. And Tchouaméni had a quiet first half, but has now come into the second half a lot more. And for once, it's Christian Romero who's fouled instead of the one doing the fouling. And there will be more stoppage time added as a result of this. I think it's fair to say now that this is the moment for Scaloni to try to add some spice to the attack by bringing on Paulo Dybala for Alvarez, who's probably been quiet today. Had a fine tournament, the youngster, with 4 goals. Certainly in the running to be the best young player in the tournament. But Dybala can certainly have the vision, and he can certainly find a few gaps in play and exploit those gaps in play. Why he wasn't played earlier in this tournament until the semi-final, I may never know. But that 15-minute cameo against Croatia could very well have forced his way into the reckoning for Scaloni. At the moment, Argentina have to defend because it's Mbappe down the left, going past Hernandez, but Romero is able to cover him brilliantly. Romero has had a fine game being able to silence Kylian Mbappe, and they've also not allowed Griezmann to have that much influence. I've always said that, and it is Alvarez now, open, down the right, going past Upamecano, twisting him around, but Upamecano is still snapping at his heels. Passes it back. And poor pass over there, which is intercepted by Kingsley Coman. But that, and a piece of shirt tugging there, which, well, the referee ends up playing an advantage. Varane. And that's a poor pass from Varane. You could say that he's Varane his race, but I think he might have to stay until the end. And Deschamps at the moment is seeing his quest for a legacy go up in smoke. He'll always be remembered as one of the few managers, probably only a few managers, of course, alongside Franz Beckenbauer and Mario Zagallo, among others, to play in and coach a World Cup winning team. But I'm sure he wanted to leave a legacy tonight. I'm sure he wished he would have had Karim Benzema on his side. He opted to go with Giroud, who was kept quiet today, and the other 4 forwards who've come on and not had a sniff. Camavinga, Thuram, Tchouaméni. 14 minutes to go plus stoppages. It's now or never. Il est maintenant ou jamais pour les Bleus. And at the moment, it is De Paul down the right. Camavinga snapping at his heels now. And Marciniak awards a foul against De Paul for a foul by Camavinga.
Terrible. They have been terrible. I'm just going to check. Any world finalists? Ever not.
Well, I changed my prediction before the match to a 2-1 win for Argentina, and they're 2-0 ahead. Could we see a France goal to put the cat amongst the pigeons? At the moment, Argentina are attacking. It is with Alexis McAllister.
If Messi does
Enzo Fernandez.
looks like he will.
Messi sending that forward into the penalty area. I believe that is with Alvarez. And actually, that was De Paul who tried to send that back into the penalty area, but Lloris smothering that. And that, of course, will be headed away. Enzo Fernandez, Acuna, McAllister, his fellow number, the 26th, Thuram snapping at his heels there. Fernando finds DePaul, passing it back to Nahuel Molina. Probably be expected to do a lot more defensive duties now in these last few minutes. Enzo Fernandez, DePaul, and you can see that Fernandez, Messi, and DePaul have been surrounded, of course, by up to 4 French players, and Argentina end up breaking up that passage of play by winning a throw-in. So this should be the time for Scaloni to bring on a few more subs to, just shake up proceedings a bit. I think Alvarez will need to be taken off. Bring on Dybala.
Scottish track, up the Scots.
Tagliafico. Well, that is... and this could be trouble here for France.
Go on.
Does Otamendi concede the penalty? Yes, he does.
Comeback time.
And on the occasion of his 100th cap, Nicolas Otamendi makes what could potentially be a fatal mistake. Kolo Muani has been a threat since coming on. And Otamendi always had a mistake ahead of him.
But first he needs to score. He needs to score it first.
So it looks as though my prediction could come true, and it will be backs to the wall for Argentina. Some pretty poor play from Argentina there. Some great work from France down the left, releasing Kolo Muani. And the question is, who will take this penalty? Will it be Kylian Mbappe?
From the penalty spot.
It looks as though it will be Kylian Mbappe to take this, and we're coming up to the end of the 79th minute.
Does he mean?
Yeah. France have taken 4 penalties this tournament, and they've missed 1. It is Mbappe to take it. Mbappe against Martinez. I'm not too sure Martinez will be able to engage in any kind of gamesmanship.
If he missed this.
So Martinez in the World Cup final. Does he save it, or does Mbappe score? Terrific penalty. Martinez went the right way but couldn't stop that. And it's game on. And you can see what it means to Emmanuel Macron in the stands there. Del Boy, what's the crack? What's the bleeding story? We've got a classic on our hands. You've just joined in at the right time. I believe Martinez actually did get a hand to that. Went the right way, but only ended up deflecting that into the net.
Yeah, he got hand close.
Yeah.
And it's 2-1 to the French.
2-1 to the Argentinians.
Sorry. 2-1.
Argentina 2, France 1. And could this be the start of more desperate defending for Argentina with 10 minutes to go plus stoppages? What does Scaloni do now? I have been saying that Scaloni had to bring on a substitute. He brought on Acuna for Di Maria instead of Tagliafico. And Scaloni there obviously, not happy with the way things are going. So I did mention Argentina were 2-0 up against Australia, but could have had their second round match taken to extra time, only for Emi Martinez to come up with that save. They went to extra time against the Netherlands and went to penalties. Martinez saved 2 kicks. What will happen here? And now it's taken them long enough, but France have finally come to life. But once again, Messi is there to sort of clean up and mop up proceedings. And he's muscled off the ball by Kingsley Coman. So could this be a fatal blow for Argentina? Adrien Rabiot finding Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe! And France are level! And Mbappe goes 1 ahead of Messi in the race for the golden boot and potentially the golden ball. Well, once again, Argentina's game management has been found wanting. Could this be a choke? The French are delirious. The Argentinians have been silenced. And it all came from Messi having the ball muscled off him by Kingsley Coman, finding, Coman over there muscling it off Messi, showing him, we're not going to let you write your name on the trophy. Finding Rabiot, chipping it to Mbappe. Mbappe back to Thuram, laying it off for Mbappe. And could Martinez have done better with that goal? Well, it was hit so powerfully below him. I don't think he was able to get down well enough. So we could see this going into extra time, folks. What does Scaloni do? Well, Martinez actually got a hand to that and couldn't keep it out. Could we see another almighty choke from the Argentinians? Mbappe's been quiet all this game. He was in danger of being taken off, but now he's stamped his mark again on this final. And what will the Argentinians do? What will Lionel Scaloni do? Scaloni has to make some changes now. It's with Acuna now on the left, who tries to send Alexis McAllister on his way, but Tchouaméni concedes a throw and breaks up that attack. It's now or never for either team. One goal in these remaining 7 minutes will win it. And Alvarez at the moment, isolated, looks quite likely to come off. Tagliafico with the throw, finding Alvarez, and sends that to De Paul. Back to Alvarez. Somehow gets it beyond Koeman. It is with Acuna. Twists Koeman around again and again, and is able to find a pass to Fernandez. That is blocked, his shot. But that will again... Well, it's all happening out there. Argentina were almost home and dry, but once again, their game management has been absolutely poor. Scaloni now has to try and work his magic, either to try to win it in the last few minutes of normal time, or maybe in extra time. We will see. Well, certainly in extra time against the Netherlands, the Argentinians look the better team. But now, at the moment, they're up against a rampant team in Thuram right now. It is with Mbappe. And a missed header there from Kolo Muani. So Mbappe has now started to turn on the style. Better late than never, one would say. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, are we in for a frenetic last 5 minutes.
I'm just going to mute my mic because the people are here. So I'm just going to keep my camera on.
Well, well, well. I kept saying it. Argentina's game management has not been good. And that means that obviously with both Lloris and Martinez having conceded 2 goals, Yassine Bouno will now win the award for being the best goalkeeper of the tournament. Martinez, it was going so well for Argentina and Martinez, but the game management has not really been good in the end. And Alvarez looks tired. 5 minutes to go. Scaloni has to make some changes. He's already brought on Marcos Acuna for Angel Di Maria. Would that have been a mistake? Maybe not. And a poor pass there finds Tchouaméni. And suddenly the Argentinians are bickering. Jules Koundé. Well, I have to catch my breath because at the moment France are looking rampant, and a foul conceded there by Otamendi on Kolo Muani. And certainly the substitutes who've come on have worked their magic for France. Scaloni now has to do something, or does he try and take it to extra time and then bring on some players in that period? 4 minutes to go. Mbappe, he was dormant earlier on, but has now come into life. Messi has now been sort of kept quiet. Everyone's fighting for each other. It's all hands to the pump for the Argentinians. Mbappe sending that free kick, but headed up in the air. And how well can Argentina defend now? Well, certainly not well from what we're seeing here. And is it another penalty? No, Marciniak says no. And it looks as though it'll be a booking for a dive. Or could that potentially go to VAR? It's Marcus Thuram, son of Lilian, of course, who's just been booked. Lilian, of course, is in the stands alongside his former teammate Yuri Djorkaeff. And you could say that that was probably a good decision by the referee because Fernandez did not trip him up. Certainly, Thuram was looking for the penalty. Fine decision there. I don't see that going to VAR, and Deschamps is angry. He knows his team had a chance to win that, again from the penalty spot. Martinez sends that long. And another clash of heads there. Rabiot's on the floor. It looks as though Fernandez is on the floor too. Well, this should be the time for Scaloni to start tightening things up. You just cannot write this France team off at any time. Poor game management, really. Rabiot there, finding that chip pass. A defense-splitting pass there, really, and there's a part of me that thinks that Martinez really should have got down a little bit quicker for that, but it is what it is. And now, 2 minutes away from extra time. Yeah, leaden feet there from the Argentina number 23. And France, who were looking despondent and looking like ending the tournament on a low note, now see Mbappe coming to the party. 7 goals in the tournament. He is now ahead of Messi in the race for the Golden Boot and potentially the Golden Ball. I'm sure Messi wouldn't mind as long as he goes on to win, because Messi, of course, was the Golden Ball winner in 2014, only for Argentina to be on the wrong side of that 1-0 result. Mario Götze, who scored that goal, was in the Germany squad this tournament and ended up being sent home. Clash of heads there between Alvarez and Fernandez. It's Alvarez who looks to be on the floor, not Enzo Fernandez. I got that one wrong. And so this will definitely eat into the amount of time added on for stoppages. And the Argentinians are jubilant. Deschamps' substitutions have worked magic. Once again, it's the substitutions that have changed the game, and Argentina have had no response. But Argentina still believe. They've been silenced by those 2 Mbappe goals, but they still believe. Varane sends it long. An important header there. And the referee awards a free kick for Argentina for a foul against Thuram. Coming into the last seconds of normal time, extra time on the horizon. Well, actually, a free kick hasn't been awarded. It's a throw-in, but it is with Adrian Rabiot now. Sending it into the penalty area, but an important defensive header away. Yeah. And Argentina still cannot clear their lines.
The time is 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'd say 6 or 7. Because there have been obviously stoppages for the penalty and more injuries. 8 minutes have been added, in fact. 8 minutes of agony for the Argentinians. 8 minutes of hope for the French. Argentina cannot afford to let their guard slip. They've done it twice. If they do it again, it will be fatal. But some good attacking, defensive play. Alvarez trying to find his teammate, but again, a tired pass. And could this be, well, an offside there puts paid to that. Mbappe once again making a nuisance of himself. He's come to life in these last few minutes. And so Scaloni, who as late as the 79th minute was looking forward to celebrating a victory, now sees his side once again facing extra time. 1 goal in these next 8 minutes will win it. And Lionel, it was going so swimmingly for Lionel Messi, but while France have kept on, it's Argentina
Oh, Argentina, ball back into the box. Oh, headed away, Camavinga. And that's full time 2-2. This game is going to extra time, people. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. France come back from the dead. Full time. Time. Extra time. Extra time, people. Extra time. It's gonna be a good one. Mane will be joining back. Three.
Well, Hanno's not here, and once again, these stupid power issues have meant that I had to spend the last few minutes away from the stream. Missed out on quite a lot. Obviously, a rampant France trying to find a winner. In between Lionel Messi having a glorious chance to win it with a minute to go, but Hugo Lloris making a flying save. And it's all started to get a little bit niggly now. So again, I think we have to criticize once again Lionel Scaloni for his in-game management. He didn't make the substitutions he was supposed to make, and Argentina started to look very tired indeed. It's probably just as well that they've gone to extra time right now because Argentina, of course, were able to win in extra time after bringing on some substitutions. So now this is the moment when his chops will be tested. He's already made one substitution in Marcos Acuna being brought on for Angel Di Maria. Acuna was, of course, booked after some aggressive play. Of course, now with extra time, both teams will have an opportunity to refresh and just try and go forward and start again. I think Argentina will have the Argentina will certainly have the attitude that they wanted before. They're now going to have to win it again. Just when we thought that the match was sealed.
Allez les Bleus, Mane. Allez les Bleus.
Yep.
Yeah. Only 2 France have gone to to penalties, which is mad to think. And only 20 finals that have gone to extra time. So this is the 21st one.
Yeah. And so the two captains, Messi and Lloris, are on the field. I want to take a look and see if they've made any substitutions. Obviously, one of the things that has been said about the game is that the shape is completely gone. And Mbappe coming into the equation. 2 players that have been booked for Argentina, 3 for France, including Giroud while on the bench. So France have made 4 substitutions, Argentina only the 1. So this is the time when Scaloni has to step up. He has to make some substitutions. He has to change the game. I would have him take off Julian Alvarez and bring on Paulo Dybala. I would freshen up the midfield, possibly by trying to bring on maybe Leandro Paredes. Maybe Lisandro Martinez can come on for one of the central defenders. But we're back, almost underway, and France will be kicking off, attacking from right to left once again. The Argentinians were jubilant and celebrating wildly, but now they've got to do it all over again. Do they have the energy for that? And Scaloni, once again, I don't know if he's made any substitutions at all, which is really, really stupid, if you ask me, because the French substitutions have practically changed the game.
Yeah. Kick off.
And so
Kick off, yeah.
they just kicked off right now. It is with Rabiot from France, and extra time will now separate both teams. I believe there have been a few finals that have been won in extra time, so
Yeah,
that's
20,
not really
20,
an uncommon.
20 finals have gone to extra time, and only chess have gone to pens.
20. Wow.
I've gone to extra time and 2 to pens.
Yeah, McAllister now up against Thuram, and you can see that the players are starting to tire. Scaloni has to bring on some substitutions. It's ridiculous. De Paul, who's once again had lumps kicked out of him all game, and now it's no different. He does win a free kick from Adrian Rabiot. And there is some hope, because when Argentina and the Netherlands did go to extra time, Argentina were by far the better team, having had a refresh and reset. But the Netherlands really didn't offer too much in extra time. I am sure they will not want to have to depend on Emi Martinez coming up big again. He's been beaten twice all game, and certainly beaten from the Mbappe penalty, which doesn't bode very well. Acuna. Back to Otamendi. Romero. Well, looks as though Argentina have made a sub. They brought off Nahuel Molina and replaced him with Gonzalo Montiel, the number 4. So Molina's obviously run his course, and he's had to be taken off. Alvarez and Messi are still on the field. I think both of them are looking tired. Bring on Dybala. Messi passes it to Fernandez, who will try and work something with Montiel. Back to Messi, sending De Paul. I mean, De Paul's pretty much being forced back, but it is back with Fernandez, who will try and sends it out onto the left, where Marcos Acuna will be. Into the penalty area, but defended away, but still a chance of a shot, and once again, Alexis McAllister fluffs his lines. Well, once again, Argentina starting this half quite well. I think they've had some time to refresh, and at least Scaloni has made one substitution. But it's now going to remain to be seen whether Argentina will regain their shape. And it looks as though they've now transitioned into... I mean, obviously, this was from early in the game when Di Maria was still starting, but do they now go to a 4-4-2, pack the midfield, or stick with a 4-3-3? At the moment, it is Rodrigo De Paul in the center of midfield. Finds Messi. Slip from Camavinga there. Could that prove costly? No, it doesn't. Camavinga recovers magnificently, and Messi concedes the free kick.
Thank you. Come on. Juventus, come on. Argentina. Soft tattoo. Come on, people. Get the likes up, people. How many likes are we on?
Rabiot now, and France will start to take it forward. And it just goes to show that you cannot afford to sleep. And surprisingly, Romero and Otamendi are still on the field. I would have thought that they would have considered bringing on Lisandro Martinez, who's still on the bench. Back with Lloris. Both teams now in extra time can make a maximum of 6 substitutions. I just think that now, from the way things are going, France might just have a little bit more about them. But Argentina is still fighting hard. They're still defending for their lives. And it's always a sad thing when Argentina, after dominating so wonderfully, now lose their shape and try and hope for extra time and penalties, because that's when the game could potentially deteriorate. Camavinga passes it back to Upamecano. Rabiot. He's given Alvarez the run around here, and Alvarez is looking tired, trying to slip it through, but no one able to get on the end of that. And Romero gets it to De Paul, but Colomani wins it off him, but Fernandez wins it back. Alvarez. Acuna. Otamendi. And Acuna takes the safe option and passes it back to Emi Martinez, who now has to try and escape the clutches of Kylian Mbappe, and sends that long enough for Acuna to try and get it. And Acuna ends up conceding a foul. And Acuna's already been booked. He has to be careful. A sending off in a World Cup final will not be what Argentina will want. Leading in with his elbow then, catching Koundé in the chest. Poor stuff, really, from the number 8. who could very well have put Argentina behind the 8 ball. 5 minutes gone in extra time. And Rabiot has now been taken off with a suspected concussion, so instead of Matteo Guendouzi, it is in fact Youssouf Fofana, the number 13, who comes on. Will it be lucky number 13 for France? We'll have to see. Thuram, who wears double number 13. And Marciniak calls for a foul there, and Enzo Fernandez doesn't like the call, but he has to accept the call anyway. And it is still with France through Koundé. Varane. Youssouf Fofana. Tchouaméni. Actually, Upamecano, not Tchouaméni. Camavinga, back to Upamecano. Sending it forward and finds Mbappe. But great defensive work there from Romero. Or has it? And well, Mbappe's on the floor right now. I'm not too sure that a free kick will be given for Argentina, but some great work there. And I think Romero did actually get the ball first, but I think the impact of the tackle sent Mbappe crashing down. I'm not too sure you can give a free... Yeah, you can't give a free kick for that, and Marciniak says no free kick. But Mbappe is back on the field, and he is still walking. Otamendi. Tagliafico. And certainly with Di Maria having gone off, Argentina did go a little bit defensive, so pretty poor decision. I would have taken Tagliafico off, really. De Paul. Messi. Finds McAllister and sends it out wide to Acuna. Does he keep it in play? Yes, he does. Acuna with the cross in. Looking for the head of Alvarez, doesn't find it, but it is still in the penalty area, laid back on the plate for De Paul, tries to send it forward, but that will go out of play for a goal kick. Well, this is a lot better, much better sequence of play from Argentina, who I did say against the Netherlands looked like the better team, and certainly now, in this first half of extra time, they've kept France quiet. And Rabiot has, of course, been taken off and receives a handshake from Guendouzi. Both of them rocking the long hair. Guendouzi obviously being a lot curlier. Past the midway point in the first half of extra time, it is 2-2. And, of course, it was 2-2 in 1966 between England and West Germany. And clever header there from Romero. Back to Martinez. I don't care how you defend them as long as you defend them. Well, there were some concerns about Lionel Messi's fitness with him clutching his groin in the semi-final. Actually, his hamstring in the semi-final against Croatia, but he is, of course, fit to play. Gonzalo Montiel, who replaced Molina. And France win that back brilliantly, and it is Kolo Muani who chips that over Enzo Fernandez, the number 12, into the penalty area now. But great recovery work there from Argentina, and Argentina can break and try and clear their lines. Rodrigo de Paul sending that across, but Camavinga is able to intercept. And surely replacing Theo Hernandez with Camavinga has proved to be a fine decision, because Camavinga has played his role in keeping Lionel Messi quiet down that right wing. Mbappe now down the left wing, into the penalty area. But cleared away once again. And that is a chip forward. Neither Martinez nor Lloris able to keep a clean sheet this time around. And a poor foul there from Gonzalo Montiel. France looking sharper and able to get in behind the defense. And they've won a free kick this time too, on the left. This could once again be dangerous for Argentina. Youssouf Fofana coming in and making a nuisance of himself, and Gonzalo Montiel, not really endearing himself to the French team or the French fans. It's Kingsley Coman who will take this. He came on for Griezmann in the second half. And Scaloni still has confidence in most of his starting 11, but that's chipped in beautifully into the penalty area, but headed away. It is with Kerr back in the penalty area now. Kerr, and it's Messi of all people who leaps up to concede a corner. He can see the funny side of it, but with 5 minutes to go before the end of extra time, it really is no laughing matter. If it does come to the stage where Argentina hold on for penalty kicks, it will be tragic. Koeman heading that in, but headed away. Fofana gets it out to Koundé on the right, who chips it into the penalty area, looking for a French head. Not quite there. And Messi now has the ball, but is double-teamed well by Tchouaméni. And of all things, Messi concedes a free kick. So could this be the time to bring off Lionel Messi and maybe... No, he earns the free kick. Maybe there was an offside in the build-up, and yep, a free kick has been awarded. And so Walter Samuel there, the former Argentina left-back, has now decided to bring on a few more substitutes. He will be bringing on Lautaro Martinez and Leandro Paredes. Martinez, of course, will be the target man, so it looks as though they're resorting to long ball football. And Montiel is blocked expertly by Camavinga, and France have the ball through Kolo Muani down the left wing. He's twisted past Romero, and there's no foul on him by Fernandez. Marciniak waving play on. There will be a free kick for that push on Alexis McAllister, and McAllister isn't happy. And could that be the time for Scaloni to bring on Lautaro Martinez and Leandro Paredes? It is Rodrigo de Paul who will be coming off. Had a fine tournament and certainly had a influential game in the center of midfield. And it is Julian Alvarez who will be coming off.
Let's clap off Rodrigo de Paul and Julian Alvarez. Julian Alvarez scored the goals when they needed it. Rodrigo de Paul being that anchor in midfield. Let's go.
And it looks as though instead of bringing on Dybala, they're now going to go for some long ball antics, although Dybala could still come on for Messi. I really don't know if they can afford to keep Messi on if he's starting to tire, but it is what it is. So, the number 22, who's been a maligned figure, who was dropped for the semi-final, is now on the field. So it looks as though it could be more long ball tactics. And Paredes, his inclusion now, his arrival means that Argentina are now going to have to become a lot more defensive. Montiel, a poor pass from Gonzalo Montiel, intercepted by Youssouf Fofana, but that goes straight into the penalty area, and Martinez can claim that. Emi Martinez, that is. So we've got Emi, we've got Lautaro, but no Lisandro as of yet. And I'm sure Manchester United fans will be having mixed feelings. In fact, we see Paredes now coming back into the defense to try to shape things up. It looks as though Argentina will try to look for penalties or maybe a long ball in hope, which finds Lautaro Martinez. But that is sent forward all the way, and I don't think Acuna will get that. No, that's headed away, but only as far as McAllister. Up against Kingsley Coman, who's snapping at his heels. The substitutes from France have really lent a great deal of freshness to the team. Enzo Fernandez. And that was McAllister who was in the thick of that. And it's now on the left. It is with... well, that's only going to be a goal kick. And Acuna there trying to twist around and be a hero. Not really getting much joy there. Did some good work to get in past Koundé, but the shot was high and rising. Never going to trouble Hugo Lloris. And so with 1 minute to go before extra time ends for the first half, still no sign of a winner. Argentina still trying to run it through. It is Lautaro Martinez who gets it to Enzo Fernandez. Alexis McAllister.
I'm going to say one.
Yeah, probably just the one. I think there were some stoppages. Messi now, who's now being double-teamed by Thuram and Fofana, but finds a pass through to McAllister into the penalty area. Lautaro Martinez is blocked, but it is back with Gonzalo Montiel and headed over the bar for a corner. So the substitutes for Argentina now coming to the party. Messi laying it off for Martinez, but blocked brilliantly. What a tackle that was from Upamecano. And Montiel with a snapshot afterwards, which could have caused some potential damage. But Varane in the way. Well, it wasn't really a well-controlled shot, so it wouldn't have caused that much damage, but headed over by Varane. So this could potentially be the last action of the half. We will see how many minutes are being added on. It's Messi once again with the corner, a left-footed away swinger. It is going to be 1 minute of added time. So there might be another chance for a sting in the tail. But that goes over everyone. And who will be the first to get that? It is, well, Enzo Fernandez did get to the ball, but he was muscled off that quite brilliantly by Tchouaméni. Camavinga now. Upamecano. Could France try to sneak in a winner in these last 30 seconds? Koundé. Gets it won brilliantly by Acuna. Trying to send it forward to Lautaro Martinez. Martinez against Lloris, and Martinez puts it wide. Oh. But, well, I think Martinez might probably have been offside. We're going to take a look and see. Just not quite timing the run over there, but I know what everyone's thinking. If that were Julian Alvarez, that would have gone in. But I think they're claiming a corner off of Upamecano.
Properly connected, to be fair.
And Simon Marciniak blows for the end of the first half of extra time. And both teams going at it. And Deschamps is also bellowing at Thuram right now. Again, it was all going so well for Argentina, but credit to them in extra time. They've managed to control the play so far. And certainly they've had some chances to possibly, go in front. I think Lautaro Martinez might have been slightly offside, but still, it was an opportunity. It was an opportunity. "15 minutes now separates both teams from penalties. It was going so well for Argentina. Scaloni still has 2 substitutions left. Deschamps has 1 left. And some more talk from Deschamps trying to encourage his boys to go forward. You just can't rest at any point in time. Macron has now taken off his blazer. He's taken off the top button of his shirt. He's partially rolled up. He's taken off the cuffs of his shirt, but the sleeves aren't rolled up. And France is still very much in the ascendancy in terms of how they believe they can control the game. But Argentina still have hope, although they've certainly been silenced. It's Argentina to start off. Lautaro Martinez passing back to Paredes with the second half of extra time on the way. And I'm not too sure that Paredes will provide the bite in midfield that the BBC Sport commentators think he will. I think he's really been brought on to sort of mop up in defence, and he's now gone into a back 3 with Otamendi and Romero. Tagliafico as the left wing back now. Acuna on his own. Does he win a throw? Nope. Coman keeps it in play, but it is with Tagliafico. McAllister. Paredes sending it to Messi. And that doesn't look Messi, still quite tidy. Chipped into the penalty area, but that doesn't find anyone, and it's a little bit too far for Marcos Acuna. So once again, Argentina starting.
I'm going to start a new poll, and I'm going to ask you guys a question. If Mbappe wins, does he surpass Thierry Henry's legacy? Money, does he?
Mbappe hasn't yet won the Champions League, so no.
Okay, France legacy.
If Mbappe wins, he will certainly seal a legacy for France. because Thierry Henry wasn't even a starter in the 1998 final, whereas Mbappe has been heavily involved in both of France's finals in 18 and 2020. And Montiel was set on his way, but Lloris, unable to hold on to that, running the risk of coming out of his area, pushes that away for a throw to be taken by Montiel. Martinez is up front now, causing a nuisance. Maybe this substitution this time will work for Scaloni. Finds Messi. And pushed away by Lloris, but still in play. And that should be a goal kick because the final touch came off Lautaro Martinez. So great control and vision there, but obviously the shot was a little bit... certainly wasn't going to trouble Lloris, but I think he might possibly have been better off trying to, hold on to that. Slippery hands from him. And one goal in these next 15 minutes will win this, but I cannot bear to see this go to extra time. I really cannot. If it goes to extra time, I back Martinez, who obviously has had the better penalty-saving record. Lloris hasn't been able to save too many. But again, could the pressure get to the Argentinians? Martinez heads it up in the air. And Leandro Paredes now tries to chip it to Montiel. Montiel sending it forward. Does that find Lautaro Martinez? Yes, it does. Laid off nicely. It's in the penalty area. Saved by Lloris, but has that crossed the line from Messi? Yes, it has. And just when you think... No, wait a minute. We're going to find out what happens here. No, they're celebrating. I think the goal's been given. And so just when you thought Lionel Messi might have been silenced, he comes up big. I've said all along that his right foot has not only been his wrong foot, but he uses his right foot at the right place at the right time. And it is Argentina 3, France 2. And do we have another twist in the tail with... Well, they're still celebrating, but I don't know if the goal is being given as of yet. We're going to find out what goes on.
The score has changed. It's offside.
No, wait. Martinez was definitely not offside there. And I think it might just have been onside, but saved there. But and that clearly went across the line.
Yeah.
We're going to check if it did go across the line, really. I think yep, across the line, definitely. And Messi has now tied with Mbappe. His 98th goal for Argentina, the best possible time to score, with 10 minutes left. And the goal's been given. Argentina 3, France 2. And we have another bit of drama with 10 minutes to go. Just when we thought that Messi had been silenced, he comes up trumps. I'm sorry if my voice has gone high, but it just goes to show this has been an absolute belter of a final. And I mentioned that in 1966, England and West Germany went to extra time, but Geoff Hurst went on to score twice, once before the end of the first half of extra time, the second one with the last kick of the game to win 4-2. Do we see a similar twist in the tail? The French fans have now been silenced, and the Albi Celeste fans are now jubilant. They now believe their main man, Messi, has delivered. Angel Di Maria can hardly hold back the tears.
No, I think France wins. I think France gets an equaliser.
And it is now back to the wall again for Argentina, who will have to defend. But certainly the introduction of Montiel and Paredes and Acuna means that they will be best placed to try and withstand the attack. So Martinez has been a maligned figure all tournament, but has certainly played his role. And he has been deemed to be onside, albeit very marginally indeed. Very marginally onside. Messi in the right place, at the right time, with his right foot, technically his wrong foot, and with 10 minutes to go, do Argentina believe again? Sergio Aguero in the stands, jumping up and down for joy. Had to announce his retirement not long before the tournament in tears. I'm sure he will be thrilled to see his team go through, but there are 9 minutes left, plus stoppages. Any substitutions? What does Didier Deschamps do? A rather shanked high clearance from Cristiano Romero. And it is now back with France, Kolo Muani. But once again, Argentina's defending has been terrific. And I know a lot of Messi haters will have been sickened at the sight of Lionel Messi scoring that goal. Could it be a Messi hat-trick, just like Jeff Hurst in 1966? In 1986, of course, it was when Argentina last won the World Cup. Those 36 years of hurt, 36 matches unbeaten going into the tournament. Does Acuna keep that in play? Do Argentina end that sequence? Well, Lautaro Martinez making a nuisance of himself up against Rafael Varane. And Varane has no other option but to concede a throw, and that ball is kicked away. And you can see right now that Varane is clearly feeling the motion. Well, he's gotten up now. And he has, in fact, been brought off. He's run his race, 11.8 kilometers. And Ibrahim Konate, who I would have picked to start ahead of Upamecano, is now on in his place. So Varane has definitely run his course. He shouldn't really be injured, so Manchester United fans can breathe a sigh of relief. And Argentina can certainly not afford to engage in time-wasting tactics as Messi is doing. And actually, that's Martinez over there who was doing that. Lionel Messi, 109 minutes. What a time to fire that in. Marcos Acuna now with the ball up against Kingsley Coman. He's being wrestled off it, and Coman wins it, but Acuna wins it back. And this is really one of the things you do not want to see, and thank... It is Camavinga who sidesteps Messi and will now try to work with it and maybe send it long. Gets past Enzo Fernandez very well. And poor foul there, which has to be worthy of a booking. And who was... Well, it was Paredes, I believe, who committed the foul, and Camavinga's on the floor. And this is really what you do not want to see from Argentina. Over-aggressive tactics. It came to the fore against the Netherlands. If it comes over here to the fore in the final, it will certainly be an unsightly sight. And we could definitely see an Argentinian red card before the end of the game. A booking there for Paredes, the now defensive midfielder who's gone into the back of that back three. And 6 minutes to go, plus stoppages. What happens here? It is Kingsley Coman with the free kick. Hoping to chip that into the penalty area, and that is headed away. Koundé now on the right with the pass from, I believe that was Kolo Muani. And it is, in fact, Kolo Muani who heads that to Koundé, who tries to send that forward. Konate there making himself useful, barging off Tagliafico, who's certainly been stretched all this tournament, and Tagliafico concedes a corner. Once again, all hands to the pump. Argentina corner from the right wing. And McAllister's run his race. He'll be coming off. Who will be coming on in his place? 89% pass completion, 13.6 kilometers run. Fine match he's had. With 5 minutes to go, he's run his race. Who replaces him? German Pizzella. Doesn't fill me with confidence, really, because, of course, it was he who was at least partly responsible for the Netherlands earning that free kick and equalizing in the very last minute of normal time against the Dutch. But that did, of course, go to penalties. It's still in the penalty area. And a penalty has been awarded by the referee. Well, once again, it is Mbappe and an elbow there off Gonzalo Montiel. A very unnatural position. And once again, Emi Martinez faces his second penalty of the night. And it just goes to show that with minutes to go, you cannot switch off. There was a 116th minute equalizer for Croatia against Brazil, which sent that game to penalties and sent Brazil out. Martinez again. He saved 2 penalties in the shootout, but was beaten by Mbappe's penalty tonight. If Mbappe scores again, he goes to 8 goals for the tournament. And if Mbappe scores, it goes to penalties. And it really will be any which way. They call him Dibu back in Argentina. He's a god. But Mbappe is a superstar in France. If he scores to take them level, he will become immortal. Mbappe versus Martinez.
Martin, please don't just for come on. Second penalty syndrome. Come on, please. Please, let me. Mbappe, please, calm down.
And he sends Martinez the wrong way, and France are equal with 3 minutes to go. You cannot make this up. Now it's French jubilation, Argentinian desolation. A smile on the face of well, Gonzalo Montiel came on to replace Molina, and he ended up, Kos might end up sending his team to penalties. Not the best way to defend a free kick, and Emi Martinez once again being sent the wrong way.
Mbappe is the first player in World Cup history to get a hat-trick in the final.
Nope, he's the second after Jeff Hurst. But Argentina coming back again down the right wing. And Messi, does he get the ball? No, he doesn't. But France can clear it through Paredes. And pretty lazy back heel there, hoping to find Montiel, who had gone far forward. But Paredes has come back into it. It is now with Messi. Now or never. And Argentina still have the ball. Lautaro Martinez. It's sent out wide to Acuna.
No.
There will be a sting in the tail here. And that will be a corner conceded by Jules Koundé. This has given us nothing but a classic. The last time they met, there were 7 goals scored, with France coming out on top in a 4-3 thriller. We've seen 3 from each team. Will there be a 4th before the end of extra time? Lionel Messi with the corner. Left-footed away swinger. Into the penalty area, but no one on the end of that. France hacked that away. And does that go out of play? Yes, it does. So it will be an Argentina throw. Seconds remaining. Just when we thought everything was wrapped up again, France have found their way back into it. But will they keep it that way? Camavinga now, shepherding the ball away from Gonzalo Montiel. Doing a good job with that. Finds a teammate. And now France can go forward. Seconds remaining. Could there be a late winner here? The Argentinians are coming back. It's Kylian Mbappe.
Imagine they went 4-3 again.
And, well, I think the anguish tells it all. It was a perfect cross from Mbappe, hoping to find the head of the super sub, Kolo Muani. Couldn't get on the end of that. It was going wide. And a sort of a camera dive there from Emi Martinez. But we're into stoppages now, of which there will be 3.
I'm going 2 minutes added on. 3 minutes is added on.
3 minutes, yes. I said there will be 3 added on. So there is still some time.
Allez les bleus! Allez les bleus!
And Martinez asking for the ball to be replaced. Probably that ball had been sort of had the air kicked out of it. And France have made another substitution. Jules Koundé has come off for Axel Disasi, the number 3. So no Benjamin Pavard, but Disasi will probably be brought on for penalties from the looks of it. And Argentina have made another change. A case of Mickey taking, but Dybala gets a couple of minutes on. He replaces Nicolas Tagliafico, who's certainly run his race.
Argentina, goodbye. Argentina, goodbye. Argentina, goodbye.
Dybala now comes into the game. Finds Marcos Acuna, who wins the throw off Konate. Actually, that's Martinez who wins the throw off Konate. But it is Marcos Acuna who will be taking the throw. Hannah, calm down. Acuna with the throw.
Now I'm loving this.
Otamendi.
Baby.
Back to Otamendi. It is with Acuna. Back to Otamendi again. One fatal mistake could seal it from either team. And Acuna being sort of having it shepherded off him by Kingsley Coman, but it is back with Argentina now, and a sort of a slice clearance into the air. Fernandez, and it is with Lautaro Martinez, who's in the penalty area.
No. Yes,
Important save from Hugo Lloris, but offside from the looks of it.
Get out your mouth, Lautaro Martinez.
Yeah, this time Martinez was judged to have fallen into the trap.
Absolute big forward beach.
Well, both teams have definitely left everything. Mbappe has left everything. I mean, he was quiet for almost all of the game, but came to life in the last 10 minutes of the of normal time. Messi's left everything. 2 goals. And still the drama is not over. Could we see? Oh, this could be it!
Yes!
What a save from Martinez!
Yes, yeah,
And once again, the big Argentinian comes up trumps. Colomwani was on his own, but Martinez spread himself brilliantly.
Defense,
How important will that save be? Back at the other end.
Fall
To
back.
Lautaro Martinez, who heads that
No.
wide, and that will be a goal kick.
Take that, you scum. Big forward. Bigger than K-size forward, you know.
And once again, Emiliano Martinez, who was beaten by both of Mbappe's penalties and also by that low shot, sticking out a big left foot to deny Colomwani what would have been a sensational winner. And is that going to be the last act of the game? Colomwani knows how close he was. Well, again, you want your goalkeeper to stand up tall in the big moments. And Martinez has done just that. Tchouaméni with the ball now. We still have some action with seconds left. Some poor defending from Argentina to let Colomwani in, but does Romero redeem himself by blocking Mbappe? It's still with Mbappe, twisting Romero all the way to Sunday, going past Paredes into the penalty area. But that will be a throw, and you're not laughing now, are you, son? And Marciniak sends it to penalties.
This has been one of the best finals, if not the best one. I have only seen this one and the previous one with. So this final, best one so far.
Well,
What a
fortunately,
game,
there have been no
what a
sendings
save
off.
from
Both
us.
teams have given everything. And Dybala, of course, was the one who cleared that away. So you could tell that he's been brought on for the shootout. So, Emi Martinez, all eyes will be on him.
I'm gonna do it all over.
All eyes will be on him. Messi's done his bit. He will be called on to take a penalty.
Flipping like blue people. Get this right. Mbappe. Better than him. Best striker in France. It's better than Kane. Kane is rubbish. Kane, shut them bottle job. The rest of you, best striker alongside.
Well, I'm just creating some banners now for the penalties.
Oh, if you're tuning in too, make sure to smash like and subscribe and share the channel if you haven't already. This is what you would love to see. No many people is doing it. Those who are watching, be up yourself. So, what a game. Incredible. So incredible. So yeah, but Manny, what have you made of this?
My throat is dry. My breath has been taken away. I haven't had a bite to eat, but it's been worth it. all eyes of Argentina will be on Emiliano Martinez. They call him Dibu back in Argentina. He's won one shootout this tournament. Hugo Lloris has not really had the best record with regard to saving penalties, whereas Martinez has been very active. Copa America semi-final. Quarterfinal of this World Cup. Once again, the Argentinian number 23 has his opportunity to write himself into the annals of Argentinian football. But will it be Kylian Mbappe and company who have the last laugh, or will Lionel
I'm
Messi?
gonna stand up, I'm gonna stand up for this. I'm gonna stand here in this chair. I'm gonna stand up for this.
And so we're going to find out who takes the first, who's first to take the penalty. Marciniak talking to both Lloris and Messi. This match is being played at the iconic Lusail Stadium, which has been Argentina's home, effectively. And they've chosen the end to take the penalties. It will be on the left of our television screen.
Come on. Viva Mbappe.
So they have two tosses to see. They have two tosses to see which end the penalty is taken and who takes it first. Handshakes between Lloris and Messi. Messi took the first penalty for Argentina against Holland. And it looks as though it will be Hugo Lloris who'll be walking to take the first penalty, but no, it isn't.
This is your time. This is your time to shine. Allez bleu. This is your time to shine.
Well, Lloris and Martinez sharing a handshake. Both goalkeepers will be at the same end. It was at the end, to the left of our screens, from where Argentina won their quarterfinal against the Netherlands.
Become double champions. Oh, well, Argentina won their first World Cup up since 1982.
Hannah, change the banner, change the score.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. It's the first France penalty. I've got this. Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah. It's full time.
Mbappe against Martinez. And goal.
Yeah, come on, baby, come on. Take that, your Argentina mug.
So that's the first penalty taken and the first penalty scored. And it's now this, it looks as though it will be Lionel Messi to take
Messi.
it. He's taken.
You're gonna choke Messi like you did in 2014. You're gonna choke Messi.
Your best players take it first. He's taken the penalty in the shootout and he rolled it past Andres Noppert, but he's up against Hugo Lloris again. He scored past Lloris early in the game. Does he score this time around?
Boo, boo. Nah, I'm joking. Respect to Messi.
Rolled right in. How is that for a penalty under pressure? But I'll tell you one thing, he was quite lucky. He was very lucky indeed. He forced Lloris to commit to the left, but then rolled it to the right, rolled it just fast enough for Lloris to not get a hand on that, and it is 1-1. So France's second penalty to be taken by, we're going to find out who that is right now. Messi's done his bit. He stepped up to the plate just like Mbappe has done tonight. It looks as though it will be Koeman to take it. Saved by Martinez!
Ah!
Pretty poor penalty there from Koeman, but Martinez won't mind that at all.
No.
Went down to his right quickly, smothered that
so
magnificently, and it is Argentina who have the advantage. Argentina penalty 2. And who will it be? It looks as though it will be young Paulo Dybala.
Right, I like Dybala, but I want him to miss it. But I don't want him to.
He was brought on very late in the game for penalties. Does he score this time? Left-footed from Dybala. Through the middle, but Lloris goes the wrong way.
Come on, Lloris. Come on. Come on.
And how crucial a penalty was that?
Come on, Lloris.
Dybala obviously trying to do what Messi did, and boy, he was lucky. Get into the corner next time, son. France penalty 3.
Come on, Lloris.
To be taken by Chouameni.
Come on, we just need one. Come on. One penalty save, please. One penalty save, Lloris.
Well, Martinez has certainly worked his magic now. Can he work it again? Orien Chouameni. His goal against England put them ahead and on route to the semis. Can he score past Martinez? Right-footed. And he's dragged it wide!
No.
Well, it's starting to go haywire now. Once again, Emiliano Martinez going the right way, but this time he didn't even need to lay a glove on that. But I tell you what, it will be Paredes to take this penalty kick.
If they score, they through, right?
Nope. If they score, they go 3-1 up, but there'll be still 2 penalties left. Paredes against Lloris. Right-footed. Does Lloris save this, or does Paredes put them through?
Save.
Paredes rolls it in.
They say they're done.
No, they're not. They're not. Because
No,
Argentina are now...
It's done. It's done.
Yeah. Argentina
It's
penalty
done.
3. Leandro Paredes with the
It's
goal.
done. It's done. Lloris ain't going to save a penalty. Bro, it's washed. Washed.
France penalty.
They need to score this. If they don't, they're out. And then they need to...
We'll find out
Lloris
who
to save
goes
the
up to
next
take
one.
this.
They need Lloris to save the next one.
And it's all going haywire for the French once again. You just sense that it's...
Calm down. Put it in the corner. Pick the right
Well,
way.
it's a goal.
Yes! Please. Okay.
Right.
Just need...
Kolo Muani sending that high and into the middle. But this is Argentina's 4th penalty. Now, when they took their 4th penalty, it was Enzo Fernandez who missed it. Gonzalo Montiel, who took a successful
If he scores
penalty.
this, they through. Score this, they won. Staking the 4th
He took a penalty against the Netherlands.
Penalty.
He conceded the late Mbappe penalty, but if he scores this, all will be forgotten. This to hand Argentina the trophy, or will the Reese come up trumps? Montiel's a safe foot, but does he have the nerve? Yes, he does! And Gonzalo Montiel, you can see the tears starting to flow. It was he who conceded that last-minute Mbappe penalty. Not quite last minute, but that breathlessly late Mbappe penalty. Sends Lloris the wrong way. And Argentina are world champions. Argentina are world champions. Lionel Messi has his World Cup. He won't receive the Golden Boot. He will almost definitely win the Golden Ball, and that will suit him just fine. For the French, it's so near yet so far. For Emiliano Martinez, his penalty, his save from, I believe it was Coman, set the tone. And you can see the 3 goalkeepers there, Martinez, Franco Armani, and Geronimo Rulli hugging. Armani was a member of that France team, which went out shamefully 4 years ago. And it was he who started the last 2 games against Nigeria and France. Now he's a world champion. Kylian Mbappe, so near so far. Leandro Paredes is in tears. The smiles on Messi's face are evident. A hug between him and Lautaro Martinez. Diego Maradona has his successor. The Argentinian fans had won it once, They'd won it twice, and now they've gone and won it a third time. Not just historically, but over the course of the day's play. And for Kylian Mbappe, a hat-trick in a losing cause is not how he would have liked to have been remembered, but he has the consolation of being the tournament's leading goal scorer with the Golden Boot. Lautaro Martinez and Messi hugging it out. Lautaro was a maligned figure. Gonzalo Montiel, redemption on the line, sends Lloris the wrong way, and Argentina have written their name into history with their third world title. 36 years on from 1986.
Congrats, Argentina. You deserved it. You deserved it. I didn't like it yet.
Yep.
Lloris
and Kun Aguero.
Yeah. Full screen me on this. Get rid of this. Right.
Get rid of what?
That? Get rid of this. Lloris, you are a donut washed butter. You deserve nothing that comes to you in terms of trophies or success. You butler. Right. You cost France the title.
No, I think to be fair, he kept France in it with that fine save from Messi near the end of, I believe it was normal time when Messi could have won it. Made some saves during the tournament, but when it came to penalties, he just didn't seem to be confident at all, and I think he definitely bottled it. And I'm sure the people in the Arsenal group chat will be saying the Tottenham keeper once again bottles it. But having said that, there will be a Tottenham player lifting the trophy. And for Arsenal fans, no trophy for Olivier Giroud, William Saliba, or Matteo Guendouzi. It is the former Arsenal goalkeeper, Emiliano Martinez, who lifts it.
What, but
2.5 years.
Can we just say, what a player is Messi? What a player. Brilliant game. He scored almost all the goals for Argentina except one. He scored his first penalty, and we saw so many teams, people that take the first penalty, bottle it. There's the coaching staff crying. Guerrero, he's there hugging him, and just magnificent from Messi. But the only thing that probably you could look at that let him down was his corners. Zlatan Ibrahimovic looking on there. Shout out to Mini Mensa, aka Simon, and Toby Jizzle. I know they are there. Shout out to them. So yeah.
And if this is the way that if this was to be Lionel Messi's last game for Argentina in a World Cup, what a way to go out. Will this be the end of his international career, though? He's on 98 goals for Argentina, and one would think that he will have a friendly arranged for him so that he can achieve that landmark. A long hug there from the second goalkeeper, Franco Armani, and the entire team getting into a jig. Everyone playing their part. In fact, it was only Armani and Rulli who have not had a kick because Emiliano Martinez has played in every minute of every game. Lionel Messi has played in every minute of every game. Nicolas Otamendi has played in every minute of every game. And certainly, you can see what it means to the Argentinian fans. Tears of joy. The bitter memories of 2014, 1990, and probably not so much 1930 have been put to rest. Diego Maradona has his successor. Lionel Messi has overtaken him definitely as Argentina's greatest ever player, in my opinion. He now has the triple crown of Champions League, World Cup, and Ballon d'Or, not to mention the Copa America and the Franchi Trophy. 5 trophies for him. 3 with his team, 1 big trophy with his club to go with the many he's won with them. 7 Ballon d'Ors.
What a player.
What a legend.
And this time, France are on the end of it. They are on the end of the loser stick. Shout out to them. Be up, Messi. Be up.
Yeah. And once again, the cameras are all on Messi. Angel Di Maria played his part with that brilliant goal and a magnificent display down the left before being hooked off. Leandro Paredes coming on and providing some defensive solidity as a defensive midfielder. Everyone who's come on has played their part today. Everyone who started has played their part today. Dybala came on with minutes to go, but unlike Jack Grealish and Marcus Rashford, he was able to leave an impact. A very fortunate penalty, it must be said, because it went straight down the middle, and if Lloris had gotten a foot to that, that could have been saved. But
For me, like I said, but Messi, everybody giving him a hug. For me, standouts has to be that midfield, that rock. No, Messi done all the work and goals. Shout out to Alvarez again. He also. What's a game? What's a stream? Be up yourself.
many comments. We need to check the comments right now.
Nah.
Okay.
I checked it. I checked it already. Boo. He said Argentina would win 3-2. But yeah, probably. Best one I've watched. What a save. Mercy. And shout out to Emi Martinez. Maybe watch the no, I'm joking.
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna turn on they went away from it.
Yeah, but listen, we do have to watch the presentation ceremony because the awards
we
are going to be
definitely
awarded.
gonna watch it. We're definitely gonna watch it. We need to.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Thrills, spills, tears of joy, tears of heartbreak, endless drama, and once again it was penalties that decided it. Emiliano Martinez once again proving why he is arguably the best penalty-saving goalkeeper in the world, although I'm sure Yassine Bounou and Dominik Livakovic will have something to say about that. Bounou, of course, will end up winning the best goalkeeper award for the tournament. 5 goals conceded in 6 games. Certainly a big part of Morocco's run to the semi-finals. Hugo Lloris, I think he's started to feel his age a bit. Certainly capable of making some good saves in normal and extra time. But when it came to penalties, you wonder maybe if he had been replaced with a better goalkeeper for penalties, could the result have been different? And
that's
for
one
England
thing
fans,
I think France need to find. They need to find another penalty, another keeper, because Lloris is 35. If he's gonna retire soon, he's probably not gonna be at the next Euros. Maybe he is, but surely he can't be starting.
yep. And
so yeah.
the group chats on Instagram are going crazy. The OTF one is absolutely crazy.
But yeah. What a game. What a game. Incredible. Love it. This is what we live for. Shout out to Flex, United fan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disconnect from my Bluetooth earphones, and I'm gonna play what the atmosphere behind him. Do you guys hear the atmosphere? The atmosphere. Great, absolutely great.
Yeah. What a game Martinez has had. He's had the lows of conceding a Mbappe hat-trick, the highs of that brilliant last-minute save from Kolo Muani, an important save from Kingsley Coman in the shootout, using his presence, of course, to see the third penalty being dragged wide. 2.5 years ago, he was discarded by Arsenal after winning an FA Cup and Community Shield because Mikel Arteta believed that he was never going to be good enough, certainly not better than Bernd Leno. What a turnaround. What a story. 10 years ago, he was shunting around the lower leagues of English football, going on loan deals left, right, and centre. 10 years later, here he is now, a world champion, One more winner's medal to go with the Copa America, the Franchi Trophy, the FA Cup, and the Community Shield, all for his parents back in Mar del Plata. What a man.
Yeah.
What a man. And I can just take a look at Twitter right now and see all these salty Arsenal fans going crazy over that and saying he's still not good enough for us. Ramsdale is much better. To heck with all of you. Aaron Ramsdale may never be England's number one. He might not even win a major tournament for England. So there.
I just want to play some commentary they had on Lionel Messi. No, this may be all about him. It isn't, but guy scored 2 goals, 3 goals.
And Aston Villa have
Yes,
sent
his
their
goals.
tweet. Yep. Yeah, some of the commentary this World Cup has been quite frankly pathetic. In fact, we could put a poll on and ask you whose commentary have you enjoyed better, mine or the TV commentators, if you've been watching.
But I'm just
But anyway, Argentina, since Emi Martinez made his international debut on the 3rd of June 2021, Copa America winners in 2021, Franchi Trophy winners in 2022, and now World Cup winners. Far and away, starting to leave his legacy as Argentina's greatest goalkeeper of all time. Because neither Ubaldo Filo nor Neri Pumpido won a Copa America. Sergio Goycochea won 2 and the Franchi Trophy, but couldn't quite get his team over the line in Italia 90. And I think the reactions are in a titanic contest between the two M10s, Messi and Mbappe. Mbappe scoring a hat-trick, but Lionel Messi having the final say and becoming world champion in his 26th and certainly final World Cup match. What a way to end it. And we see Geronimo Rulli there. Julian Alvarez has had a magnificent tournament. Certainly my pick for the young player of the tournament. We're getting back. We've gone back, of course, to the Lusail Stadium. Third World Cup.
I just want to say Dybala. He has not played any minutes of football. Then goes up to take that crucial penalty and scores it. Incredible for me.
Emi Martinez said it perfectly. I want to give Leo Messi life. I want to die for him. He just went and did it again. And I think they're letting a few fans on, and we see Sergio Aguero beating the drum. Looks like Lionel Messi's mum to me. What a moment for him. A fairy tale ending for a fairy tale player who this time has the team around him. It was, of course, Lionel Scaloni who convinced him not to retire from Argentina after yet another Copa America final heartbreak. He stayed on. Through all of the rubbish he went on at Barcelona, he found unlikely solace with the Argentinian team. Won the Copa America, won the Artemio Franchi Trophy, and now, in his last match, he's become world champion and certainly done in this tournament for Argentina what Cristiano Ronaldo was unable to do for Portugal. Scaloni and Samuel, the two coaches hugging him. Messi's kept the promise. Scaloni's convinced them to stay on. And 20 years on from Brazil's triumph in 2002, there is a South American team that can be called world champions. And that shock loss to Saudi Arabia feels like such a long way away, doesn't it, Hanno?
Yeah, it does. Feels like an entirety ago. Look, magnificent.
Yeah. Right, so I will have to hop off soon because I want to make sure that I'll be joining a reaction stream. I know that I've been having some reaction phone calls with the guys in the chat, but this really will be... I think the biggest question I have is, where's Emmy? Is he overcome by the emotion? There's no sign of him. Well, at the moment, it's Sergio Aguero wearing a Nicolas Otamendi 19 shirt, coming on to celebrate with his great friend, of course. Aguero, I'm sure, would have loved to have been a part of this squad, but he has his heir apparent in Julian Alvarez. Once again, Rulli and Armani are front and center with the celebrations. Where's Emmy? He's 6'5", so you can't not see him. Looks as though he might be answering, making a few calls to his family back in Mar del Plata. It's the enormity will probably have gotten to him. Thank you very much indeed for joining on, Chelsea fan. It's been a pleasure covering this World Cup. It's been a delight having you on. Take care of yourself, and we will see you definitely very soon on another stream on this channel. Once again, a fairy tale ending. Gonzalo Montiel sending Hugo Lloris the wrong way. And the champagne can be popped. The fireworks can begin. Argentina had won it once in normal time. They won it twice in extra time. And the third time, on penalties, was the charm.
Yeah.
Kylian Mbappe being consoled by Emmanuel Macron there. He's had a good tournament, and he certainly... Well, there is Martinez. Consoling Mbappe. He didn't join in the celebrations because he wanted to console the opponents. What a man. What a man. And so France have now lost both of their World Cup final penalty shootouts. The first one in 2006 when David Trezeguet ended up hitting the post and seeing France lose 5-3 to Gianluigi Buffon and Fabio Cannavaro's Italy. And now here with Kingsley Coman, and I've lost my focus. I don't even know who took the third France penalty. A huge hug there between Messi and Montiel. Montiel was the one who won it. And, of course, he was sat on the bench, Mbappe, shirt pulled up over his face. Olivier Giroud looking to the sky. And Lionel Messi's sons come and join him. Their father is a world champion, arguably the greatest player of his generation. In my opinion, going far above Cristiano Ronaldo, although CR7 has had a fine career himself. It was Tchouaméni who stepped up to take the third penalty and sent it wide. Dybala doing a Messi, passing it right down the middle, and Lloris diving to his left.
Yeah, definitely.
I have gone now for the best part of 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours at my computer screen, even when the power was switched off, staying here. Haven't had a drink, haven't had any food. My stomach is growling, but I am going to stay until the end because it has been absolutely worth it. And speaking of being worth it, for all of the heartbreak that this fine man experienced with the Albi Celeste over the years, convinced to come back, stay on a little longer, and it's been worth it. Definitely worth it. 98 international goals for Messi, 2 away from the 100, one imagines that he will get a home friendly, a chance to say goodbye to the Argentinian supporters, and certainly a chance to make sure he gets that 100th goal, which he quite rightly deserves. A true team effort. Martinez once again coming up clutch with that last-minute save from Kolo Muani and saving from Kingsley Coman in the shootout. You could say he put off Tchouaméni, who ended up dragging it wide. Lloris not able to get to grips with that. It was the French defence which probably could have been culpable for the goals, and certainly it proved that way. And more desperate substitutions. This is a match which it's hard to say either team deserved to lose, really. But now, Argentina have won their third, one behind Italy and Germany, two behind Brazil. Muchas felicidades, el albiceleste. Eres campeones del mundial. And if I've gotten the Spanish slightly wrong, please forgive me. Once again, the cameras are panned on him. He's played his part. His last World Cup tournament, he has been the man. He won't win the Golden Boot, with the honor going to Mbappe, but he won't mind one bit. Emiliano Martinez will not win the Golden Glove Award, but he won't mind one bit. The only trophy that matters is that gloriously beautiful trophy with a globe being held on top, and that will be awarded to him on the occasion of Qatar's National Day today, a public holiday so that more and more people will come and watch. Lionel Scaloni having fun with his sons now, jumping up and down. And we can certainly criticize Scaloni for his game management at certain points in the tournament. And certainly I was calling out for him to bring on some substitutions at least on a few occasions during the second half. But he stuck faith in his players. He brought on a few substitutions eventually. They played their part. Gonzalo Montiel, Marcos Acuna, Leandro Paredes, Lautaro Martinez, and the tears of joy from Angel Di Maria, who scored that second goal and had a stormer of a game down the left wing. I can say right now that if Messi and Di Maria were to retire, they cannot afford to retire at the same time. This is a young, upcoming Argentinian team. Many experienced players, many legends have been cast aside in favor of this group of 26. And there are a few more people still on the fringes who will want to come back and be involved. The lights have gone off. And it's almost time for the ceremony. Obviously, we can't show you images of what's going on, but the podium, shaped like an infinity sign almost, is lit up. The stadium is being lit by the mobile phone camera lights of the supporters. An absolutely glorious sight to see. And I do remember not being interested in watching the opening ceremony, but the closing ceremony has to be seen. All the awards will be given. And the trophy is now being brought into the center. A couple of legends of the game bringing it on. We'll find out who they are. Certainly legends and veterans of tournaments gone by. And the idea of plunging the stadium into darkness with the spotlight on a few people, simply brilliant. And I think it's fair to say that France will look back on this tournament as a case of what might have been. The injuries certainly set them back a little bit, but the performances they put in were worthy in some ways of seeing them go through to the final. They found the right combination and the right formation, certainly looked good. I think tactically we can say that Giroud was left isolated because Griezmann, Dembele and Mbappe were kept quiet quite brilliantly. And of course, when Argentina took that lead, it really looks as though destiny would be on their side. But this French team fought back magnificently. Poor game management from the Argentinians. Mbappe got his name on the score sheet not once, not twice, but thrice. Converted a penalty in the shootout, and yet it still wasn't quite enough for him. And now here come the medals, being brought out by some elegantly dressed ladies carrying them on trays. The individual awards, the golden ball, the golden boot, the golden glove. Will you cut it out, son? I'm 40 years old. I am not lascivious. I'm calm, okay? And the camera pans to the Argentina supporters waving their number 10 shirts.
Come on.
They had Diego Maradona, and now they have Lionel Messi. And so the question is, who will be the next person to wear that iconic number 10 shirt? Could it possibly be Paulo Dybala, who certainly has the vision and the footballing brain to match? We will have to see.
Are they going to give every trophy thing?
Yep, I see the silver ball as well. But there are more and more people stepping up to the podium right now. I certainly wouldn't go so far to say that this has been the greatest World Cup tournament ever, but in terms of sheer drama, it cannot be matched. And we see Emmanuel Macron, a rather glum-looking Macron, coming up, but he knows that his team have been well and truly beaten. No sign of the Argentinian premier, Madame Kirchner, but it's the Infantino, leading that presentation party up. The Emir of Qatar. I'm sure that Argentina will have sent one of their representatives over to the Lusail Stadium just for this. And a Premier League tweet congratulating Emi Martinez, Christian Romero, Julian Alvarez, Lisandro Martinez and Alexis McAllister, Aston Villa, Tottenham Hotspur, Manchester City, Manchester United and Brighton and Hove Albion, well represented by this quintet. And now the referee and the linesman coming up, Simon Marciniak, who certainly marshalled a good game, allowed the game to flow, didn't really leave room for too much in terms of unsavory incidents. No red cards from Argentina. They're coming up and receiving their medals right now. First from Mr. Infantino. And we might need to make some banners as well for the all right.
Yeah. They're going
right,
to
so, yep. So best goalkeeper.
Best goalkeeper has gone to?
I don't know if it's gone to anyone yet. It'll probably go to Yassine Bouno of Morocco. Certainly not Emi Martinez or Hugo Lloris.
I think Martinez. Emi Martinez.
No, he conceded 8 tonight. Had he kept a clean sheet, he would have been the front runner, but obviously the clutch saves he made will be more valuable than that Golden Glove award. He did win it for the Copa America. This time couldn't quite do it, but it won't matter to him. He did his job. Argentina are world champions. The heat was taken off Lionel Messi for once. Ores Talks Football is in the building. How are you, son?
Yes, yes.
Alessandro.
Vamos!
Wait, hold on. I am going to create a young banner for the
Alessandro Martinez. He can't turn up against Holland, but he can turn it up in the World Cup.
We love you, Lissandro.
It looks as though
We
he wins
love
the
you.
silver ball winner for the second best player
I
in the
bet
tournament.
Manny's so happy of Emiliano Martinez. Aren't you, Manny? Aren't you, Manny? You're happy of Martinez. Listen.
Of course I am, son. Of course I am.
Manny, I think you should be sad that Arsenal let him go, because for me, if I was an Arsenal fan right now, I'd be like, Arsenal, you really got rid of this guy. And for me, what a game this guy is.
Yeah, we'll talk about him in a minute,
What?
obviously. But
How do
Enzo
you win the
Fernandez,
Super Bowl? How do you hold it?
he was instrumental in midfield. He scored a peach of a goal
But
against
how do you
Mexico.
win it? What do you do to win it?
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you.
But
We'll have
Manny,
to see.
are you sad that Arsenal let go Emiliano Martinez?
I'm not sad, son. I am livid and angry, and I will have my say on that in the coming weeks, but it is what it is.
Yep.
Oh, actually, he ends up getting the Young Player Award. It's not Julian Alvarez, but Enzo Fernandez.
Enzo Fernandez, for me, you need to get him up, man. I think
Now you got Casemiro.
I think Premier League clubs are going to get. They're going to. Premier League
And
clubs
the best goalkeeper is, in fact, Emi Martinez.
Hey, Manny's favorite keeper. Hey, Lloris is a bottler, man. That's what happens when you play for Tottenham. Lloris, you're a bottler.
He is a what
a
did I
bottler.
call him? He is a washed. No,
I'm surprised he doesn't
he's
play
a
for Chelsea.
donut
That's so
washed
lucky.
bottler. Donut washed bottler. That's what it is.
But I do feel a bit for France, but I don't care really. But listen, Lissandro Martinez bringing the trophy back at Old Trafford. I know. Where are your Chelsea players, may I ask? Yeah, silent. But yeah, for me, listen, Argentina, man. For me, it was already written in the stars, man. Messi to win it. For Argentina to win it in general.
Confirmation. Best young player, Enzo Fernandez from Argentina. Best goalkeeper, Emiliano Fernandez, also from Argentina. Top scorer for the tournament, maybe. We will find out soon. It should probably be.
I think it's Mbappe, is it not?
It is indeed Kylian Mbappe. He will disconsolately go up to receive the trophy. I'm sure he would have wanted to be coupled with a World Cup win. Receiving congratulations from the Emir of Qatar and Infantino. A conciliatory hug there from Emmanuel Macron and then the rest of the party. 8 goals for him in the tournament. A hat-trick tonight, but the first man to score a hat-trick and be on the losing side in a World Cup final. You just cannot make this up.
Well, Manny, you should be happy because Saliba didn't start. To be fair, he hasn't started one game, has he? So Saliba's fully rested for you guys. That's it, really.
Yeah, Saliba being rested will be good for Arsenal. And he stands over there. Not so much a smile as a half smile, really a rueful smile, knowing that he should have won. I was expecting Yassine Bouno to win the award, but Martinez coming up trumps in the last minute of extra time. Penalties once again. He conceded 3 tonight, but I guess the committee realized that they couldn't really blame him for 3 goals. Again, it's not how many goals you concede, how many clean sheets you keep.
Is Messi officially got?
Player of the tournament. Who else would it be?
It is Rabiot. No, I'm joking.
Oh, knock it off, son. Player of the tournament, Golden Ball winner in his final World Cup match, in his final World Cup tournament for Argentina, Lionel Andres Messi, Captain Fantastic. Even Emmanuel Macron will understand how great a player he is and how fantastic a game he had today. Golden Ball to Lionel Andreas Messi. And not too sure the committee would take kindly to him kissing the trophy now, but hey, listen, it's Lionel Messi. And you could see an increasingly distraught Emmanuel Macron standing there on the podium. But all eyes are on this man. Adidas Golden Ball Award winner, Lionel Messi. He won it in 2014, but was on the losing side in the final. He's won it again, and this time he will be front and center as Argentina take the top honors. And we see the people almost genuflecting. They've been in the presence of greatness tonight. The award winners are now up on the podium. A final reminder, best young player, Enzo Fernandez.
Okay.
Best goalkeeper, Emiliano Martinez. Top scorer, Kylian Mbappe. And player of the tournament, Lionel Messi. 3 Argentinians. They now stand together while Mbappe walks off disconsolately. What a tournament these 3 have had. I was expecting Julian Alvarez to be the best young player, but Enzo Fernandez has certainly left his mark on the tournament. Got a booking today, and certainly his hot-headedness would have gotten the better of him, but you know, not this time. And we're almost about to end it, but you know, this is the part that French fans will not want to see. I will expect a few people to rip the medals off their necks once it's taken, put around them.
Why do you do that? Like, second place isn't that bad.
Have you guys seen this?
Hey, come on. That's stupid. Put that away. I mean,
that's jokes.
I think with this, now we see the French team coming out led by Hugo Lloris, who has almost certainly played his final game for France. He wanted it to be a win, receiving a guard of honor. It is Hugo Lloris followed by Raphael Varane. The manager Didier Deschamps comes up, and then the other players, Marcos Thuram.
Do you think Deschamps going to leave and then they possibly get Zidane? I could see that happening.
Yeah,
I
Lloris
think
gets
maybe
his medal
Zidane
first.
going to Brazil, to be honest.
No.
I don't see him going to Brazil. The man can't speak a word of English. How will he communicate in Portuguese? Marcos Thuram, not quite earning the winner's medal that his father did. Ibrahim Konate, Dayot Upamecano, who started tonight. Matteo Guendouzi with Marseille, not quite the ending he wanted. Eduardo Camavinga, who came on as a sub and looked really good. Adrien Rabiot, who had to be taken off as a part of concussion protocol. The second goalkeeper, Steve Mandanda, who started against Tunisia. His France career might be over. Aurélien Chouameni. The third goalkeeper, Alphonse Areola. Jules Koundé, who started today at right back, receiving a handshake, and he gets his medal from Macron. And you can see how disconsolate the Frenchmen are, but Macron now forcing a smile. Kingsley Coman, who missed his penalty. Axel Disasi, who came on in the last minutes himself. William Saliba, he probably might feel that he has bigger fish to fry with Arsenal. And Benjamin Pavard now. Some lone fans waving the French tricolour. They know their team has given it everything but come up short. Olivier Giroud. No sign of Karim Benzema, but he will certainly get his medal, one would imagine. Although it could yet again be another case of a Nikola Kalinic refusing his medal. And certainly we've seen the last of Karim Benzema with France. He still has a Ballon d'Or trophy and a legacy with Real Madrid to look back on.
Manny, who got the most assist?
I don't know. It must have been Messi.
Couldn't be Messi.
And wait, Mbappe once again receiving a hug. I wouldn't be surprised if he rips it off his neck now, and some words of encouragement. He will certainly be back. This stage is made for him. He's won it before. He'll win it again. For Hugo Lloris, though, it looks as though it could be the end. I believe Hugo Lloris was probably fortunate to be the first choice this tournament because of Mike Maignan injury. Maignan, of course, was the man who was behind AC Milan's success at the back and in goal. Griezmann, of course, getting his award later on, along with Hernandez, and that was Pavard, who came up a little bit later on wearing a different jersey. France, runners-up in the World Cup.
Have you guys heard about Emi Martinez's story? Like 10 years ago, he was on loan in League One, and now
I mentioned that. He was flitting around clubs on loan, the likes of Oxford United, Sheffield Wednesday, Reading, Wolverhampton Wanderers. Had a loan spell in Getafe, which almost made him quit the game, but he stuck at it. Got his chance when Leno got injured. And of course, Neil Maupay, who injured Bernd Leno, is actually half Argentinian. You just can't script this, can you?
Arsenal needs to get back. Arsenal needs to get back Martinez, man. Get him back.
Nope. Martinez is gone. Never look back. Never surrender the glorious future you've earned. Stick to your track, to your beaten track, and don't you ever return to those bridges you've burned.
I don't know if Martinez is as good. I just think he's a good penalty stopper.
Yeah. Well,
I don't
now
know
it's the turn of Argentina to come up, and they'll be coming in terms of
this is your longest
on their jersey. So listen, it is Franco Armani who receives it.
No.
So hold on.
So.
The Argentinians are coming up. It's Franco Armani coming first. It goes by jersey number.
Nobody cares about Argentina. We all care about Messi.
Knock it off. Juan Foyth, the third choice right back who came on for the last few minutes against Croatia. Nicolas Tagliafico, who started today.
You don't want a loan deal with Lissandro
Gonzalo Montiel.
You can get
who conceded Mbappe's second penalty, but who
won
it in the shootout.
Got an out Chelsea squad.
Leandro Paredes, who came on in the second half.
The chance
of extra time, I think, replacing Rodrigo de Paul.
Just
and
tell me
an
before.
Role. German Pizzella, who also came on as a sub.
Can you guys hear this noise? Right.
Messi.
Rodrigo de Paul, number 7. Started today, had a fine game. Marcos Acuna coming up next. Came on as a substitute for Angel Di Maria and played his part in the midfield. Looked a bit more defensive, but still played his part quite well. Got a booking later on. Won't mind that. Julian Alvarez, who was taken off later on and replaced by Paulo Dybala. Actually, he was replaced by Lautaro Martinez, but Dybala did come on. And it's Acuna's turn to kiss the trophy, a little sneaky.
All right, you're not
there.
going to watch the trophy lift?
Angel Di Maria, the number 11, scored his team's second goal. The third goalkeeper, Geronimo Rulli from Villarreal. The number 13, Christian Romero of Tottenham Hotspur, started in the centre of defence tonight and had a few shaky moments. Ezequiel Palacios coming on and receiving a kiss there from the Argentinian envoy. Angel Correa, the number 15. And the number 16 for Argentina is Thiago Almada.
What's that sound?
I think Hanno's turned on the TV. Papu Gomez Villaverde is now on to receive his medal. Played in, I believe it was the quarterfinal, but looked ineffective. Guido Rodriguez coming on. Nicolas Otamendi, his 100th cap, a World Cup final, a World Cup winner. What a story for him too. Certainly going to be playing an important role going forward. Alexis McAllister from Brighton and Hove Albion. Certainly his Premiership's team's first World Cup winner. Di Maria and De Paul posing with their medals. They might have decided the order. And soon we shall see, Otamendi there kissing the trophy. Paulo Dybala earning his well-earned medal. Lautaro Martinez redeeming himself in some respects. Dybala also scoring in the shootout. Emiliano Martinez, the number 23. The best goalkeeper of the tournament, despite having conceded 8 goals compared to Yassine Bono's 5. They call him Dibu back in Argentina. He has a comic strip named after him. He has a burger named after him. He is now immortal. Enzo Fernandez, the best youngster of the tournament, receiving
Oh, he was
handshakes from
quality, man.
everyone.
He was quality, man.
Lisandro Martinez, your boy Orest, didn't get a single minute of the final, but he's fresh and fit for Manchester United's season. A little kiss of the trophy, a long lingering one from Enzo Fernandez. And Nahuel Molina, who started the game at right back and had a fine game, a fine tournament. Lionel Scaloni receiving a hug there from Gianni Infantino. They've started dancing, but they have to wait for their main man to come and lift the trophy. And their main man steps up right now. Every minute of every game in the tournament. 7 goals, countless assists. He doesn't have the top scorer award, but he won't mind that one bit. Receives his medal from Gianni Infantino. If this is going to be one of his final chapters with Argentina, what a glorious chapter it is. But I want to see him get his 100th international goal for the Albiceleste. He might not want a gift, but trust me, he has earned that gift. Scaloni not kissing it this time, opting to instead stroke it. But will Messi take the trophy or will he have it presented to him? I'm pretty certain he will have it presented to him. This is the moment. As Rihanna would say, this is what we came for. And this is what I've stayed for, despite having no food or water for the past coming up to 5 hours. It has been worth it. And what a nice touch with the Emir of Qatar draping a shawl around over his shoulders and getting to put that shawl on, of course. A beautiful touch. Emi Martinez, of course, at the back. And Gianni Infantino, the president, has his hands on the trophy. So it won't be the Emir of Qatar who will be presenting it. It will probably be Infantino or someone else will present it to him. And there's just some last-minute instructions. This is what the Argentinian fans came to see, and boy, have they gotten their money's worth. It is the Emir of Qatar who will be jointly presenting it, along with Infantino. Messi receives it. Now he gets to kiss the trophy again and again, and he cradles it in his arms like a baby. He's not going to let the trophy drop. They're asking him to lift it. And the world champions of 2022 are Argentina! Emi Martinez at the back, holding his medal up high. Everyone jumping. Messi holding the trophy in that shawl. Raising it high. Congratulations, Argentina. After a shocking start, you've been in knockout mode ever since. You could say it's been written in the stars, just like the Copa America win. Many moments of good fortune along the way, but nobody will matter. The fireworks have begun at the Lusail Stadium. And once again, confirmation of the result from today. Argentina are world champions for the 3rd time in their history. The first time they won it was in 1978 back in Buenos Aires. Daniel Passarella inspiring his men to glory. In 1986, it was Diego Maradona who wizarded his way through to stardom alongside the likes of Jorge Valdano and others. I'm sure he will be smiling down on Messi right now. They will obviously be dedicating that trophy to him. Several near misses. The first one in 1930, the first tournament to Uruguay. There were bitter tears of disappointment in Italia 90 from Maradona and company. 2014 was an anticlimax, probably one of Messi's biggest heartbreaks, maybe his biggest of all time, winning the Golden Boot but coming up second. But in 2022, he is not to be denied. What a tournament. What a player. What a man. And as much as I'm not a big fan of Argentina, what a team. And if this is to be the last we see from the stadium, I'm sure there will be more photographs. Martinez holding his medal up high. Martinez, of course, had promised his parents that he would come back with a medal for them. He now has 5. An FA Cup winners' medal and a Community Shield medal with Arsenal. Copa America medal, Franchi Trophy medal, and now a World Cup medal for Argentina. What a story he has had. Every member of this Argentina squad has contributed. Armani, even Armani and Rulli, they played their role in ensuring a togetherness which has not really been paralleled by many other teams. I think it's fair to say that the Karim Benzema story might have, in some ways, rocked the French side. Deschamps not exactly being well known for his man management. But again, France, of course, deserve credit for recovering to reach the final despite all those injuries in the run-up to and even during the first stages of the tournament. But more and more people are coming on to celebrate now. We see the families there, more and more people hoisting the trophy, kissing it. A tribute as well to many legends of the Argentinian team between 1986 and 2002 who have played, given their all for the jersey. The likes of Javier Mascherano, Javier Zanetti, Sergio Aguero, and many others in between.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would have loved to have been a part of this, but as proud Argentinians, they are celebrating. Tagliafico there raising the trophy high. And what can be said? What can be said? What can be said? The scenes are simply iconic. It is, of course, now coming up to 5 hours, but I've really enjoyed being a part of this. Hanno, words are not enough. Thank you very much indeed for having me along. It has been a privilege. That's all I can say. Bedanki, Buet.
Yeah. Be up yourself, money. Be up, Royce. Yeah, I'm just waiting on Tyler to join.
Yeah.
But
before he joins, Oris, let me get your reflections on the tournament. How do you think this tournament has gone? I'm not going to call it the best tournament ever, but certainly in terms of World Cup finals, this has been the best ever. What would you say?
For me, go on.
Sorry to interrupt you, Oris, but I have only partially watched the 2018 World Cup. So this World Cup has been, for me, the best one so far that I have watched.
It's your first. But just come 2026 in the North American and Central American continents, it could be better. We won't see Lionel Messi again. We won't see Cristiano Ronaldo again.
Come on, Orest.
But we will see more and more champions. We definitely will see Kylian Mbappe. Orest, you have the floor, son.
For me, listen, obviously, when people say it's best World Cup ever, I think for me, in terms of the World Cup final, it's been the best. Like for me, literally 2-0 Argentina, then 2-2, 3-2, then all madness. But listen, fair play Argentina, man. Like this Sandro Martinez bringing it home. France, on the other hand, I don't know, man. Deschamps probably end of his time now. Probably he's gonna leave and step down, and maybe hopefully a new manager comes in. But for me, France, I've got a few players like Tchouaméni is one of them. Like you're a great guy, yeah. Just keep your head up, Tchouaméni. Camavinga as well. Moani, from me, he looks a proper talent, man. For me, I think Premier League clubs should keep an eye on him in January because but Arsenal, United, I don't know, maybe Chelsea should get this guy, man, because Moani is definitely someone special in there. Mbappe, for me, listen, head up, mate, because he's only like 4 goals away to beat the World Cup goal scorer. So I think the highest is 16. So he's only a few goals away, Mbappe. So keep your head up, mate. But listen, at the end of the day, Argentina done their bit, and for me, listen, I'm pretty sure Maradona's proud of them. Obviously in this guy, but listen, they did it for Maradona, they did it for the nation. Fair play Argentina, but yeah, France on the other hand, I don't know, man. Obviously Mbappe just carrying them, man. And yeah, listen, I think Lloris, we all know that he's not good. He's not the best at penalties, so not really surprised there. But
that's Bisic Werewolf coming into the chat. Yo, Werewolf, and welcome to T-Boys TV. I'm sure you'll have a lot of things to say. Tyler, good to have you on. How are you, son?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. What about yourself?
Can't complain. As I've said, I've gone for close to 5 hours without food and water, but it's been worth it. I know that as an England fan, you're not necessarily enamored with the Argentinian team, but you cannot but like Lionel Messi, can you?
No, exactly. You know, just the way he was today was just absolutely phenomenal. You know, you got to sit there and appreciate what we've witnessed, you know, for years upon years. with just the things he was doing in that game, the way he still, has managed to keep up this level for as long as he has. It's just been absolutely phenomenal, really.
Yeah, and I might also want to ask you a few questions about the rest of the team, because one of the differences, of course, with Messi in 2014 and Messi now is that obviously the team now around him is a lot better. The supporting cast is a lot better. The likes of Julian Alvarez, Enzo Fernandez, and of course Angel Di Maria coming up trumps, and several other people have been willing to support him. And of course, when all else fails, it comes down to that big man, Damian Emiliano Martinez Romero, formerly of Arsenal, now with Aston Villa, goalkeeper of the tournament. I think it's fair to say that, again, it's teams that win you tournaments, and certainly has proved the way with this team. Even after that shock result against Saudi Arabia, they've responded to a team, been in knockout mode ever since. What do you make of that? Would that be a fair take? Tyler?
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. And I did have that feeling, to be honest. I did say it after the Saudi Arabia game. You've seen it plenty of times with teams that have gone on to win it before, but they've not had a great first game, and then they completely turn it around, and they win every other game, and obviously that's what they ended up doing. And yeah, like you say, Martinez, he was brilliant as well. He was brilliant, 100%.
Yeah.
And a lot of players
made
really good themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, I was mentioning many players. Of course, I have to mention Gonzalo Higuain, a star striker. But I think when it came to the crunch moments, they just couldn't come together for him. But now this team have come together magnificently. Spare thought, of course, for Sergio Aguero, who had to retire due to a heart attack, but very much a part of the celebrations. As for France, well, I think Oris pretty much nailed it when he said that there are quite a few players in that team who could have played their last game for the country. Hugo Lloris definitely one of them, but with Mbappe, with the likes of Griezmann, of course, Kolo Muani and maybe Camavinga, Tchouameni and others, the future is still bright for France. So we definitely haven't seen the last of them in these World Cup final stages, have we?
Yeah,
no, 100%. 100%.
But I just want to take this moment. I've got money, Oris, and of course Tyler. Yeah. I just want to say, we covered most of the games, watched them all through. We've done the final today, and we have ended it brilliantly.
Yeah, there's a funny post on the group chat. Malpe, you're a cheat, and I hope Brighton get relegated. Well, Malpe's with Everton now, so you're going to have to save your anger, or maybe he was just, just taking the mick. I don't know, but it is what it is. And so,
like
go ahead, Hannah.
Thank you to you guys. You guys make it possible. And we had streams. We didn't do some because we couldn't, but most of them we did.
Yeah. But listen, they're showing the penalties now. They're showing the penalties, and I want all of you to give me your opinions on the Argentinian penalties. Just how good penalties were they? Seriously.
They weren't that good. I'm going to be honest. Some of them weren't good.
I'm talking about the Argentinian penalties. I mean, certainly Dybala's there was almost hit towards Lloris, who had dived the wrong way. If he had gotten a foot to that, that would have been saved. But I think for France, the pressure just told on them in the end. Tyler?
Yeah. No, I'd agree with that. Obviously, the way they got back into the game. Obviously, then Argentina in the first half of extra time started getting into the grips of it like they were, throughout majority of the game until them last sort of 10 minutes. I felt from that moment, Argentina were going to, make the account of themselves and go on to win it, really. That's how I felt when I saw it. It did then go to the penalties.
Yeah. I suppose you could say that with Martinez in goal, they pretty much had an ace in the pack. Although he might have acted like a joker with his dancing antics, but he was definitely an ace in the pack. And I think, Oris, I'm going to ask you right now, one of the biggest issues with Argentina this tournament, certainly in some games they played, has been their game management. Because again, it's the third time that they took a 2-goal lead and very nearly saw themselves getting pegged back. They were nearly pegged back by Australia. They were pegged back and taken to penalties by the Netherlands. And it's happened again. Even after, scoring, I mean, they were up 2-0, but conceded those 2 goals from Mbappe. They went ahead again through Messi, but Mbappe scored again after Montiel's handball. I think there has to be some questions asked about Scaloni's management of the game and the substitutes he brings on. So surely there has to be some room for improvement, though.
For
right?
me, if Martinez played, yeah, they wouldn't have conceded those 2 goals, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. I think Scaloni and Martinez, I don't know what's going on with Scaloni, man. I think Martinez done something to his wife because that's the 3rd game that he's rested now. So, listen, I think, obviously, it's good for the United fans that he's not playing and he's getting arrested, but you got to ask Ottomani starting ahead of him. For me, it doesn't make sense, but for me...
No, yeah, go ahead.
Go on, man.
No, please go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your train of thought.
No, as I was saying, I think there's leaking too many goals at the back. So whether he maybe needs to change the formation, I don't know. But for me, Martinez has to start.
Yeah, but the problem is, of course, with Romero and Otamendi having that understanding, Lissandro was never going to come in unless Scaloni played a back 5 like he did against the Netherlands. And I think it's fair to say that this tournament could well see the death of the back 5 formation because, as I said, you either look really good while playing it or you look clunky and clumsy. So unfortunate for Lissandro, but listen, he comes back fresh and fit for Manchester United. That should make you happy, eh?
100%. Literally, we need them fit. So Varane, hopefully, I think he was just fatigued, so Varane came off. But for me, listen, we need those 2 best centre backs in the league to come back, and second half of the season.
Yeah. Okay, but Hanno as well. Obviously, we were having that discussion tactically at halftime, talking about what could happen, and certainly whatever changes Deschamps made, they certainly did work a little bit of a treat. We just saw Emiliano Martinez giving a tear-filled interview. I don't know if it was in English or Spanish. I will have to check it later. It might have been with the Argentinian press, maybe with some translations. But you were talking at halftime about the tactics that France would have had to employ. What do you think France did right to pull that game back, not once, but twice?
I think what helped France the most is that Argentina started to set a bit deeper. I think what they learned what they changed is put Mbappe on the wing. That's a big thing. Put Mbappe on the wing. And put one of the players that come on as a striker, and I think that changed the game. And they decided they're going to do what the Netherlands said and almost play long balls, and that's sort of what they did. So yeah.
Yeah, they're just showing some of the saves that were made. And Martinez, of course, coming up clutch on one moment, gathering the ball at the second attempt. And we will see that heroic last-minute leg block from Kolo Muani in the last minute of extra time. Yep, we're seeing it right now. Muani sent through, going past the defender, but Martinez getting down brilliantly and sort of using his left leg to block that. He used his left arm to block Garang Kuol. He's used his left leg to block Kolo Muani. I'm sure he might have both of those body parts embalmed once he gets older. But I think there is a point you've made, of course, with Scaloni starting to get a bit defensive as well. Obviously, taking off Di Maria when I think he had still some more game left to play. That probably gave France a bit of a sniff. And Tyler, if I'm going to come to you now, I think there's a sense that with Argentina going a bit defensive, that let France back into proceedings. Certainly, Scaloni's lack of proactivity with substitutions was a big factor here. Would you agree that if you go too defensive, you end up asking for trouble?
Yeah, no, 100%. And you actually saw it in the last game they played before this one. Obviously, in the previous World Cup. I remember Argentina, they played a very high line, and obviously that was when Mbappe started to, get noticed, and obviously people were talking about him more, and obviously he caused havoc that game. So I think from that, they learned a bit more from that, and I think you saw it in glimpses today at points. So yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, but talking about Di Maria's impact on the game, a big decision to bring him into the team ahead of Leandro Paredes. The right decision, and because it probably enabled the midfield to be strengthened a little bit. I think Alexis McAllister was pushed away from the wing and ended up coming into the center. It did, in some cases, transition into a 4-3-3 with Di Maria playing up front. He never should have been taken off because the way that he was able to twist and turn Ousmane Dembele in and out, and also have the measure of Jules Koundé, which is a sight to behold. Dembele was taken off. I think you could say he was suffering from twisted blood in a way, and it was Dembele who conceded the penalty. A question for you three, each of you. If Di Maria had not been taken off as early as he did, would you see Argentina doing more than enough to see out the game comfortably in normal time? Because I would have liked to have seen Acuna come on for Tagliafico instead, with Di Maria still continuing to play. Tyler, you first.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. He was causing a lot of havoc, and I was very impressed. And like you said, it was a very big call, especially with the fact, he hasn't started, obviously, the games before that. And he was just brilliant. He was. They were struggling to deal with him. He was getting fouled a lot. A couple of times he put the ball through the legs, and they'd foul him after, and etc. And yeah, he was causing havoc, and I was very surprised myself, how early he did come off. So yeah, no, I definitely agree, and would have liked to see him on for longer, especially with how good and how impressive he was. Obviously, we know he's a good player, but just he hasn't been starting, and to put in a performance like he did was phenomenal, and it would have been brilliant to see on for even longer, see what else he could have potentially done.
Yeah, and is this some defensiveness which might cost Scaloni future games? Hannah, what do you think? Should Di Maria have stayed on longer?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a surprise him coming off. Yeah, he was a danger man for them. So,
Horace, what about you?
Nah, I hate Di Maria, man. You should come off first half. I'm not joking. Nah, I don't know, man. Of course, he made an impact on the pitch. Di Maria made an impact, but at the end of the day, he's a snake. So I don't like Di Maria.
Okay, that's the last time I talk tactics with you. Enough is enough. Ridiculous. And
now, Manny, if you remember what he did at United.
Yeah, I think Tyler, who do you support, son?
So I follow Liverpool, but my main team's sort of Luton. More local.
Oh yeah, so no wonder you and Hannah have that chemistry. But of course,
yeah, exactly. There you go.
And I'm sure you will be cheesed off that Ibrahim Konate didn't start, because I would have had him in the team ahead of Dayot Upamecano.
I think he first won that championship team by Liverpool.
Yeah. Yeah, come on, Horace, enough. But Tyler, are you cheesed off that Konate didn't start?
I'm not really too disappointed, because obviously, it's not a team I support, but I was a little bit surprised. I know he hasn't really started a lot of the games, but I just felt it's a bit harsh, for you to, drop him after the performance he did have in the last game.
Especially in the semi-final. And exactly. We're seeing highlights of Mbappe coming in. The Argentinian defense again caught napping. Great work from the likes of Thuram and Kolo Muani. And Mbappe, who was silent for about 80 minutes, woke up, and how? All I can say. And Martinez probably could have done better for Mbappe's second goal. He also did get a hand to the penalty, sent the wrong way for Mbappe's second penalty. And you never see this, a player scoring a hat-trick in a final, but ending up on the losing team, winning the Golden Boot, but the look on his face said it all. We will see more of him. How many more World Cups do you think he will have in him? Maybe 1 or 2?
No.
Tyler?
Definitely 1 for me. Definitely 1 at least. He's already won one, already got to a final again after, it's looking very good, and he done really well today, like you said, to get 4 goals and not be on the winning team. It just, that proves how crazy the game was,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't technically call it a hat-trick for Lionel Messi, but he came up trumps in the shootout again. An outrageous penalty from him, and also another one from Dybala. Horace, you mentioned that Mbappe could still go on because he still has a few goals left to become the outright top scorer in all World Cups, yes?
Yes.
Horace?
100%.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, we're going to talk about... Yeah, I can hear you. So that's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so we also have to take a look at the France team, because we can't forget the injuries that impacted them. I believe they lost Pogba, they lost N'Golo Kante, they lost Presnel Kimpembe, Christopher Nkunku, and just as the tournament was starting, they lost Karim Benzema. So it has been impressive how they were able to forge a team together that took them through to the final. But I think we saw in the third game in the group stages against Tunisia that the fringe players simply weren't able to gel together or find the same chemistry that the first team has had. It might remain to be seen. It's all ifs and buts at the end of the day. And certainly Giroud was isolated, kept quiet, and hooked off in the 41st minute. Would you say, Tyler, coming to you first, that those injured players could have had a positive impact? I mean, Christopher Nkunku certainly has looked good for Leipzig. And of course, you cannot discount the likes of Paul Pogba and N'Golo Kante, or even Karim Benzema for that matter.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely agree. And I'm like you, I've been very impressed with, how far they've ended up, coming with all these, injuries. Obviously, a lot of people thought they would struggle to get out of the group stage, due to all these injuries. Obviously, Pogba, always steps up, for his country. We see that in the previous World Cup. Benzema, obviously, got golden boots, so it would have definitely been a massive impact. Nkunku coming through the ranks, looking very good. And Kante, again, he's one of them who's a guy everybody loves, and because he always puts in that shift and he's quality. So yeah, they've definitely made a difference, and potentially maybe you'd have seen a lot more of them being able to dictate more in the middle, because obviously the quality them players possess and have shown for numerous amount of years. So yeah, no, definitely for me.
Yeah, but again, it was just all academic, as I think they reached the final, and the Benzema controversy. I think Deschamps tried his bit to put a cork on that, but I think the questions will continue to be asked, but we're not going to ask those questions. Hanno, do you believe those injured players could have made a positive difference?
Yeah, definitely could have, and I think if they had those players playing, I think Dembele would have been more into the game. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And Orest, what about you? What's your opinion? I know that you're not necessarily fond of Paul Pogba. He might be another snake in your eyes, but do you believe that he and the likes of Benzema and Nkunku and Kante and others, Kimpembe as well, could they have made a difference perhaps?
100%. For me, Paul Pogba could have made a difference, man. For me, Paul Pogba, he turned up for the last year for the France World Cup that they won. And for me, they missed someone like Pogba, they missed Benzema, so they really missed those two. So for me, if Pogba was still fit and Benzema, I think they would have won it. But obviously, shame that Pogba got injured and Benzema couldn't make it. So I don't know, man. But there were reports that apparently Deschamps fell out with Benzema, so who knows what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, but again, it looks as though Deschamps might have played his manager's last game for France. So we could see another twist in the tail. If a new coach arrives, has a chat with Benzema, maybe he can be brought back into the team, because that lack of another striker probably hurt France in the end. The lone striker in Giroud was working well on all tournament, but he was isolated on his own and had to be hooked off. So it's sometimes those what ifs that can really play a big role. But the final word has to go to Argentina. And here's the thing. The best part about this win is that obviously, although the likes of Messi and Di Maria and Otamendi are still around, this is, for all intents and purposes, a fairly young team. And certainly a lot of the old experienced players from years gone by are no longer a part of the picture, although they could possibly come back. But this is a new team that can be taken forward. However, it'll remain to be seen what roles that these three seniors will play. And if there are going to be retirements, I don't think they can afford the likes of Messi and Di Maria to retire at the same time. Do you see these three continuing on for Argentina if this might be their last World Cup? Maybe they'll play another Copa America and then call it quits. What do you think will happen?
I think potentially one more, maybe Copa America, and I think they might call it a day. Because like you said, it will be very difficult for them to, both, say Di Maria and Messi, for example. It'll be very difficult if they manage to lose out on both of them. I think they'll try and
And Otamendi as well earned his 100th cap tonight, and obviously you want to have that blend of youth and experience in there. Possible choices for a future captain could be Emi Martinez. He's been sent out to do press conferences. He's given halftime team talks saying, they're not going to score past me, boys. They're going to have to kill me to get the ball past me. I believe that was against Croatia. I think he said that. He pumped them up as well. The future does look bright with all that youth in the team, but they will need the experience a little bit longer. I really don't see Messi continuing for too long because I don't know how much more he has to achieve. But again, if he does get a final home international in Buenos Aires in front of his adoring fans and gets to score the 2 goals to take him to 100 goals for Argentina, he would deserve that in every single way. And I'm sure, Tyler, you'd agree with me on that.
Yeah, 100%. You know, everything he's done for him. What a past year he's had, you know, winning the World Cup and the Copa America. I remember watching that game as well. That was 1 a.m. over here, and that was a good watch as well. Very tight game, I remember it.
Yeah. Oris, do you see Argentina starting a period of domination, or will they be pegged back by some other teams, maybe by the likes of France, who will look for revenge?
I think Argentina are still going to dominate, man. I don't know what team is going to stop them, but I can see Argentina going all the way, man. For me, they're the only team that can dominate this whole nation. But we'll see, because we'll see like what other countries do. Because Belgium, I don't know who they're going to get for manager. Same goes for other countries. So I think Argentina will still dominate.
Yeah, but I think I can speak for all of us when I say that Scaloni will still have to do a bit of improving on the job. I think it was a case of his team bailing him out, really, because his defensive tactics very nearly cost them once and twice. But it is what it is. They're world champions now, and I think on that we will possibly end this stream. But I want to say to everyone who's been watching, it's been a terrific privilege to have been a part of this team. Tyler, Oris, both of you have been, a big part of this, and we will end this now. Very soon. But just some final thoughts. How have you boys enjoyed this World Cup? Oris, you go first.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, mate. I've enjoyed it. But all I'm waiting for is Premier League to return. That's what I'm waiting for. Premier League to return as soon as possible. But I'm enjoying it, man. It's been a nice World Cup.
Yeah, controversies aside, I can say it's been good. But Tyler, what about you, mate?
Yeah, definitely probably in fact, the best World Cup I've watched. You know, definitely the best final I've watched in my lifetime. Just the drama, the excitement, the underdog stories, it's been brilliant. So, yeah, I've really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. And for me, I obviously have not been promoting the tournament much because the controversies have certainly, affected me in some ways, maybe not personally, but I have been able to, I've obviously, kept abreast of them, but I have been eager to, perform my duties as a co-host for this tournament. And it has, the matches as individual matches have been terrific. As a football spectacle, it's been terrific. And we couldn't have asked for a better ending. And speaking of ending, this is where we ended. So I'm going to shout out Hanno briefly. Please subscribe to his channel, The Coach's Corner. Terrific channel, terrific content, terrific young guy. Just subscribe, follow him on social media, Hanno_coach_corner as well on Instagram. He's also active on Twitter. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, click for notifications. You will be treated to some terrific content, and I promise you won't regret it. Oris, let me put you in the spotlight, son. Where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Oris on YouTube. Same thing for Instagram. And yeah, big up, man. Big up money.
Yep, and big up to you. And I'm also working with you quite a lot, so good to have you on. Tyler, the first time I get to meet you, it's an absolute pleasure. Better late than never. Where can people find you, son?
Yeah, just T-Boys TV, as you can see, just there, literally my channel. And then if you go on the recent stream, which will obviously be the final today, you can see all my social medias there, man. So big up, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you both very much indeed. And back to the solo. As for me, you can find me on social media, no YouTube channel of my own, but you can catch me on Coach's Corner, on Oris Talks Football, Del Boy Gunner TV, Tony Claude Gunner TV, Danny AFC TV, Up the Cherries in all departments, the Bournemouth Fan Channel, and several other channels where I come on as a more reasoned Arsenal fan. It's been a privilege doing this. I cannot wait to go. Obviously, I might be taking a bit of a break now because I need a football detox for 24 hours. But it is what it is. I might possibly do another stream, which is pre-arranged, but we will take a look at that. But anyway, I've enjoyed bringing this tournament to all of you, and I hope to, bring it to another tournament to all of you again. I hope to get a new channel of my own, but we will see about it. But I've enjoyed being a part of this channel, a part of Oris channel, and a part of everything, a part of this tournament. It's been amazing. And to all of you who have joined in the chat, Mystic Werewolf, Chelsea fan, Hashim Niaz, the Chelsea fan, of course. thank you very much indeed for coming in. And Coach's Corner again, Flair FC, Del Boy, Gunner TV coming in a little bit later on. And of course, we will end this with the final note. Argentina world champions. Lionel Messi has his trophy. The best player of his generation. Diego Maradona can rest in peace knowing that his successor has been anointed. France go at it again. South America back on the top of the world. And with that, we bid you adieu. Have yourselves a good evening. Enjoy your upcoming week. Do not do anything either of us or myself would not do. And for now, peeps. Oh, apparently, Hanno's coming back, so we might just be on for a little bit longer. Yeah, we'll probably have some final words from him, and then we'll wrap it up, yeah? If you boys have to leave, then by all means do so. I'm sorry about that.
That's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. And so TV coverage ends for me. I promised a few friends of mine I'd hop on a stream immediately, but I think they're waiting for a little bit too long. They're not going to be too happy, but it is what it is. But actually, you know what? I've already said my goodbyes, so I will bid you all adieu. Oris, are you in the, yeah, just check the chat, you guys. Private chat.
Yeah,
but anyway, I mean, yeah, okay, so I will hop off now, and Oris, you can take control. And as I said, I might need a slight bit of, it's not going to be a detox per se, but I will be back on your channel very soon. Tyler, I hope to do some more work with you in the future. It's been fun meeting you, and hopefully we can do something together, yeah?
Yeah, no, definitely. We'll sort something out at some point.
Absolutely. So you boys take care of yourselves, and I will hop off. And Hanno will come on. True Gooner, big up to you, mate. And Hanno will come on and take it to the end, and I will hop onto another stream. Cheers, peeps.
Big up, money.
Big up. And then there were two.
Right, let's see in the comments. True Gooner. Oh, him again. Gooner, mate, you need to join my streams again, man. You've been disappearing. But yeah, man. Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
Now Premier League footy's back. Liverpool, dead club is back.
Oh, yeah. Might pay more attention to the championship.
I need to. Yeah, man. I'm joking, but True Gooner, I think my next stream, I don't know. I actually don't know when my next stream is, so I'll let you know, True Gooner. But yeah, man. For me, as I said in the private chat, Luton probably better than Liverpool news, but I don't know what's been going on in the championship. But Burnley, man. Oh, Burnley don't knock us out because they're looking good, mate. Burnley are just looking good.
They are. That's for sure.
Hashim says Messi or Ronaldo. No, for me, listen, it's Messi, man. It's Messi. For me, Hashim, just ignore those United fans that defend Ronaldo because those United fans that defend them, they're fanboys. But listen, for me, it's Messi now. It's Messi now. So it's pretty simple now. But we're just waiting for Mr. Trollick to join. So we'll see what he is.
Right, I'm going to shoot off, mate. I'm going to shoot off.
All right, big up, mate.
All right, big up yourself, mate. Big up everyone in the chat. And yeah, see you lot in a bit. Peace.
Cool. I don't have control, so I don't know. I'm waiting for Hannah to join back. So I don't have control, but I'm waiting for Hannah to join. Literally, I do not have the control, so I don't know what to do now. Chop that unseen flag as well for no reason, turn on. But yeah, listen, I'm waiting for Hannah because I do not have the controls. So, what European team looks likely to be the next team? What do you mean by that? But yeah, I have no idea where Hanoi is. But yeah, man. Country dominate. I have no idea, honestly. I still think it'll be Argentina, but I think Scaloni needs to sort out his tactic. But next country to dominate, who knows, man? Anything can happen. So I can't predict because anything can happen. But listen, I don't know where Hanoi is. So let me just try and see if I can get controls. Hang on a minute. Let's see. Hannah, where are you, mate? Yeah, I know, Hannah, join back, mate, because we're still alive. So, Hannah, join back. It's me, Hannah. Yeah, Hannah, join back. So, I have controls to end the stream. So, join back, Hannah. Send link or send link. All right, just read out loud because it won't let me paste it. So obviously, streamyard.com/ZICM79W4ND. I'll say that again, Hannah, write it down or copy it. Obviously, it's the streamyard.com/ and then ZICM, M for McDonald's, 79W4ND. What type of name is? I don't know, Mystic. I have no idea. But yeah, I'm gonna try and join as soon as possible because I do not have controls. Wait, why do you? Don't you have controls? So why do you need the link? I know I don't get it. I know. Okay, I'll repeat it again. I'll slow it down. ZICM, M for Mark, 79W4N for Niger, and D. I'll say it again, and I'll say it slowly. ZICM, M7 9W4ND. But hang on, mate. I'm waiting for you because we need to end it soon. I know, mate. Where are you, mate? Oh my god. What's that in the chat? No. Is Anna still not here? Wow. I know, mate. Where are you? Is Anna here? No, he isn't. Let me try and... Hannah, are you still here? I'll try and send it on the chat if it's still there, Hannah, but I don't know if it's still there. So I'm going to do one by one. Z-I-C-M. Wait. Does it pop up in the stream chat? Yep, there we go. And then 7, 9, W, 4, and D. I know I did it one by one, so there is the link in the chat. I did it one by one. So make sure you join as soon as possible. But listen, don't know where he is, so don't know what to do now. And Hannah's still not here. That's weird. Oh, I know. Yeah, he's here. Hannah, add yourself, mate. Add yourself. Hannah, add yourself. Because we need to end soon. Big up, Morris. How confident are you with United? Hashim, tune in tomorrow. I'm doing a live stream tomorrow. I don't know what time yet, but tomorrow I'm doing a live, so Carabao Cup preview and Premier League talk. So tune in tomorrow, Hashim. I'll share the post, but tomorrow there will be a live stream. But I'm just waiting for Hannah now, but he's in the back room, but I can't add him because I don't have control. So. Listen, Hashim, I'll answer that question tomorrow for the live stream. Tomorrow I'm gonna answer that question. Just remind me tomorrow, Hashim. Hashim, just remind me tomorrow about that question then. Yeah, I'll answer it because I might forget. So Hashim, do ask me that tomorrow. Yeah, I'll respond to that. But I don't know where Hannah is. So listen. I'm gonna check my email just in case. Yeah. But whoever's watching, do smash the likes. Hannah is literally 4 away from 300, so make sure you guys go subscribe. I still don't know where Hannah is, so literally, there he is. Wait, it's loading. It's loading. Still loading. Still loading. Still loading. Still loading. Way.
Yes.
Whoa.
Right. Okay.
I know, in the live
should be
stream.
better.
Play that outro.
Yeah. Sorry, people. My phone died. I done everything. So yeah. See you
This
all.
what happens when you're a Chelsea fan. This is what happens when you're a Chelsea fan. This is what happens when you're a Chelsea fan. I know. It's been over 5 hours, mate.
And